Chapter 293. The Victory Palace inside the Imperial Study. Garca stared at Yang Feng in front of him with a complicated look in his eyes and said slowly, "Ian, if I appoint you as the Imperial Marshal and command the army, how sure are you that you can defeat Andre?" Yang Feng said confidently, "Your Majesty, if you entrust me with full authority to be the Imperial Marshal and command the army, I'm 90% sure that I can defeat Andre." Garca's eyes flashed with joy, and then a glint of apprehension flashed in the abyss of his eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said with a smile, "By the way, Your Majesty, didn't you promise me before that I could enter the royal treasury of the Morance Empire and pick a few treasures that I want? I'm looking forward to it." Garca pondered for a while, then recalled the promise he made during the coup d'état, and looked at Yang Feng with a smile in his eyes. Unless it was a robot, a perfect, powerful, flawless, and desireless subordinate was a dangerous existence that was difficult to control for those in power. Garca said with a smile, "Okay, I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury of the Morance Empire and pick 2 treasures. After you defeat Andre and come back, I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury of the Morance Empire and pick 2 more treasures." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Without any pretense, Yang Feng showed a smile of joy. Garca casually pressed on the chair he was sitting on, and a wave of magic fluctuations suddenly rippled out from the chair. The space twisted slightly, and an old man with white hair and beard, who gave Yang Feng a very dangerous feeling, walked out of the void, saluted Garca, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng looked at the white-haired old man, and his pupils constricted slightly. What a strong fellow. He's at least a pinnacle legend rank powerhouse. Such a powerhouse didn't appear on the day of the coup d'état. It seems that he's one of the underlying forces of the Morance family. On the day of Garca's coup d'état, very few powerhouses appeared. That was because, apart from the few legend-rank powerhouses who were already involved in the struggle for the throne, the rest were unwilling to risk the destruction of their families and the extermination of their clans by participating in such a dangerous game. The top powerhouses of the Morance family hid in the darkness and didn't take action. The white-haired old man was clearly one of the underlying forces of the Morance family, a powerhouse who specialized in seclusion and guarding the imperial palace. In this Victory Palace, any attempt to assassinate Garca would be easily disrupted. Inside the Victory Palace, there were definitely experts as common as clouds, powerhouses like rain. It was just that those experts and powerhouses would only be loyal to the master of Victory Palace and would not participate in the fight for the throne. This was the iron law of the Morance family. Garca said indifferently, "Rain, take Ian to the treasury and let him choose 2 treasures." "Yes, Your Majesty." Reen responded respectfully and then said to Yang Feng, "Ian, come with me." With that said, Rain stretched out his hand and drew a line. With a flash of magic light, a spatial door appeared in front of him. Inside the Victory Palace, with the blessings of the gods, one could do all kinds of unimaginable and magical things. If such a space door was outside the Victory Palace, even among the legendary mages, only the top legendary mages would be able to open it so easily. Yang Feng stepped into the spatial door. With a flash of spatial fluctuations, countless rays of light shrouded him. His eyes blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of a 10-meter-tall huge bronze gate engraved with countless mysterious runes. Reen walked up to Yang Feng, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the huge bronze gate. A cyan ray entered the bronze gate. Crack! Crack! Following a series of sounds, the huge bronze gate slowly opened, and dazzling rays of light shot out of the bronze gate. "Go in. You can only choose 2 treasures from inside." Reen hesitated for a while before saying unhurriedly, "There are restrictions set up by the gods in this treasury. Once you take more than 1 treasure, you'll trigger the restrictions and won't get a single treasure." Yang Feng nodded slightly and walked through the bronze gate. As soon as he entered the bronze gate, Yang Feng's eyes were dazzled by the various rays of light coming from inside. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. As expected of the treasury of the Morince Empire, there was no such thing as gold or silver in the royal treasury. Instead, it was filled with great fiend hearts, great devil heads, dragon crystals, gold tree seeds, and large energy absorption ancient tree seeds. Each of these treasures could move the hearts of legend wizard. This is the heart of an abyssal fiend baron. When Yang Feng walked into the royal treasury, he heard the sound of a heartbeat. He turned around and looked in the direction of the heartbeat, and his heart shook violently and filled with excitement. He saw a transparent crystal engraved with countless mysterious runes. Inside the transparent crystal, there was a black heart the size of a human head beating continuously. This black heart was the heart of a fiend baron. Abyssal fiends were a powerful and terrifying race. The fighting strength of great fiends was comparable to that of human legend rank powerhouses. Fiend barons, on the other hand, were terrifying existences comparable to human demigod rank powerhouses. In the Tsangji Plain, there were fiend warlock families dominated by fiend blood meridians. If the fiend baron heart was properly implanted into a human warlock and let the human warlock practice the corresponding fiend's secret method, then it would only take a few hundred years to give birth to a starry sky warlock rank fiend warlock. In a place like the Tyrannid subcontinent, this fiend baron heart would be extremely priceless. Even if a state were to be offered in exchange for it, no one would be willing to sell it. Yang Feng looked at the fiend baron heart with some regret and sighed inside. Unfortunately, fiend blood meridians and black dragon blood meridians can't be fused. Even if I take the fiend baron heart, I can only create a starry sky warlock rank powerhouse after a few hundred years, which isn't in line with my interests. Bloodlines were exclusive. Black dragon blood meridians couldn't be fused with fiend blood meridians. Once the fiend heart was implanted, Yang Feng would explode and die due to a clash of bloodlines. If Yang Feng wanted to implant the fiend baron heart, then he would have to spend his strength and countless precious resources to completely eliminate his bloodline, and then practice cultivation anew. If Yang Feng hadn't planned to walk the god path, then he might have crippled his strength and implanted the fiend baron heart. However, since Yang Feng planned to walk the god path, fiend power and god power were diametrically opposed, so he naturally wouldn't implant the fiend baron heart. Yang Feng shook his head, shifted his gaze away from the fiend baron heart, and began to look for other treasures. The treasury was divided into the fiend district, the devil district, the elf district, the beastman district, the sea tribe district, the giant district, the dragon district, the blood tribe district, the dark elf district, and the rare species district. Each area had its own special product. The Morince Empire, which had existed for more than 100,000 years and experienced countless wars, had collected countless treasures. The treasures in each area made Yang Feng's heart itch, wishing that he could loot them all. Without hesitation, Yang Feng went to the dragon area. Only in the dragon area, the various rare materials of black dragons could greatly enhance Yang Feng's strength. When Yang Feng arrived at the black dragon area and took a look, his eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, all the usable materials have been used up. Every part of a dragon was a treasure. Dragon blood, dragon flesh, dragon liver, and dragon eyes were all first-rate materials for refining elixirs. Successive emperors of the Morince Empire had already used up all the usable parts of a dragon, leaving only some dragon bones that were difficult to deal with. This is the bone of a moonlight warlock rank black dragon. There are no fluctuations of divine power in these dragon bones. They are the bones of an immemorial dragon. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly and flickered with excitement. He walked up to a 50-meter-long dragon skeleton and carefully stroked and examined it. Dragons were divided into 5 categories, namely ordinary dragons, ancient dragons, immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons. The evolution potential of ordinary dragons was Great Warlock rank. The evolution potential of archaic dragons was Starry Sky Warlock rank. The highest evolution potential of immemorial dragons was Glorious Sun Warlock rank. The highest evolution potential of archaic dragons was Infinity Warlock rank. As for primordial dragons, they could even evolve to contend against human warlock emperors. In the history of the Tsangji Plain, the first warlock emperor, the Time Lord, slayed a time primordial dragon that contained the mysteries of time. After absorbing countless mysteries of time, he finally became invincible, suppressed countless planes, and founded the first warlock dynasty. The giant dragon clan was also one of the most powerful extraordinary creatures in the many planes that could compete with the gods without taking the path of the god. Of course, the number of immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons among dragons was very small. Now that Yang Feng saw a Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial dragonbone, he was naturally very excited. In the Tsangji Plain, the Black Dragon Morph secret method contained a secret method to absorb the bone essence of advanced black dragons. As long as he absorbed and refined the bone essence of the immemorial dragon, Yang Feng's strength would increase by a large margin, and his bones would evolve into fearsome immemorial dragon rank existences. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng extended his hand towards the immemorial dragon bone. With a flash of resplendent light, the immemorial dragon bone shrank and condensed into a ball of light that entered Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 294. Yang Feng looked at the immemorial black dragon skeleton in his hand, and his eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Fortunately, the grade of this Moonlight Warlock rank black dragon skeleton is too high, which is why they haven't used it yet. I've picked up a bargain. There were all kinds of dragon skeletons everywhere in the dragon area. Dragon bones were the most difficult material to process, which was why they were left behind. The rest of the dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon crystals were mostly used up. In fact, there were relatively more rare materials in the royal treasury of the Morince Empire. After all, great alchemists were very rare in the Morince Empire. In the royal treasury, there were only 2 or 3 archwizard-rank great alchemists. Yang Feng carefully examined the dragon area for a while, and saw a lot of good things. Unfortunately, they were of no help in promoting his cultivation base, so he could only choose to give them up. Yang Feng went directly to the rare ore area. When he saw the rare ores, his heart jumped and he clenched his fists, full of excitement. This is star spiral steel ore, which can be used to make antimatter annihilation artillery. This is inert atlam stone, which can be used to make warp gates and perform spatial jumps. This is star rune stone, which can be used to make automatic recovery armor. When Yang Feng saw the various rare ores, his heart thumped violently, and he wished he could snatch them all. After Yang Feng obtained number 3796, he had a large number of super technological designs in his hands. However, if he wanted to make those super technological items, he first had to solve the problem of materials. In the rare ore area, there were precious ores collected by the Morince Empire over 100,000 years. If he could take away all the rare ores in the ore area, Yang Feng would be able to make terrifying battle robots capable of hunting demigod-rank powerhouses. This is Black Bonita stone, which can be used to make closed space. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he walked up to a 6-meter-tall black stone. After carefully examining it for a while, he revealed a trace of a smile, extended his hand, and the Black Bonita stone flew into his hand. The moment the Black Bonita stone entered Yang Feng's hand, a ray of light shone, and he disappeared from where he stood. He appeared outside the door. "You can leave." Rain waved his hand, and a spatial door appeared out of thin air. Yang Feng smiled faintly, walked into the spatial gate, and appeared in the Imperial study. Garca smiled and said, "How is it? Ian, are you satisfied with those treasures?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, I'm very satisfied. I hope I can go in a few more times. Garka glanced at a hidden corner without anyone noticing and saw a blue light appear on a piece of jade. The smile on his face became even wider. Garka revealed a smile and said, "Good. Ian, I will now officially appoint you as the Supreme General of the Empire. You will lead the army and suppress the traitor Andre." Yang Feng responded calmly, "Yes, Your Majesty." After leaving the imperial palace, Yang Feng rode a luxurious carriage towards his villa, a look of indescribable joy in his eyes. Once Yang Feng used the secret method recorded in the Black Dragon Morph to refine the Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial Black Dragon bones. The hardness of his bones would surpass that of the Great Warlock rank, and reach the Starry Sky Warlock rank, and even Moonlight Warlock rank. It could greatly enhance the strength of his body. In this way, his body would be comparable to the toughest weapon, and his hands would be able to resist legend rank magic weapons. Suddenly, the carriage slowly stopped. A magnetic voice came from outside the carriage. "Duke Ian, I am Florence. I have something to talk to you about." Yang Feng raised the curtain of the carriage and saw Florence standing quietly not far away. She was beautiful and otherworldly, looking like a beautiful painting. Yang Feng looked at Florence, and his heart stirred slightly, and he revealed a smile, saying, "Of course, please come up." With a sweet smile, Florence boarded the carriage and sat opposite Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting out from her. Looking at the bright and moving Florence, Yang Feng felt that the carriage seemed to have brightened up a lot, and he silently praised, as expected of a divine chosen of the goddess of dance. Under Yang Feng's unbridled gaze, the always cheerful and generous Florence's pretty face was tainted with a touch of redness. She waited for a moment and found that Yang Feng had no intention of asking anything, and then hesitated for a moment before saying, "Duke Ian," Yang Feng said with a smile, "just call me Ian. Aren't we friends?" Florence secretly clenched her silver teeth and said, "Ian, I hope you can help me save 2 people. Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked unhurriedly, "Who?" Florence looked at Yang Feng with a pitiful look in her eyes and pleaded softly, "Emily and Erica of the Umla family are the 2 daughters of the Umla family. Both of them are my intimate friends. Because of my father, they are going to be banished to the Rose Pavilion. Please save them." As a divine chosen of the goddess of dance, Florence was very noble. Even the emperor of the Morance Empire didn't dare to be rude to her. But even so, she didn't have any power, and could only watch helplessly as her close friends were pushed into the fire pit. The Rose Pavilion was a place that specialized in receiving female relatives of criminal officials and nurturing them into prostitute. It was one of the largest brothel houses in the St. Toulon city. As long as you had money, you could unscrupulously enjoy the feeling of being a guest of former aristocratic ladies of the empire. Countless merchants flocked to the Rose Pavilion. It should be noted that many aristocratic ladies looked down on merchants like them. But now they had no choice but to endure being toyed with by them. Many merchants were very addicted to this feeling. The Umla family was a medium-sized family. The backer they chose was an important minister of the court who was close to the great prince. During the Great Purge, the family was swept away by the typhoon. The men were thrown into prison, while the women were sent to the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng stared at Florence, stroked his chin with his hand, and said meaningfully, "If I save them, how will you thank me?" Florence said with a sweet smile, "Then how about I dance a few times for you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay." The luxurious carriage carried Yang Feng's group of 2 to the Rose Pavilion. Although it was daytime, but there were all kinds of luxurious carriages parked in front of the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng and Florence alighted from the luxurious carriage and strode into the Rose Pavilion. As soon as they entered the Rose Pavilion, the dozens of men in the Rose Pavilion were deeply attracted by Florence next to Yang Feng, unable to shift their gazes away. A 31 to 32-year-old beautiful young woman dressed in a black evening gown with an exposed chest and back, a tall and well-developed figure, still charming, and a head full of blonde hair welcomed Yang Feng's duo with a touch of a fragrant breeze. "Hello, I'm the manager here, Ina. May I ask why you're here?" "What a beautiful woman, so beautiful. Haha, little beauty, how many gold coins do you want for one night?" "I'll take care of it." A young man with a frivolous expression, slightly puffy eyes, a tall yet somewhat obese figure, and the appearance of a silk pants walked over and frivolously reached out to grab Florence. Florence creased her eyebrows slightly, then took a few steps back and retreated behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward and slapped the young man in the face. The young man's mouth was filled with blood, and several of his teeth were broken. "You've got guts to hit people in the Rose Pavilion? Someone is hitting people in the Rose Pavilion. Someone is hitting people in the Rose Pavilion." The young man covered his face, looked at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes, and shouted somewhat incoherently. Tyrannical auras rose from the Rose Pavilion. Most of the auras belonged to night rank experts, but one of them was a tyrannical star night rank aura. There were countless beautiful women in the Rose Pavilion, many of which were the family members of officials who had committed crimes. In order to prevent people from robbing them, there were also many experts stationed in the Rose Pavilion. Before long, a squinting, somewhat obese middle-aged man, escorted by a star knight rank swordsman and 20 swordsmen at the great knight rank and above, came over. When the middle-aged man appeared, he squinted his eyes, stared at Florence, and said eerily, "Who dares to use force in my Rose Pavilion?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and said indifferently, "It's me, Kalos." "It's you, what guts to actually." Kalos smiled coldly and was about to give an order, when suddenly his eyelids twitched, his mouth opened wide, his face twisted as if by magic, and he revealed a flattering smile. "So it's the great Duke Ian of the Red Earth continent. Since it's you, you naturally have the qualifications to use force in the Rose Pavilion." The young man covering his face was dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes. Kalos was the director of the Rose Pavilion. In the eyes of the young man, he was a bigwig who could interact with greater aristocrats on equal footing. Many unruly people were put in order by Kalos when they entered the Rose Pavilion. Yet now, he was fawning over Yang Feng, making the young man unable to believe his eyes. Kalos swept the young man with a glance, sneered, and waved his hand. "Did this little bastard annoy you? Men, beat him up. How dare you provoke the great Duke Ian? You really don't know what death is." The two guards took out 2 big sticks and mercilessly whipped the young man, causing him to scream miserably. "Sir Duke, please come with me." Kalos imperceptibly swept Florence with a glance, and then said to Yang Feng with a flattering expression. Chapter 295. Under the guidance of Kalos, Yang Feng and his party walked towards the depths of the Rose Pavilion. Along the way, many beautiful women stared at Yang Feng with curious looks. Kalos was the local tyrant of the Rose Pavilion, a bigwig who controlled the lives and deaths of beautiful women. This was the first time they saw Kalos being so respectful to someone. In a beautifully decorated and luxuriously decorated room, Yang Feng leaned on a sofa made of demonic flame tiger skin. Feeling the warmth emitted by the demonic flame tiger skin, he stared at Kalos with an enigmatic smile. Under Yang Feng's gaze, Kalos finally couldn't stand it any longer. He revealed a flattering smile and asked, "Duke Ian, may I ask why you came to the Rose Pavilion in person today?" When Florence saw Kalos's flattering expression, her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint. At first, she wanted to have a chat with Kalos, but she couldn't even meet him. Now that Kalos was so flattering to Yang Feng, complicated feelings welled up inside her. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Emily and Erica, the 2 daughters of the Umla family, you haven't touched them yet, have you?" With a flattering smile on his face, Kalos said neither softly nor firmly, Yes, not yet. However, they are famous twin dancers in the St. Toulon city. I originally planned to offer them to His Majesty the Emperor. Florence's heart suddenly sank. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Kalos shook his head at once. "No. How dare I threaten you, sir? I'll call them out at once." Not long after, two girls who looked exactly the same, with fair and supple skin, a tall and voluptuous figure, long golden hair, and a pair of sexy slender legs, were brought in. They looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. When the two beautiful young twins saw Florence, a hint of joy flashed through their eyes. However, they did not say a word and stood quietly behind Kalos. Yang Feng looked at the identical twin dancers with a look of admiration in his eyes. Emily and Erica, even apart from each other, were both first-rate beauties. When the two identical beauties stood side by side, it added a bit of charm to their beauty. Yang Feng said overbearingly, "I want the two of them. Kalos, go handle the paperwork." Kalos stared blankly for a moment and revealed an awkward expression. Then, he forced a smile and said, "Duke Ian, they're the families of the criminals involved in that case. Unless His Majesty gives me a special pardon, I have no right to give them to you. However, if you want to play with them, I can let them accompany you now." The beauties in the Rose Pavilion were the family members of the offending officials. Kalos could make them accompany anyone, but he didn't have the authority to make them leave the Rose Pavilion. A hint of sadness flashed through Emily's and Erica's eyes. Kalos quickly added, "Of course, Your Excellency the Duke. I can arrange a room in the Rose Pavilion for them to live alone. I can also guarantee that no man will touch them." Many of the VIPs who visited the Rose Pavilion didn't like to share a woman with other men. Therefore, there were many rooms reserved for these VIPs in the Rose Pavilion. As the master of the Rose Pavilion, Kalos could indeed play with many women in the Rose Pavilion. However, he didn't dare to lightly offend some of the women attached to the Empire's VIPs. When he said that, a glimmer of hope streaked past the eyes of Emily and Erica. They would rather be Yang Feng's women than become prostitutes that anyone could sleep with. When she heard that, Florence sighed slightly, and a hint of sadness flashed past the abyss of her eyes. This might be the best outcome. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flipped his hand, and a black eagle appeared in his hand. White magic light flashed in his hand, and a slip of paper appeared at the foot of the black eagle. Yang Feng opened his hand, and the black eagle flapped its wings and flew out of the room. Kalos looked at the black eagle that flew out and vaguely guessed what was going on. He looked at Yang Feng more and more respectfully. The black eagle flew to the Victory Palace and landed at the gate of the Victory Palace. After a royal guard took the slip of paper from the foot of the black eagle, he scanned it. His complexion changed slightly, and he quickly went inside the Victory Palace. Inside the imperial study, Ian has taken a fancy to two girls of the Umla family, and he's asking me for them. Garka took the slip of paper Yang Feng put on, and revealed an amused and angry expression. Since Garka ascended the throne, this was the first time that someone had asked him for a woman. Garka smiled, then took out another slip of paper, wrote a few words and stamped it with his personal seal. The two girls of the Umla family seemed to dance pretty well, and they're twins. What a bargain! Inside the Rose Pavilion, the black eagle flew in through the window and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng took out a slip of paper from the foot of the black eagle, scanned it, and revealed a smile. He flicked his finger, and the slip of paper flew to in front of Kalos. "Whatever woman Duke Ian wants, give it to him." When Kalos saw the slip of paper, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment, and he looked at Yang Feng with even more respect. The Rose Pavilion was not only a place for bigwigs to have fun, but it also had to cater to the needs of the emperor in the palace. On many occasions, the Rose Pavilion was the favorite place of the emperor of the Morince Empire. In the Rose Pavilion, there were many girls who had been trained and were ready to enter the palace to serve the emperor. For Garka to issue such an order, it was evident how much he favored Yang Feng. This meant that as long as Yang Feng took a fancy to a woman in the Rose Pavilion, he could have her with a word. Kalos said full of dignity, "Emily, Erica, why aren't you going to meet your new master?" Emily, Erica, greets master. Emily and Erica, two beautiful girls brimming with the aura of youthful girls, prostrated in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully as if lowly female slaves. When Florence saw this, her heart ached slightly, and she gave a long sigh. Emily and Erica, two beautiful girls, were a pair of very famous sisters in the social circles of the St. Toulon city. Who knows how many aristocratic youngsters wanted to get close to them? At the time, they even refused the pursuit of the heirs of many greater aristocrats. They were extremely proud. However, this pair of beautiful twin lotus flowers prostrated at Yang Feng's feet as if lowly female slaves. The cruelty of political struggles was once again displayed in front of Florence. Yang Feng said lightly, "Get up. Master, I have a presumptuous request. Please help me, master." "No, I beg you, please help me." The elder sister Emily suddenly looked up at Yang Feng with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He fell into silence and stared coldly at Emily. Erica's beautiful eyes also revealed a hint of fear. Emily begged with teary eyes, "Master, please save my mother and auntie. As long as you save our mother and aunt, Erica and I will serve you wholeheartedly. We are willing to do anything you want us to do." Erica hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and kowtowed to Yang Feng, saying, "Master, I beg you, please save my family. Even if you want them to be your female slaves, that's fine." Being a female slave at Yang Feng's side was better than being a prostitute in the Rose Pavilion. After all, when the women in the Rose Pavilion were young and beautiful, they could enjoy a bit of glory. But once they grew old, they would be reduced to the lowest rung of the Rose Pavilion, where they couldn't even compare to the prostitutes outside. The most tragic thing was that it was impossible for the women in the Rose Pavilion to marry a good man. The bigwigs who came to the Rose Pavilion to have fun only treated the women in the Rose Pavilion as toys. No one would waste their strength to rescue the women in the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "Kalos, give me their relatives." Kalos replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." What did a trifling family of Emily and Erica count for? As long as Yang Feng wanted them, Kalos would even pack up all the women in the Rose Pavilion and give them to him. This was an order from His Majesty the Emperor. A nobody like Kalos didn't dare to disobey. There were a total of more than 30 women in the Umla family, and they were all very beautiful women. The women who weren't beautiful were already dead. In a luxurious carriage, Yang Feng was sitting on a soft chair with the beautiful twins Emily and Erica in his arms. His feet were placed on the 35-year-old Federica, who had a voluptuous and sexy figure and exuded the aura of a mature woman. She looked quite similar to Emily and Erica. Federica was Emily's mother. At this time, she was meekly massaging Yang Feng's thigh. Emily and Erica carefully peeled fruits and sent them into Yang Feng's mouth to please him. Greed and lust, such weaknesses should make him feel a bit relieved. With Emily in his arms, Yang Feng's eyes didn't fall on her beautiful and delicate body. Instead, he sank into his thoughts, calculating Garca's reaction. On the day Yang Feng assisted Garca in the coup, his performance was too dazzling. Vaguely, he also felt that Garca was afraid of him. Therefore, he selectively created some weaknesses and exposed them to Garca. A greater aristocrat with no weaknesses, formidable strength, and seemingly no desires was what Garca feared the most. Ian, who was greedy and lustful, was a great general that Garca could trust with ease. This was also the reason why Yang Feng agreed to help Florence. Chapter 296. A day later, Garca appointed Yang Feng as the Empire's Grand General and Marshal of suppressing rebellions. He assigned an Imperial Guard Corps of 20,000 soldiers, 2 City Guard Corps of 40,000 soldiers, and 2 miscellaneous corps of 40,000 soldiers from other places, a total of 100,000 soldiers, to serve as Yang Feng's direct subordinates. In addition to the 100,000 troops, Yang Feng could also control the 6 main corps of the Tandu Province, the Notice Province, and the Povei Province with 120,000 soldiers, the 3 provinces with a total of 500,000 local troops, as well as the 6 corps with 120,000 soldiers transferred from various places. As a result, Yang Feng had more than 340,000 soldiers under his control. Coupled with auxiliary troops and other types of troops, the number of troops under his control exceeded 1 million. After he took over the position of marshal, his power almost reached its peak. In front of the gate of Yang Feng's villa, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Every day, countless people came to see him. On the 3rd day, Yang Feng took the 100,000 troops directly under his command and moved towards the Tandu Province. The news that Yang Feng became the imperial general and marshal of the rebellion suppression spread throughout the Morince Empire. All the major forces of the Morince Empire knew of Yang Feng's name. Numerous forces sent people to collect information on Yang Feng. Countless forces of the Morince Empire focused their gazes on Yang Feng, the headquarters of the Morince Empire's southern army. "Ian, it's actually him." Andre, who was holding a document, frowned slightly, and Yang Feng's voice and smiling face appeared in his mind. Andre pondered for a while, and then asked slowly, "Anzalev, what do you think of Ian?" Anzalev replied with a smile, "An outstanding person. According to the information obtained so far, Ian not only cultivates magic and martial dual cultivation, but also has some accomplishments in military and politics. He was able to defeat the Hunting Fong Legion and the Silver Sword Legion. Even in the Empire, his commanding ability was definitely among the outstanding generals. Such a genius is only slightly inferior to you, Your Highness." Andre asked calmly, "How should we deal with him? Although Ian is very outstanding, but he has 2 fatal weaknesses. First, he isn't from the Imperial military and doesn't have much seniority in the Imperial military. It will be very difficult to convince the 6 corps of the Tandu Province, the Notice Province, and the Povei Province as well as the 6 corps transferred from other places. Secondly, although Garka is very smart, it's only petty cleverness. In essence, he was still a suspicious person. It was impossible for him to let Ian, who was not his direct descendant, lead an army of 1 million. We can send someone to the St. Toulon city to spread a rumor that Ian is independent. When a lie is told 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. As long as we drive a wedge between them, we can get Garka to transfer him back," Anzalev said methodically. Andre was full of confidence and said proudly, "Well said. My brother is very smart, but he's too smart. He doesn't trust anyone but himself. Moreover, there's one more thing you didn't mention. How can those ordinary armies that haven't been stained with blood compare to the strength of the 100,000 border soldiers in my hands? Even in a head-on battle, my army of 100,000 can still defeat his army of 1 million. The 100,000 soldiers under Andre's command were all elite soldiers that had been trained for more than 10 years to fight against the Desert Empire's army. Their combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. This was also what he relied on to start the rebellion. In the field, only a few elite border armies in the entire Morince Empire had the strength to contend against Andre's army. The 12 legions that were mobilized from the other provinces were nothing in Andre's eyes. Anzalev said with a look of worship, "Your Highness is wise." Andre revealed a trace of a smile and said, "Before he comes, I will give him a big gift." 3 days later, Andre led 30,000 cavalrymen and directly plunged into the Tandu province. With the help of the mages accompanying the army, He easily seized more than a dozen cities in the Tandu province and moved towards the capital of the Tandu province, Newton City. Alarmed, the governor of the Tandu province sent a dozen blood letters to Yang Feng in a row, begging him to send reinforcements. Behind the Tandu province was the Notice province. In the Notice province there were 4 main battle legions and 6 main battle legions dispatched from all over the country, a total of 10 main battle legions. After receiving the blood letters from the governor of the Tandu province, Yang Feng glanced at them, and then threw them into the trash can. On one hand, he ordered the governor of the Tandu province to defend the Newton city to the death, and on the other hand, he sped up the march. Andrei rampaged through the Tandu province. Wherever he went, the cities of the Tandu province surrendered at the mere sight of him. In accordance with Yang Feng's order, the governor of the Tandu province recruited 100,000 recruits. Together with the 80,000 warriors in the Newton city, he formed a large corps of 180,000 people to defend the Newton city to the death. After Andrei's army reached the Newton city, it tried to besiege the city, but was stopped by the governor of the Tandu province. Andrei immediately stopped the siege and began to dispatch a steady stream of reinforcements from the rear, surrounding the Newton city. The area outside the Burgas city, the capital of the Notice province, had turned into a huge barracks with barracks stretching for more than a dozen kilometers. When Yang Feng arrived in front of a barracks, he saw 8 sentries standing lazily in front of the barracks. The 8 sentries gathered together and chatted with each other, not paying any attention to their vigilance. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, then he conjured a magic stealth and disappeared at once. He strode into the barrack. As soon as he entered the barracks, Yang Feng heard the sounds of gambling. There were also women's groans and men's lewd laughter coming from many barracks. Along the way, Yang Feng's eyebrows creased more and more, and a frigid killing intent appeared in the abyss of his eyes. This is the army I want to command? With such an army, it's no wonder they suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Andrei. The Morince Empire was rotten to the core, and the army was similarly rotten. Apart from the several border armies of the empire, most of the standing corps in the other provinces had become tools for officers of all levels to fish for money. It was normal for them to eat without pay and drink the blood of the soldiers. The reason why Yang Feng could defeat the armies of the Morince Empire with an irresistible force with the meager troops of the Miracle City was that, apart from some main corps, the fighting strength of the other troops of the Morince Empire wasn't high. After going around the barracks, Yang Feng turned around and left. 2 days later, an emissary rode into the Burgas city. Before long, the officials of the Burgas city were led by Governor Chiron of the Notice province to wait 10 kilometers outside the city. After waiting for about an hour, a huge army stretching for more than a dozen kilometers appeared in front of everyone. At the forefront of the huge legion, the person in the lead riding a majestic black horse was Yang Feng. Yang Feng rode the handsome black horse and arrived in front of Chiron and company under the escort of 3 sacred swordsmen. He dismounted and walked towards Chiron and company with a smile on his face. Chiron carefully looked at Yang Feng for a while, then took a step forward and saluted him, saying, "Governor Chiron of the Notice province greets Marshal Ian." The officials of the Notice province behind Governor Chiron also saluted Yang Feng. "Greetings, Marshal." "Hello, I'm Ian." Yang Feng swept the officials who came to greet him with a glance and said with a smile, "Let's go back to the city." As soon as they returned to the Burgas city, Chiron held a grand welcome banquet to greet Yang Feng. At the banquet, celebrities and aristocrats of the Burgas city came one after another. Countless young and beautiful aristocratic girls surrounded Yang Feng and fawned on him. With Chiron's introduction, Yang Feng got to know Ennio, the commander of the Olive Leaf Corps, Duccio, the commander of the Polar Bear Corps, Gan, the commander of the Cyan Falcon Corps, and Giacomo, the commander of the Ironthorn Wood Corps. The commanders of the 4 corps were respectively the commanders of the 4 main corps of the Notice province and the Povii province. They participated in greeting Yang Feng. As for the commanders of the other 6 corps, they were dismissive of Yang Feng, and none of them went to greet Yang Feng. The next morning, the headquarters of the rebellion subduing Marshal Yang Feng, who was sitting on the seat of honor in the marshal's barracks, glanced at Andro with an ice-cold expression and said lightly, "Sound the assembly drums." Andro responded loudly, "Yes, Marshal." The impassioned and resounding assembly drums reverberated in the barrack. After hearing the drums, a commander immediately rushed to the marshal's barracks. When the high-ranking officers entered the marshal's barracks, they saw a gloomy Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor, and they kept silent, not daring to say anything. Ennio, Duccio, Gan, and Giacomo, the 4 commanders rushed to the marshal's barracks before the assembly drums were about to disappear. After the assembly drums stopped, only the high-ranking officers of the Olive Leaf Corps, the Polar Bear Corps, Duccio, the Cyan Falcon Corps, the Iron Thornwood Corps, as well as the Imperial Guard System and the City Guard System were left standing in the marshal's barrack. The high-ranking officers stared at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor with ridicule in the abyss of their eyes. For Yang Feng to become the marshal of the empire at such a young age, the high-ranking officers were naturally unconvinced. Even though Yang Feng was the master of the Miracle City and had successively defeated the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps, but the high-ranking officers of the Moritz Empire still didn't take him seriously. "Sorry, we're late." "Haha, I'm really sorry." Amid a burst of insincere laughter, a burly middle-aged high-ranking officer stepped into the barracks. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he looked somewhat provocatively at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor. This middle-aged high-ranking officer was Julio, the commander of the Bear Fang Corps, who was transferred from another place. Chapter 297. When Julio entered the barracks, the other high-ranking officers of the Bear Fang Corps followed him into the barrack. With contemptuous smiles on their faces, they stared at Yang Feng unscrupulously. Jacob, the commander of the Wild Leopard Corps, also came in. Hiccuping, he glanced at Yang Feng and said with contempt in his eyes, "Haha, I'm really sorry, Marshal Ian. Yesterday we were too happy to see you in the Burgas city, so we drank a bit too much. I'm really sorry for getting up a bit late." Lorenzo, the commander of the Cyan Flame Corps, also came in and said with an insincere smile, "Marshal Ian, I'm really sorry, we drank a bit too much." Mario, the commander of the 5-Leaf Clover Corps, said with a contemptuous smile, "Marshal Ian, please say that you like women. I know that there are 2 very good women in the Emerald House in the Burgas city. Let's go and have some fun tonight." Novelli, the commander of the Cyan River Corps, took out a wineskin, poured out a glass of wine, gave Yang Feng a provocative look, and sneered, "Marshal Ian, if you think highly of us uncouth fellows, then cheers." Barassi, the commander of the Inferno River Corps, also jeered loudly, "Okay. Marshal Ian, if you think highly of us, let's have a toast." Cheers. Cheers. The entire camp immediately fell into chaos and uniform voices rang out. The high-ranking officers of the 6 Corps jeered together, and gazes of contempt focused on Yang Feng. The high-ranking officers of the 6 Corps linked up to give Yang Feng a show of strength. Once Yang Feng yielded, then the great marshal would no longer be able to bring the army together and command it as if it were an extension of his arm. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo, the 4 commanders remained silent. They looked at Yang Feng, wanting to see how he would deal with the situation. Yang Feng's way of dealing with the situation would also affect their future choices. Yang Feng shot Julio an indifferent look and said indifferently, "Commander Julio, according to the military law, if a marshal doesn't arrive at the marshal's tent on time after the drums have sounded, how will he be dealt with?" When Yang Feng's words came out, the tent suddenly fell into a silent and tense atmosphere. Julio was taken aback, then his eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he threatened fiercely, "According to the military law, you will be beheaded." However, the law is nothing more than human feelings. In order to celebrate your arrival, Sir Marshal, we drank a bit too much. Besides, so many of us violated this military law. Sir Marshal, do you want to kill us all? The eyes of the generals of the Sixth Corps also flashed with ferocious glints. Waves of powerful night level and above chi gushed out of their bodies. Frigid killing intent locked onto Yang Feng sitting in the seat of honor. Hakobo smiled and tried to smooth things over. Haha, don't panic, everyone. I think Marshal Ian just wants to give us a warning. Feng, let's today's matter, Feng, Yang said. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng clapped his hands. As the Empire's Marshal, I order all of you to immediately lay down your weapons and wait to be captured. In this way, we won't implicate our families. Otherwise, according to the laws of the Empire, all of you will be charged with the crime of treason, and your entire clan will be implicated. 500 warriors armed with military crossbows and 500 warriors armed with greatswords quickly rushed over and surrounded the commanders of the Sixth Corps. The commanders of the Sixth Corps felt that things were far from reassuring, and their eyes flashed with fear. Julio's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he burst out with Sky Knight rank Shi and barked, "Brothers, let's kill our way out. After we kill our way out, we'll go and seek refuge with His Highness Andre." Yang Feng frowned and ordered coldly, "Kill them all." In an instant, a dense rain of crossbow bolts covered the commanders of the Sixth Corps. The Morinth Empire's special military crossbows were so powerful that they could even pierce through knights wearing heavy armor. When the commanders of the Sixth Corps came here, they didn't wear any armor. More than half of them were pierced by the crossbow bolts and shot dead on the spot. The generals of the other 6 legions activated their battle chi and frantically deflected the crossbow bolts, sending them flying one by one. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of Jacopo, who had been smiling all along, and he bellowed. He burst out with Star Knight rank chi, his figure shook, and he madly rushed towards Yang Feng. Only by capturing Yang Feng alive would they have a chance at survival. At this moment, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, who was standing quietly next to Yang Feng, took a step forward and stabbed with his sword, and a resplendent lightning ray suddenly stabbed at Jacopo's sword. Ding! Following a crisp sound, Jacopo's sword broke, and Cassius took advantage of the situation and chopped Jacopo in two. The eyes of the raging sacred swordsman Lucero flashed with a bloodthirsty glint, and he suddenly erupted and slashed at Julio like a raging sea. Julio's complexion changed greatly, and he raised his sword to block. Ding! Following a crisp sound, Julio was instantly chopped in two by the sacred swordsman Lucero's sword. Blood splashed about, and he died on the spot. The 2 sacred swordsman rank experts, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius and the raging sacred swordsman Lucero, attacked with all their might. The commanders of the Sixth Corps couldn't withstand a single blow, and were chopped in two. The smell of blood pervaded the camp. The commanders in the camp were awed by this scene, and their eyes flashed with fear as they looked at Yang Feng sitting in the commander's seat. It didn't take long for the commanders of the Sixth Corps to be slaughtered, with not a single survivor remaining. Yang Feng said lightly, "Andro." Andro immediately stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir Marshal, your subordinate is here." Yang Feng said coldly, "These people dared to resist our arrest. Immediately draw up a list of names, send it back to the military headquarters, and punish them for the crime of rebellion." Andro replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." When the commanders of the 4 corps saw this scene, they were even more alarmed. Once the commanders of the 6th Corps were convicted of rebellion, their families would be reduced to slaves, and they would no longer have a chance to rise up in the Morinth Empire. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with apprehension. They had already guessed that Yang Feng might take them down a notch, but they didn't expect it to be so ruthless. The commanders of the 6th Corps were slaughtered by Yang Feng, which meant that more than half of the 120,000 soldiers of the 6th Corps were crippled. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo didn't expect that Yang Feng would act so ruthlessly against the Sixth Corps under the threat of Andre. Yang Feng smiled gently at the commanders of the 4 corps and said, "Don't worry, I'm a very reasonable person. As long as you don't violate my orders in the future, I guarantee that such an unpleasant thing won't happen a second time." Ennio hurriedly shouted, "We will definitely not disobey Lord Marshal's orders." "We will never disobey your orders, Lord Marshal." A uniform voice that was filled with a trace of fear and dread rang out in the camp. Yang Feng nodded with some satisfaction. Although the commanders might not be completely convinced by him, but at least they wouldn't disobey his orders. After killing the commanders of the Sixth Corps, Yang Feng immediately took his 100,000 troops and surrounded the Sixth Corps one by one. Without a leader, the Sixth Corps allowed Yang Feng to capture the confidants of the commanders of the Sixth Corps without any resistance, and then imprison them. Yang Feng sent people to escort the commanders in the direction of the St. Toulon city. After seeing Yang Feng's methods, the wizards of the Sixth Corps chose to acquiesce to Yang Feng's actions. After all, Yang Feng was a genuine marshal of the empire and had the power to control the armies. While carrying out a purge in the Sixth Corps, Yang Feng transferred some backbone of the Imperial Guards and City Guards into the Sixth Corps. It didn't take long for the Sixth Corps to fall into Yang Feng's hands. Of course, since a large number of commanders were purged by Yang Feng, the fighting strength of the Sixth Corps plummeted and their morale plummeted. After purging the Sixth Corps, Yang Feng didn't rashly send troops to the Tandu province. Instead, he concentrated all his troops in the Burgas city and carried out military training. Day and night, he drilled his 100,000 troops as well as the 125,000 troops of the Sixth Corps. In front of the Newton city, the 300,000 troops surrounded the city of Newton so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. When Andre killed his way out of Gahilad province, only 100,000 border soldiers followed him. But along the way, his army snowballed, reaching a total of 300,000 soldiers. Besides, the 300,000 troops were basically field troops or local troops of the Morince Empire, and they possessed considerable fighting strength. Andre held a document in his hand, frowned and sighed slowly. How ruthless! So many generals, and he actually killed them just like that. How ruthless! Anzalev's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said solemnly, "That's right. To be so ruthless, it seems that we underestimated him." In this way, the 6 legions would truly fall into his control. Although the fighting strength of the Sixth Corps declined a lot due to the purge. But if we give him a few months, we'll be faced with a powerful monster that has finished integrating. Your Highness, it's time to make up your mind. We can't give him time. Andre pondered for a long time, then paced up and down in the room. Finally, his eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he gritted his teeth and said, "All right. Anzalev, contact them and tell them that I agree to their conditions." Anzalev lowered his head slightly, and the abyss of his eyes flashed with joy. "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 298. Newton City, inside the governor's mansion. Arsini, the governor of Tandu province, sat in his study, his eyes swollen and his face haggard. He slumped weakly on a large soft sofa. These days, Andre had tentatively attacked the city twice, but each time, he was repelled by the army led by Arsini relying on the city wall. However, the bravery and fighting skills of Andre's soldiers still shocked Arsini. As the defending party, Arsini should have had a great advantage. But in the actual battle, the ratio of casualties was as high as 1:3. On average, 3 people died in Newton City to kill one of Andre's soldiers. If it weren't for Andre not wanting to lose too many of his elites in Newton City would have been taken by Andre long ago. As the governor, Arsini was also under tremendous pressure these days. He often woke up in the middle of the night, fearing that Andrei had already attacked the city. Arseny was a hardcore supporter of the Orthox family. He had spoiled many of Andrei's plans, so he didn't dare to surrender to Andrei. He could only desperately resist Andrei's attacks with all his might. Massaging his temples, Arseny constantly calculated in his mind, "No, this can't go on. It seems that I have to recruit more soldiers tomorrow. Recruit 50,000 more, no, 100,000 more." The door was suddenly pushed open, and a tall, sexy, and voluptuous young woman of about 17 or 18 years old walked in with a bowl of chicken soup. Arseny frowned and shouted sternly, "It's you? Sua, didn't I order you not to come here?" Sua was one of Arseny's concubines and his most favored concubine. He had originally ordered that no one except the important military and political officials of Tandu province should enter this place. Seeing Sua now, he couldn't help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. Sua was as gentle as water. She said with a sweet smile, "Master, you haven't eaten well for several days. I'm giving you a bowl of chicken soup to let you nourish your body. I'll leave after putting down the chicken soup." Arseny looked at Sua's sweet smile, the anger in his heart slowly faded, and he nodded slightly. Only then did Sua approach Arseny with seductive cat-like step. "Little slut." Arseny swallowed his saliva, his eyes flashing with flames as he pulled Sua into his arms. The moment Sua was embraced by Arseny, her eyes quickly changed from blue to pure black, a pair of goat horns grew out of her head, and her snow-white face was covered with strange magic runes. "You," alarmed, Arseny's eyes flickered with endless fear. Just as he was about to shout, an arm with sharp claws pierced through his chest and dug out his heart. Arseny's body trembled a few times, and his eyes flashed with endless despair. Then he saw Sua swallow his heart with a smile. This human's heart is really unpalatable. As expected, the hearts of the strongest humans are the most delicious. Sua stuck out her sexy tongue and licked the blood on her jade-like hand, revealing a beautiful, dangerous, and seductive smile. The corpse of a middle-aged man lying next to a fiendish beauty formed a strange, dangerous, and strangely beautiful picture. With a flick of her wrist, a sword appeared in Sua's hand, and she chopped off Arseny's head. Then, she reached out and put away the lower half of Arseny's body. Suya's body was shrouded in faint black chi, and all the abnormalities in her body disappeared. She turned back into a beautiful young woman. Sua pushed open the door and said to the guards on both sides, "Sir is tired and needs to take a good rest. Guard this place well. No one is allowed to enter for 2 hours." The guards on both sides replied respectfully, "Yes." Under the gazes of countless powerhouses, Sua swaggered out of the city master's mansion. As soon as she left the city master's mansion, Sua turned invisible and disappeared into the darkness. After a while, a cluster of incomparably bright fireworks rose from Newton City and bloomed. "Attack the city!" After Andrei saw the resplendent fireworks, he promptly issued an order. The huge weapons of war began to operate, and siege troops madly attacked Newton City. Newton City Master's Mansion. "Governor, is Sir Governor here?" An official hurriedly ran towards the direction of the study. A guard stopped the official and said, "Sir Becco, Sir Governor is resting and won't see anyone." Becco barked, "Get lost. That traitor Andrei has begun to attack the city. Sir Governor needs to preside over the overall situation." The face of the guard changed slightly, and he immediately retreated to the side. Becco pushed open the door of the study and saw Arseny's head lying on the desk with his eyes wide open. He screamed shrilly, "Sir Governor was killed! Who was it? Who killed the governor?" The guards outside the door also rushed into the study. When they saw Arseny's corpse, their eyes were filled with shock. The news of Arseny's death quickly spread in Newton City. When the soldiers of Newton City heard the news, their morale plummeted. Many generals chose to surrender to Andrei on the spot, and the situation quickly collapsed like an avalanche. Before long, the entire Newton city fell into Andrei's control. When the Newton city fell, the entire Tandu province surrendered at the first sign of trouble. Whenever Andrei's emissaries went to a city, those cities surrendered to Andrei. After Andrei captured the Newton city, he left behind a division responsible for reorganizing the surrendered soldiers of the Newton city, while he commanded his army and madly charged towards the Notus province. Along the way, the cities of the Notus province also surrendered at the first sign of trouble. So long as Andrei's army arrived, the gates of those cities would be opened, and the military and political officials would come out and surrender. The main forces of the Notus province had already gathered in the Burgas city. As for the rest of the provinces, even the local forces had already been mobilized by Yang Feng, and they had no power to resist. After Andrei's main forces killed their way into the Notus province, they slowed down and advanced towards the Burgas city very carefully. Andrei's advance was very careful, not giving Yang Feng any chance to mount a sneak attack. At the same time, his main forces poured into the Notus province from the rear. As long as Yang Feng was defeated in the Notus province, then there would be no force on the road leading to the Saint Toulon city that could contend against Andrei's army. Many forces of the Morince Empire were now spectating the struggle between the two princes, Andrei and Garka. They had no intention of getting involved in this whirlpool. If Yang Feng was defeated, then Andrei would gain a huge advantage, and he would be a few steps closer to the throne of the Morince Empire. Faced with Andrei's pressure, Yang Feng just holed up in the Burgas city and methodically trained his troops as usual, improving their fighting strength. Originally, some people in the Burgas city were restless, but when they saw Yang Feng training his troops so confidently, the people in the city felt a lot more at ease. At the same time, without attracting attention, Andro often escorted mysterious convoys shrouded in heavy curtains into the Burgas city. All the people who tried to approach the convoys disappeared into the darkness, and not even their corpses could be found. On the other hand, in the Saint Toulon city, the rumor that Yang Feng purged the high-ranking officers of the Sixth Corps in preparation for independence spread like wildfire. Inside the imperial study, Garka paced back and forth, his eyes flashing with impatience, and he suddenly said, "Bracy, Ian is biding his time in the Burgas city and drilling his troops day and night. Do you think that he will do as the rumors say?" Bracy's eyes flashed with a glint of alarm, and he said loudly, "Your Majesty, this is just a ploy by His Highness to sow discord. Duke Ian will never betray you at this time. You must not change commanders at the last minute. Changing commanders at the last minute is a taboo." Garka dispelled the idea of changing commanders at the last minute and smiled awkwardly. "I know that this is Andrei's ploy to sow discord. However, Ian holed up in the Burgas city and won't go out to fight Andrei. If this goes on, how can we win?" Bracy said with a smile, "Your Majesty, although Duke Ian has hundreds of thousands of troops, but they come from different systems. It's very difficult to command them. Besides, although the hundreds of thousands of troops are numerous, but their fighting strength may not be comparable to that of Andrei's border army. I think Duke Ian's response is correct. As long as he holds the Burgas city, we can slowly exhaust Andrei to death. We have the endless potential of the empire." Garka officially ascended the throne in the Saint Toulon city, and was nominally the emperor of the Morince Empire. Although the various parts of the Morince Empire were watching the battle between the two princes, but as long as Garka's orders weren't arbitrary, the various government agencies would obey the orders issued by the imperial court. This meant that Garka could get a steady stream of reinforcements, money, and people from the Morince Empire. What he lacked was time to convert the money and people into fighting strength. Besides, the longer Garka stayed in the Saint Toulon city, the more consolidated his position as the emperor would be. The more time was delayed, the more advantageous it would be for Garka. This was the benefit of controlling a huge empire. In the rear, Garca used the funds in the treasury to form 10 new legions in one go and began training them. It would only take a certain amount of time for an additional 200,000 troops to be formed. Of course, the fighting strength of the 200,000 troops was far from that of the trump-card legions. Chapter 299. The imperial city of the Saint Toulon city was the symbol of imperial power of the Morince Empire. Whichever prince occupied the city was the tacit emperor. Before the emperor was overthrown by the other princes, the other provinces of the Morince Empire would obey the orders issued by the Saint Toulon city. Once André captured the Saint Toulon city, apart from Garca and the forces of the other princes who would resist, the rest of the provinces would obey his orders. This was the tacit unspoken rule of the Morince Empire. It was for this reason that André led the rebellion and targeted the Saint Toulon city, attacking cities and seizing territory along the way. He had no intention of attacking the other provinces. Bracy's eyes flashed with worry, and he said solemnly, however, Duke Ian was too impatient and his methods were too intense. He purged the upper echelon of the Sixth Corps at once. The fighting strength of the Sixth Corps declined sharply. I think that André won't let go of this great opportunity. The upper echelon of the Sixth Corps was purged by Yang Feng. Although it allowed Yang Feng to take full control of the Sixth Corps, but it also greatly weakened the fighting strength of the Sixth Corps. This was equivalent to crippling the 120,000 troops of the Sixth Corps. After incorporating the surrendered troops of the Empire several times, André's troops had exceeded 300,000 troops. Yang Feng had crippled the Sixth Corps by severing his own arm. Now, he only had 180,000 troops with fighting strength. The strength of both sides had reversed. Garca's eyes flashed with regret and he sighed. He's still too young and impetuous. Bracy said with a smile. No need to worry, Your Majesty. Duke Ian must have his own considerations. He still has more than 300,000 troops at his disposal, so holding the Bourgas city won't be an issue. As long as he stays there and buys us more time to consume André's strength, we'll be the ones to emerge victorious in the end. Garca's eyes flashed with worry and he sighed slowly. I hope so. Notice Province. After André joined up with his main force, he advanced all the way. When the army arrived, the cities of the Notice province changed sides and surrendered. A huge encirclement slowly took shape and completely surrounded the Bourgas city. Yang Feng just watched coldly from the sidelines. From time to time, he sent teams of cavalrymen to devour André's troops. When they encountered André's main force, they immediately chose to retreat to Bourgas city. In the scattered battles, Yang Feng also devoured nearly 4,000 of André's troops. However, André didn't care about the loss of his troops at all. He continued to make arrangements in an orderly manner, constantly shrinking the encirclement, like a noose tightly wrapped around the Bourgas city. After the huge encirclement was formed, André commanded the 460,000-strong army to surround the Bourgas city. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. Outside Bourgas city, there were countless banners and barracks. Fear surged in the hearts of some soldiers above the Bourgas city as they looked at the mighty, majestic, and densely packed enemies outside the city. André rode his horse to the front of Bourgas city and shouted, I am André, Count Ian, I want to talk to you. André's voice, which had been strengthened by Star Knight rank Qi, shrouded the entire Bourgas city, as if it was ringing in everyone's ears. Yang Feng took the numerous ministers of the Bourgas city to the top of the city wall, looked at André from afar, and said with a faint smile, Your Highness André, what else is there to talk about? Could it be that you intend to surrender? Ian, I've already mobilized 800,000 soldiers to surround the Bourgas city. You are now alone, and there won't be any reinforcements coming to your aid. There are less than 300,000 combat-ready troops in your city. Furthermore, you have purged the high-ranking officers of the 6th Corps and crippled their fighting strength. With less than 200,000 combat-ready troops, it will only take me 3 days at most to break through the Burgas city. Ian, I admire you very much. Surrender. As long as you surrender to me, not only will I spare your life, but I'll also let you continue to be the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland. Andre said with a confident smile and high spirit. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, Andre, I still have 300,000 troops at my disposal. You're looking down on me too much if you want me to surrender with just a few words. Andre showed a smile and clapped his hands. Very well, I'll let you see the true strength and trump cards of the Southern Army. An arch-wizard dressed in a black wizard robe took out a black cloth, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the black cloth, and a magic radiance entered the black cloth. Rays of black light shone from the black cloth, and a 30-meter-tall beast with a flat body the size of a football field appeared in front of everyone. It had 8 thick, short legs, and was covered in a layer of black scales. Its head was wrapped in a layer of black scales, and at the same time, it had a 3-meter-long curved blade. When Chiron saw this, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he exclaimed, That's a black-scaled siege behemoth. Fuck, that's one of the strongest siege weapons of the Empire. Damn it, they actually used such a behemoth. Atop the city wall, the complexions of the upper echelon of the Burgas city changed greatly, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The black-scaled siege behemoth was a kind of siege behemoth that was born from the hybridization of several siege divine beasts and other species bred by the god of war Barrios. The black-scaled magic siege behemoth was immune to disintegrate and many other deadly spells. Moreover, its magic resistance and physical resistance were top-notch. Its only weaknesses were its slow movement and slow reaction. However, as a siege weapon, it was very qualified. Only a large city like the Burgas city could withstand the charge of the black-scaled siege behemoth. The city walls of some small cities would collapse upon being hit by the black-scaled siege behemoth. Even if it was a huge city like the Burgas city, Andre's subordinates could still stand on the back of the black-scaled siege behemoth and shoot down the soldiers on the walls. These black-scaled siege behemoths were the treasures of the Southern Army, and they were very rare. Each time they were bred, it would cost at least 60 million gold coins. Moreover, the cost of taking care of these behemoths and the cost of eating them would reach 1 million gold coins every year, and the entire Southern Army only had 4 of them. Now, those 4 black-scaled siege behemoths appeared on the walls of the Burgas city. Seeing those 4 terrifying behemoths even taller than the city walls, the morale of the soldiers on the city walls plummeted. The 4 black-scaled siege behemoths were like 4 tall mobile city walls. As soon as these 4 terrifying black-scaled siege behemoths appeared, the advantage of the Burgas city's city walls shrank a lot. Andre had a proud smile on his face as he clapped his hands. An archwizard took out a black pouch and tossed it casually. Black light shone from the black pouch and fell on the ground. A 20-meter-tall, bald giant with a 15-meter-long wolf-tooth club in hand, engraved with countless mysterious magic runes, and lifeless eyes appeared in front of everyone. Chiron's voice trembled, and he exclaimed, Golem giants! Golem giants were weapons that the radiant primary god Prados of the Morince Empire made from the corpses of the giants after he defeated them. The top-notch alchemy puppet giant had already been taken back to Prados' divine kingdom, leaving only some defective products in the mortal world. But even the defective golem giants were very frightening in terms of fighting strength, especially on the battlefield. When wielding the wolf-tooth clubs, even demigod-rank powerhouses wouldn't be willing to clash head-on with them. Andre released 1 golem giant after another, until a total of 8 golem giants appeared on the battlefield. The complexions of the upper echelon atop the Burgas city's city wall were very unsightly when they saw the 8 golem giants. If Andre didn't have a wizard squad under his command, then by relying on the power of the wizard squad, the the Burgos city might have a chance to get rid of the 8 golem giants after paying a painful price. But the power of the wizard squad under Andre's command might be even stronger than that of Yang Feng's. Under such circumstances, the Burgos city could do nothing about the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths and the golem giants. Andre's eyes shimmered with an ominous glint and he barked, "Ian, Chiron, you have no chance of winning. If you don't surrender, I'll attack the Burgos city with all my strength. On the day the city is breached, the whole city will be slaughtered. Your family, friends, and relatives will all be demoted to slaves for the crime of treason, and they'll sink into depravity forever." When these words came out, the complexions of the Burgos city's upper echelon atop the city wall changed dramatically. Gazes full of peculiar glints fell on Yang Feng. Seeing how powerful Andre was, many people's hearts had quietly changed. Apart from Garca's diehard supporters, no one was willing to risk their lives for Garca in a war they were bound to lose. Yang Feng clapped his hands and praised with a smile. "Amazing! Really amazing! Your Highness Andre, you're too modest. With this force, you'll be able to breach the Burgos city in 2 days at most." The upper echelon atop the city wall stared dumbfounded at Yang Feng, unable to believe their ears. For Yang Feng to say such a thing at such a critical time was a blow to the morale of the defenders. Andre frowned slightly, and an ominous premonition welled up inside him. Yang Feng's calm and indifferent attitude made him very uneasy. Chapter 300. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Unfortunately, you don't have that much time. Listen, the sound of billowing waves is coming from afar." Andre frowned slightly, then his complexion suddenly changed dramatically, and he pointed at Yang Feng and said in a trembling voice, "You destroyed the Homanta Dam?" When these words came out, the complexion of the officials proficient in the Notice province changed dramatically, and they looked at Yang Feng with incredulity and panic in their eyes. The Homanta Dam was a dam built on the upper reaches of the Domani River, which ran through the entire Notice province. Before the construction of the Homanta Dam, the Notice province was often plagued by floods. After the Homanta Dam was built, the Notice province experienced favorable weather, and the use of water became very convenient. Furthermore, the Notice province developed rapidly. Once the Homanta Dam was destroyed, the Notice province would be flooded, and the more than 10 million people in the Notice province would be displaced by the flood. Andre didn't expect Yang Feng to be so ruthless as to destroy the Homanta Dam. Yang Feng smiled faintly, not admitting to it. A white line rose up in the distance, and a great flood that could engulf everything surged from upstream, sweeping toward them with a terrifying power that seemed to be able to devour everything. "Retreat! Retreat at once!" When Andre saw the white line in the distance, his complexion changed dramatically, and he roared frantically. Outside the Burgos city, the soldiers of the Southern Army panicked and fled into the distance like ants under the leadership of their generals. Yang Feng ordered faintly, "Cast a spell to strengthen the city wall." "Yes, sir." Barros, the leader of the wizard squad standing next to Yang Feng, said respectfully. The wizard squads inside the Burgos city silently recited incantations and cast the spell to strengthen the city wall that they prepared the day before. Rays of magical radiance fell on the city wall, making the city wall, which already had an astonishing defensive power, even harder. The flood was extremely ferocious and fast. With the power to crush everything, it swept from upstream and slammed into the 460,000 troops under Andre's command. The 460,000 soldiers that Andre had painstakingly recruited and trained were washed away by the flood like ants being washed away by a stream. The terrifying flood fiercely hit the walls of the Burgos city, causing the walls to shake. However, the walls of the Burgos city could originally withstand the bombardment of legendary spells. Under the blessing of those spells, even a demigod powerhouse might not be able to destroy these terrifying walls in one hit. The entire Burgos city was like a reef, withstanding wave after wave of the flood. Rays of magic light flashed, and the mages under André's command flew into the sky one after another. Fire! Following Yang Feng's order, countless crossbow bolts, and arrows shot towards André's wizards like locusts in the Burgos city. Amidst the dense rain of arrows, the protective spells on the bodies of the mages under André's command exploded, and then they were shot full of holes and fell from the sky. Forbidden space technique. Barros and the other members of the Burgos city's wizard squads unleashed spirit resonance, then pointed at the mages flying in midair with magic staffs in their hands and conjured the legend-rank spell Forbidden Space Technique. A formidable fluctuation of magic enveloped the area, and as if dumplings, the mages flying in the sky fell into the flood. When the mages fell into the flood, they immediately cast a variety of spells in an attempt to escape from the flood. However, the mages didn't expect to encounter a flood. They didn't prepare any spells beforehand. Except for a few dozen people, the rest fell into the flood, flopped around a bit, and then fell silent. In that terrifying flood, almost all of André's 460,000 soldiers were swept away. Only the 4 black-scaled magic blade siege behemoths remained standing under the impact of the flood. On their backs, which were as flat as a football field, stood the high-ranking officers under André's command. The 8 alchemy golem giants were the first to be swept away by the terrifying flood. They fell into the flood and were washed downstream. After the terrifying flood calmed down a bit, the warships that Yang Feng had prepared long ago were released from the city wall. The goods that Andro had secretly transported back to Burgos City were precisely these battleships that could be assembled. Ennio, Duccio, John, and Giacomo, the 4 commanders led their subordinates aboard the warships and charged towards André and his party. The Notus province was traversed by the Domani River. Although the 4 legions weren't professional naval troops, but they could still ride warships and use crossbows to fight. Fire Dragon. Standing on the warships, Barros and the other wizards launched spirit resonance, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at André and his party. Numerous fire dragons suddenly appeared and charged towards André and his subordinates, who were standing on the backs of the 4 black-scaled magic blade siege beasts. Water Curtain Sky Flower. The magicians on the backs of the 4 black-scaled magic blade siege behemoths also cast mental resonance. Curtains of water suddenly appeared and enveloped the area above them. The fire dragons descended from the sky, intertwined with the water curtains, issued sizzling sounds, and large tracts of mist rose. Just as the wizards of both sides were engaged in offense and defense, a swarm of locust-like arrows shot from the warships towards André and his subordinates standing on the backs of the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths. Amidst the dense rain of arrows, one powerful officer after another of the Southern Field Army died tragically under the rain of arrows. At the same time, some wizards whose defenses weren't tight enough were shot to death by the rain of arrows, falling to the ground and falling into the flood. Standing on the back of the black-scaled siege behemoth, André brandished his sword to parry the rain of arrows. His eyes were bloodshot, and he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. In this battle, the 100,000 elites brought by André from the Southern Army were swept clean by Yang Feng. At the same time, a large number of elite surrendered troops suffered heavy casualties. Once he retreated to the south in defeat, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Garca could rely on this period of time to stabilize his position on the throne. With the passage of time, Garca's position on the throne would become more and more stable. André wouldn't stand a chance. While parrying the arrows, a high-ranking officer with a Star Knight rank cultivation base barked, "Your Highness André, run! We'll stay behind to bring up the rear, but you must avenge us in the future. Your Highness André, leave here and avenge us in the future." The high-ranking officers of the Southern Army shouted loudly with bloodshot eyes. As long as André didn't die, the families of the high-ranking officers of the Southern Army would have a chance to make a comeback. Once Andrei died here, the high-ranking officers of the Southern Army would be labeled as traitors, and their families would sink to the bottom. Andrei gritted his teeth, turned around, and his figure blurred. Like a big bird, he landed on the flood, tapped lightly, and his shoes flickered with blue magic light, and a mirror suddenly appeared under his feet. Andrei's figure flickered. Stepping on the mirror in the flood, he quickly fled into the distance. If he stayed outside the Burgas city, then even if he led his subordinates to fight bitterly to the end, the best outcome would be to become a prisoner. He decisively chose to retreat. After all, the warriors of the Four Corps weren't professional Marines. They could only watch helplessly as Andrei escaped by himself. Yang Feng suddenly said, "Chiron!" Chiron's eyes flickered with a complicated glint, and he replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." The many high-ranking officers atop the city wall stared at Yang Feng with a complicated glint in their eyes. Andrei's previously invincible army was wiped out by Yang Feng's flood, suffering heavy casualties. However, the destruction of the Homanta Dam also turned the Notice province into a swamp. More than 10 million residents of the Notice province would become homeless and become refugees. Although the battle was won, but the Notice province might not be able to recover for decades due to the flood. However, a victory was a victory. Yang Feng wiped out Andrei's main force in one fell swoop and reversed the situation. Now, no one could disobey his orders. His prestige in the army had also risen to its peak. Yang Feng said lightly, "I'll leave this place to you. I'm going back to rest." Chiron replied respectfully, "Yes, Sir Marshal." At this time, Andrei's remnants were struggling against the 4 black-scaled siege behemoths. Their defeat was already inevitable, and there was no need for Yang Feng's command. As soon as Yang Feng left the Burgas city's city wall, his body disintegrated, turned into white mist, and collapsed. Andrei gasped for breath as he quickly darted through the flood. He had already fled for dozens of kilometers, yet everywhere he looked, there was still the hateful flood. Looking at the flood, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Other troops were fine, but the 100,000 elites he brought from the Southern Corps were the strongest troops under his command, as well as his foundation. Now that they were thrown outside the Burgas city, it was definitely a heavy blow to him. "Your Highness Andrei, please wait." A black ray of light descended from the sky, landed in front of Andrei, and condensed into Yang Feng's figure. With a smile on his face, Yang Feng blocked Andrei's path of escape. Andrei's eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce glint flashed past them, and he said coldly, "Ian, are you here to take my head and claim credit from Garca? Interesting, I really want to see what kind of ability you have to actually dare to chase after me alone." Chapter 301. Yang Feng uttered with a faint smile, "Your Highness Andrei, I came here just to have a talk with you." Andrei's thoughts revolved, and he revealed a sneer. "You want to have a talk with me? So that's how it is. You're not loyal to that idiot Garca, but to yourself." Yang Feng said calmly, "Your Highness Andrei, I came here today because I'm 80% certain that I can keep you here. What price are you willing to offer?" Andrei's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stared at Yang Feng with frigid killing intent in his eyes. It was the man in front of him who made him fall short of success and pushed him further away from the throne. More than 400,000 troops died tragically at the hands of this man, making him wish he could pull out Yang Feng's tendons and pull out his bones. However, this flood made Andrei even more apprehensive of Yang Feng. At the same time, he felt a vague fear in his heart. As Yang Feng stood quietly in front of Andrei, Andrei couldn't help but guess how many cards Yang Feng still had hidden. The killing intent in the abyss of Andrei's eyes finally faded slowly, and he asked calmly, "What do you want?" Yang Feng replied indifferently, "I want the treasures you collected along the way." When Andrei heard that, His face twitched slightly. He contemplated for a while, and then gritted his teeth and said decisively, "Okay." Andrei had been conquering cities and territories along the way, seizing and looting countless riches from all over the world. He originally planned to use the treasures as his military expenses. Now that the 460,000 troops were washed away by Yang Feng, he was unable to protect the treasures. Therefore, he decided to give them to Yang Feng. It was better for the huge amount of wealth to fall into Yang Feng's hands than into Garka's. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm a wizard and a grandmaster pharmacist. I'm very interested in all kinds of mysterious magic items. For example, rare magic ores, magic plant seeds, rare alchemical items, all kinds of precious magic notes, and mystical secret methods can be exchanged." As the great prince of the Morince Empire, Andrei had the support of 3 top aristocratic families of the Morince Empire. He was also the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army. The treasures he possessed were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Andrei was silent for a while, then flicked his wrist, and a black bag appeared in his hand. He tossed the black bag towards Yang Feng. "Planar stone." When Yang Feng opened the black bag and took a look, his eyes lit up, and excitement shimmered in the abyss of his eyes. Inside the black bag there was a black, ordinary-looking stone. But the ordinary-looking stone was a planar stone that countless Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses of the Tsangji Plane yearned for even in their dreams. The planar stone was the main material used to create a planar path, and a planar path represented a plane's countless resources and boundless wealth. Planar stones were the main material for making planar passageways, and a planar passageways represented countless resources and wealth of a plane. Even in the Tsangji Plane passageways, although the Feisua Plane is Tsangji Plane, the Tsangji continent Feng Plane passageways, Li Plane passageways Feng, Chen, God Highs Lu, Li and God. Yang Feng held the planar stone in his hand with a scorching look in his eyes, as expected of one of the primary material planes that can contend with the Tsangji Plane. Although the Feisua Plane is far smaller than the Tsangji Plane, but it's rich in resources. No wonder countless people covet it. On the Tsangji Plane, once countless warlocks practiced cultivation until the Great Warlock or Starry Sky Warlock rank. They would try their best to explore and colonize planes. That was because the profits from cross-plane trade were more than 10,000 times greater. Many things that were worthless in other planes would be 100 times more valuable in the Tsangji Plane. Similarly, many things that were worthless in the Tsangji Plane would be 100 times more valuable in other planes. Going back and forth, the profits could even reach a terrifying 10,000 times greater. Of course, the risks of cross-plane trade were equally great. A little carelessness, and even terrifying existences such as Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Dawn Warlocks might fall. Some strange existences of powerful planes might be able to destroy all the members of a low-level bloodline warlock family with the power of a curse with just a voice or a sentence. The information collected by Yang Feng in the demonic fighting sect recorded many cases of bloodline warlocks being exterminated by strange existences of some powerful planes. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng put away the planar stone and said with a smile, "I like this gift very much. However, it's still not enough to make you go over. I'm loyal and devoted to His Majesty Garka." Andrei smiled coldly. He pondered for a while, then with a flick of his wrist, threw an oval, light cyan ore towards Yang Feng and said, "This is Thom Divine Iron, one of the main materials used by the gods to forge god armaments according to legend." Yang Feng received the oval-shaped light cyan ore, and his eyes blossomed with traces of ecstasy. "What Thom Divine Iron? This is clearly the rare or cyan Akatani star core. It's the main material used to make the core of indestructible robot." The cyan Akatani star core was a rare ore discovered by the Shizu during their exploration of the universe. This ore was very rare and difficult to synthesize. Even with the technology of the Shizu at their peak, it took them 5 years to synthesize the cyan Akatani star core in Yang Feng's hand. The cyan Akatani star core was one of the main materials used to make the core of the most powerful indestructible robots of the Shizu. It was very precious even for the Shizu at their peak. Yang Feng fiddled with the cyan Akatani star core. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, he smiled and made way. "Okay, you can go." Andre wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he said solemnly, "Ian, I'm clearly much stronger than that trash Garka. Why didn't you choose to side with me, but with that trash? If we join forces, that trash Garka is not worth mentioning. What he can promise you, I can promise you, and even more." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Your Highness Andre, you have many experts under your command. I'm only one of the many under your command. You can defeat His Majesty Garka without my help. But His Majesty Garka is different. Only by relying on me can he defeat you. If I had sided with you at the time, the benefits I would have obtained would not have been comparable to that of His Majesty Garka." Andre pondered for a while, and then revealed a helpless smile. As the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army, Andre had many experts under his command. Moreover, he had the support of the top powerhouses of the three empires. At the time, he only poached Yang Feng because he wanted Garka to have one less helper. If Yang Feng had sided with him at the time, he might not have paid much attention to him. Andre's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint and he promised, "I admit that I underestimated you before. Ian, as long as you side with me now, then when I ascend to the throne, I'll confer you the title of a prince. You'll be the first prince of the Morance Empire with a different surname." Yang Feng smiled faintly and made way. "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Please." Andre heaved a long sigh and walked past Yang Feng vigilantly. Yang Feng suddenly said, "I'll submit my resignation to His Majesty Garka later and take responsibility for the flood of the Notice province." Andre's body trembled slightly, and his eyes shimmered with a complicated glint. His figure shook, and he rushed into the distance. Yang Feng looked at Andre's departing figure, smiled faintly, and turned to leave. In front of the Burgas city, Andre's 460,000 troops were washed away by the flood, suffering heavy casualties. Only 100+ wizards chose to surrender, while the rest of the generals died in battle. Andre had just fled back to the Newton city when he took his subordinates, abandoned their supplies, and fled the Newton city. Andre had just fled, when a mysterious cavalryman appeared outside the Newton city, ransacked the city, and then mysteriously disappeared again. Yang Feng commanded the 300,000 troops to advance steadily and sent envoys to various places. When Yang Feng's envoys arrived at the Tandu province, the major cities of the Tandu province immediately changed their banners and issued envoys. Just as Yang Feng advanced steadily, the memorials sent by countless aristocrats flew into the St. Toulon city like flowers of blood. The greater aristocrats with fiefs in the Notice province, in particular, attacked Yang Feng frantically. Yang Feng's flood not only submerged more than half of the Notice province, but also affected the two surrounding provinces. The greater aristocrats' fiefs were completely submerged, causing them to suffer heavy losses. They hated Yang Feng to the core. However, they didn't dare to explode in front of Yang Feng, a god of death. They could only complain to Garka sitting on the throne in the St. Toulon city. The St. Toulon city, inside the imperial study. Garka held a document and looked at it carefully. His eyes were filled with indescribable joy and delight, but when his gaze fell on a memorial on his right, he frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he picked up the memorial and handed it to Bracy, who was standing at the side. "Bracy, take a look." After Bracy picked up the memorial, he looked at it carefully, and his expression became more and more solemn. Garka showed a relaxed smile and said, Marshal Ian has already submitted his resignation, taking responsibility for the flooding of the Notice province, and recommended Goina as the Supreme General of the Rebel Suppression Army, commanding the various divisions of the Rebel Suppression Army. What do you think? Bracy's complexion changed dramatically, and he said solemnly, Your Majesty, you mustn't allow Marshal Ian to resign. Instead, you should let him wipe out Andre and the other rebels in one fell swoop. Garka said hesitantly, but there are many memorials denouncing Ian. Many greater aristocrats expressed their dissatisfaction with Ian. That great flood drowned the entire Notice province, and more than 10 million people lost their homes. Chapter 302. Bracy said solemnly, Those who achieve great things don't bother about trifles. Marshal Ian's flood drowned His Highness Andre's forces. This proves that Marshal Ian is a godly commander and the best candidate to deal with His Highness Andre. As for the refugees, we can think of other ways to settle them. The top priority now is to eliminate His Highness Andre. Garka was silent for a while, then frowned and handed a few documents to Bracy. Bracy took a look and saw that the documents reported that Yang Feng was cultivating his own forces in the Sixth Corps, which was suspicious of his intentions. At the same time, there were various rumors in the Saint Toulon city that Yang Feng wanted to take control of the Sixth Corps and establish himself as the king of the southern part of the empire. Bracy said decisively, These are rumors, they are not credible. Garka suddenly said, Bracy, Andre's forces are now gone. If Goina becomes the commander-in-chief, will he really lose to him? Bracy sighed inside. Knowing that Garka had made up his mind, he said dispiritedly, I don't dare to speculate, but Marshal Ian is the best candidate. Garka was silent for a while, then waved his hand and said, Okay, you can take your leave. Bracy sighed helplessly and took his leave. Yes, Your Majesty. 2 days later, more than 30 griffins descended from the sky and flew into the headquarters of the Rebel Suppression Army. Marshal Ian, His Majesty has ordered you to be removed from the post of Marshal and recalled back to the Saint Toulon city. I will take over as the Rebel Suppression Army's Marshal. Here are the documents. Goina found Yang Feng, announced Garka's order, and showed him the documents signed by Garka. After Yang Feng checked the documents, he smiled, took out his marshal's seal, handed it to Goina, and said, Then I'll leave this place to you, Goina. My people are currently evacuating refugees from the Notice province. I'll have to trouble you to take good care of them. When Goina saw that Yang Feng handed over his military authority so readily, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little nervous before coming. He was very clear that once Yang Feng became ruthless, he would kill without batting an eye. If he had a choice, he would absolutely not want to offend such an enemy. Goina smiled and said, Don't worry, Duke Ian. I will definitely protect your people as if they are my own people. After a quick handover, Yang Feng took 500 personal guards and headed for the Saint Toulon city. Andro said indignantly, My lord! Why did he hand over the military power to him so easily? We were the ones who defeated Andre. Now we're only one step away from defeating Andre, and Goy has come to reap the fruits of our labor. Truly despicable. The Grand Marshal of the Rebellion Subjugation Army had the authority to command 300,000 troops. Furthermore, the nearby provinces had to listen to the Grand Marshal's orders. His power was monstrous. After Yang Feng defeated Andre, Goina came over and snatched the position of Marshal subduing rebellion without doing anything, which made Andro feel very unbalanced. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom, and he said with a faint smile, The position of Marshal is a big furnace, I have no interest in it. Besides, we've already reaped enough benefits from this trip. The Red Earth Wasteland and the Funès province are our foundation. This time, as long as we transfer the more than 10 million people of the Notice province to the Red Earth Wasteland and the Funès province, we'll have made a fortune. The position of martial subjugation Yang Feng was conferred by Garca. He had no foundation in the military of the Morince Empire. Garca could take the position of martial subjugation Yang Feng with an order. He didn't care about the position of martial subjugation Yang Feng. The Red Earth Wasteland and the Funès province were Yang Feng's fief and his real foundation. Andro thought for a moment, then looked at Yang Feng with eyes full of admiration and exclaimed in admiration, "So that's how it is. No wonder I saw so many caravans and slave traders in the Notice province these days. With their help, we'll be able to better evacuate the refugees from the Notice province. My lord, you're really wise." The flood washed away the fields and residences of most of the people of the Notice province. Now they could only become refugees. In this way, Yang Feng could transfer them to the Red Earth Wasteland and the Funès province as a savior. At this time, the Notice province was already full of caravans of all sizes. Yang Feng offered a high price of 10 gold coins per refugee. As long as the caravans transported the refugees who were willing to leave to the Red Earth Wasteland or the Funès province, they could get a high price of 10 gold coins per refugee. Stimulated by the gold coins, countless caravans rushed into the Notice province like hungry wolves and began to transport the refugees to the Red Earth Wasteland and the Funès province. The St. Toulon city inside the Imperial study. Ian, you did a good job. You didn't let me down. Sitting on the magic chair that only the Emperor could sit on in the Imperial study, Garca looked at Yang Feng standing in front of him, and the abyss of his eyes flashed with satisfaction. Yang Feng handed over the authority of the general to Goyina without hesitation, leaving Garca very satisfied. Yang Feng smiled slightly and said somewhat impatiently, "Thanks to your Majesty, I was able to defeat André smoothly. Your Majesty, I think I should be able to enter the royal treasury and choose 2 more treasures, right?" Garca's eyebrows creased slightly at first, then relaxed, showed a smile, and clapped his hands, saying, "Of course you can." Ripples rose in space, and the Pinnacle Legend rank powerhouse Serene walked out and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." Garca said, "Serene, take him to the treasury and choose 2 treasures." "Yes, Your Majesty." Serene responded, then glanced at Yang Feng, slashed with his hand, opened a spatial gate, and said indifferently, "Come with me." Yang Feng stepped into the spatial gate and entered the royal treasury of the Morince Empire just like last time. Once he entered the royal treasury of the Morince Empire, Yang Feng went to the fiend area, stared at the sealed fiend baron heart, and sank into his thoughts. Fiend barons were frightening existences comparable to starry sky warlocks, and their hearts were extremely rare. Once Yang Feng got his hands on the fiend baron heart, he could create a fiend bloodline warlock family. A peculiar glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes, and he grabbed the fiend baron's heart. By the way, the Cyan Akatani star core and the fiend baron's heart can be made into that treasure. Although it can't improve my cultivation base, but it can greatly improve my fighting strength in a short period of time. After putting the fiend baron heart into his pocket, Yang Feng went towards the mining area. There were also countless treasures in the other areas, but for Yang Feng, the various rare ores in the ore area were of the greatest use to him. There were a lot of dragon crystals in the dragon area, but there were no demigod-rank dragon crystals, only legend-rank dragon crystals. Such dragon crystals could at most be used to make a level 4 extraordinary life-form battle robot, which had little effect on improving Yang Feng's strength. This is inert Atlam stone, one of the main materials for making warp gate. The inert Atlam stone can be used to make 5 warp gates with a radiation range of 3,000 kilometers. Yang Feng stopped in front of a huge red ore and looked at it with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Warp gate technology was one of the technologies grasped by the Shizu. So long as a huge amount of energy was consumed between 2 warp gates, it could allow people to cross a great distance and reach the location of another gate. The red ore was the core material for making warp gate. This kind of inert atlam stone could only be produced in level 2 strongholds or above by consuming a large amount of energy and materials using a more advanced energy and material converter. If he could make 5 warp gates, it would mean that it would take Yang Feng less than a minute to return to the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland from the St. Toulon City. As long as the warp gates were distributed in Yang Feng's territory, he could go to his territory at any time, which was equivalent to bringing his territory closer. The maximum distance of warp gates wasn't just 3,000 kilometers, but the quality and quantity of inert atlam stone weren't good enough. They could only be used to make warp gates that could cross 3,000 kilometers. Star River Mysterious Heavy Stone, the core material for the super-gravity gun. Yang Feng hesitated again and again, before his gaze finally fell on a huge black ore. He made a decision and extended his hand towards the huge black ore. With a flash of light, the Star River Mysterious Heavy Stone flew into Yang Feng's hand. Warp gates could enhance Yang Feng's control over the major forces under his command, while the Star River Mysterious Heavy Stone could greatly enhance Yang Feng's fighting strength and make his combat methods more varied. In the end, Yang Feng chose to enhance his fighting strength. Warlock cultivation basically followed a prescribed order. Yang Feng has already assessed that with his current cultivation speed, it would take him at least a decade to promote to a great warlock. During this process, it was particularly important to enhance his fighting strength. Otherwise, once he died, all his plans would be for naught. After Yang Feng selected the treasures he wanted from the treasury of the Morance Empire, he returned to the Imperial Study. After feigning civility with Garca, he left the Victory Palace. As soon as Yang Feng left the Victory Palace, he went straight to his villa. After entering the villa, he closed the door and refused to see anyone. Before long, outside the St. Toulon City, a level 4 extraordinary life form Thunderhawk, shrouded in countless arcs of lightning, appeared in the air and flew towards the Miracle City at Mach 5 speed while carrying Yang Feng. Chapter 303. The Red Earth Wasteland inside the portable fortified stronghold. Yang Feng took out a black cloak from an export box, and his eyes flickered with excitement. It's finally done! The crystallization of Shizu technology and Warlock technology, the magical mechanical cloak. That black cloak looked very ordinary, just like an ordinary cloak. There was no difference between it and the cloak. However, if a god-rank powerhouse cast a secret method, they would see a small space in the center of the black cloak. Inside the space, there was a crystal petri dish. The petri dish contained a large amount of precious culture fluid. Soaked in the culture fluid was the still-beating fiend Baron Heart. Yang Feng draped the black cloak over his body. With a thought, 2 extremely sharp spikes suddenly extended from the cloak and pierced his neck. From the black cloak came bursts of wicked, formidable, and bloodthirsty power. Yang Feng operated a secret method recorded in Black Dragon Morph, concealed his Black Dragon's blood meridian power, and allowed the formidable wicked power to enter his body. In a split second, a pair of ox horns engraved with mysterious runes grew from the top of Yang Feng's head. The pupils of his eyes dilated and turned crimson, and sharp claws grew from his hands. A bloodthirsty and warlike desire shrouded him, and a terrifying great warlock rank aura diffused from him. Yang Feng felt the changes in his body, and then silently operated a secret method to suppress the bloodthirsty impulse. This is great warlock rank power. The power of a great fiend. This power really isn't easy to manipulate. If one's mind isn't firm enough, then one will become a captive of dark power and sink into slaughter. Fiend warlocks, blood meridian warlocks that rely on dark power, if they don't have secret methods to suppress this desire, or if they have an extremely firm will, then they will become a bunch of dregs. This is one of the flaws of blood meridian warlocks, that is, they are too easily influenced by the life form of the bloodline source. Blood Meridian warlocks had the advantages of easy cultivation and long lifespan, but they also had the disadvantages of Blood Meridian shackles, being suppressed by Blood Meridian, being influenced by the power of the life form of the bloodline source, and so on. There were advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, the Tsangji plane was still the world of orthodox warlock. After Yang Feng transformed into a great fiend, he immediately carried out violent movements and unleashed all kinds of great fiend offensive secret methods, destroying everything in the underground laboratory without the slightest scruple. 10 minutes later, Yang Feng shed his transformation and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. Yang Feng silently calculated. The great fiend transformation can only last for 10 minutes at most, any longer and I won't be able to support it. This calculation was very crucial, which meant that transforming into a greater demon couldn't be used as a regular method. It could only be used as a trump card. After resting for an hour, Yang Feng drank a few vials of elixirs. Only then did he feel that his body had completely recovered to its peak. Let's begin the experiment of transforming into a demon baron. Yang Feng took a deep breath. His eyes congealed, and with a thought, 2 sharp spikes extended from the magical mechanical cloak and pierced his neck. A vast and nearly endless evil force entered Yang Feng from the spike. The black magical mechanical cloak fluttered despite the lack of wind. Enveloped by dense black demonic qi, high-energy crystals in the power source chamber turned into ashes in an instant. Yang Feng's body swelled, and he became 3 meters tall. A pair of 30-centimeter-long horns grew on his head. His face became sinister and distorted, covered in mysterious black magic runes. His muscles tightened, his eyes flashed with a sinister and bloodthirsty red light, and demonic qi surged from his body. He looked like a ferocious fiend that walked out of hell. A frightening starry sky warlock rank aura diffused from Yang Feng. An extremely evil will attacked Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Yang Feng operated a secret method in an attempt to resist the impact of the frightening evil will. The Fiend Baron's heart inside the magical mechanical cloak was beating cheerfully, and formidable power gushed out of the Fiend Baron's heart and rushed towards Yang Feng. Nourished by various elixirs refined by Yang Feng, the Fiend Baron's heart came to life and became one of the power sources of the magical mechanical cloak. Thanks to this, Yang Feng could freely transform into fiends of various rank. Warning! Warning! The host has reached the limit. Immediately activate the safety device and cut off the supply of fiend power. Information flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, and the magical mechanical cloak automatically pulled the spike out of Yang Feng's neck. At the same time, it cut off the supply of power to the Fiend Baron's heart. The culture liquid in the petri dish quickly flowed away. Having lost its source of power, the Fiend Baron's heart stopped pumping power. Yang Feng broke away from the frightening fiend power. His body went limp and he fell to the ground, sweating profusely. The Fiend Baron is indeed a demigod-rank existence. I can only transform for 5 seconds. I can only maintain my consciousness for 3 seconds. Yang Feng looked at the data analysis and revealed a bitter smile. Although the magical mechanical cloak provided a tremendous amount of fiend power, yet it couldn't eliminate the various formidable negative forces contained within the fiend power. Yang Feng's physical constitution couldn't withstand the Fiend Baron transformation. In fact, the best transformation was the Black Dragon transformation. If he could get his hands on a living immemorial black dragon heart and a dragon crystal, then with the magical mechanical cloak, Yang Feng could carry out the immemorial black dragon transformation. Such a transformation would definitely take much longer than the Fiend Baron transformation. The magical mechanical cloak utilized Shizu technology and the extremely precious Cyan Akatani star core. It had unlimited evolution potential. Not only could it enable Yang Feng to carry out the Fiend Baron transformation, but if he could get his hands on the hearts of immemorial black dragons, giants, kindred, four-armed trolls, and other formidable life forms in the future, he could also use the power of those hearts to carry out various transformations. After producing a few more weapons in the portable fortified stronghold, Yang Feng appeared in the Miracle City and skillfully dealt with various affairs. After everything was done, Yang Feng returned to the St. Toulon city, entered the Magic College, and began to cultivate in seclusion. He operated the various secret methods recorded in the Black Dragon Morph and absorbed the Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone Essence. On the other side, after Goyina obtained military power, he attacked all the way, causing Andre to retreat in defeat and recovering numerous lost territories along the way. Andre retreated all the way until he finally retreated to the Merton province. Taking advantage of Goyina's arrogance and complacency, Andre suddenly took 30,000 cavalrymen to the rear of Goyina's army, attacked the Dandun city, where Goyina had stockpiled provisions, and burned the provisions of the 400,000 troops commanded by Goyina in one fell swoop. After Goyina's army received the news, its morale wavered, and it could only retreat. Taking advantage of Goyina's retreat, Andre frantically pursued and defeated Goyina's army in one fell swoop, killing and accepting the surrender of countless people. Goyina could only flee back to the Tandu province in a sorry state. He mobilized 300,000 troops from the Tandu province to defend and contend against Andre. Just as Andre was preparing for a decisive battle with Goyina in the Tandu province, the Desert Empire launched a sneak attack on the Gahilid province. Andre had no choice but to turn back and fight the Desert Empire. Time passed, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. The deepest secret chamber of an 8-story tall magic tower located in the Magic College slowly opened, and Yang Feng walked out of the secret chamber. After a year of bitter cultivation, Yang Feng used a secret method recorded in Black Dragon Morph to absorb a part of the Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone Essence into his body. However, with Yang Feng's current strength, he was still far from being able to fully absorb the Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone Essence. Even so, after absorbing part of the Dragon Bone Essence, the strength of Yang Feng's bones was strengthened by dozens of times, and they were even harder than some frail Starry Sky warlocks. To absorb Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone Essence, many rare materials were needed. Even if ordinary warlocks with Black Dragon bloodline got their hands on Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone Essence, they would find it difficult to absorb its essence. Yang Feng plundered the wealth of the entire Tyrannid subcontinent and had countless precious materials on him. Therefore, absorbing Moonlight Warlock rank Dragon Bone Essence wasn't a problem. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng looked at the black summon stone in his hand, and his eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint. He whispered, "It seems that I have to make a trip to the Elven Empire." The ancient Green Forest City was the only window of communication between the elves and the outside world. It was a super city blessed by the Elven divine system's gods. An incomparably huge fleet of carriages slowly approached from afar. What a beautiful city! Sitting in a luxurious carriage, Yang Feng looked outside through the carriage's window and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. That ancient green forest city was like a huge mountain that had its top shaved off by someone with supreme divine power and hollowed out the inside, forming a majestic and extraordinary super city. Although the ancient green forest city was called a city, but in fact it was full of all kinds of plants. Because it was a place blessed by the gods, it was like spring all year round, and fragrant flowers grew everywhere. When the wind blew, bursts of refreshing fragrance wafted in the air, full of natural beauty. Sitting on the other side of the carriage, Faldina smiled sweetly and said, "Of course. Elves are the race closest to nature. Many of them claim to be children of nature." Chapter 304. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Son of nature, are there any other sons of nature among the elves? What other sons of nature are there?" Sons of nature were strange beings of the Feisua plain. Children of nature were born to be nature's favorite. They could learn countless nature-attributed spells from nature without a teacher. They didn't need to construct spell models in their spirit sea to be able to cast spells like human warlock. Sons of nature were one of the strongest beings of the Feisua plain. In forests, jungles, swamps, and other areas with complex natural environments, they possessed terrifying power bonuses. More than 2/3 of the elven gods of the Feisua plain had the title of Son of Nature. Faldina rolled her eyes at Yang Feng and said, "Elves might not even give birth to a son of nature in 100 years. How could they be so simple? As I said, elves call themselves sons of nature. Do you understand?" Yang Feng smiled and said, "Now I understand." When Faldina saw Yang Feng's indifferent smile, she became furious. She lifted the curtains covering the carriage's window and looked outside, admiring the beautiful ancient green forest city. "This is the ancient green forest city. Please show me your proof of identity." When the huge convoy arrived in front of the ancient green forest city, 2 elven warriors immediately stopped the convoy. "Elves for you." Yang Feng carefully sized up the 2 elven warriors blocking the way, and his eyes flashed with appreciation. Elves had more females than males, and the number of female elves was far greater than that of male elves. The 2 elven warriors were both female elves, and they were both beautiful. The reason why elves had more females than males was related to the Tsangji Plains human warlock. After the Tsangji Plains human warlocks conquered the Feisua plain, terrifying human warlocks unleashed secret methods and reversed the fertility of the elven mother tree. More than 95% of the elves born from the elven mother tree were female. During the time when the Tsangji Plains human warlocks dominated the Feisua plain, the position of Great Elven Monarch, which had always been held by male elves, was replaced by a female elven monarch, and that tradition had been maintained until now. On the Feisua plain, traces of the Tsangji Plains past could be found in many places. After a flat-chested beautiful elven warrior examined Yang Feng's identity card, she said coldly, "Go in. However, I have to remind you that this is not your human kingdom. Any attempt to do harm to our fellow countrymen will be severely punished. This kind of punishment will even implicate your companions and guarantors, so please pay attention to your actions." If a human wanted to enter the ancient green forest city to trade with the elves, not only would they need to prove their identity, but they would also need to prove that they had no criminal records. At the same time, they also needed a reputable guarantor. Once someone hunted elves in the ancient green forest city, the Elven Empire would kill everyone in that person's caravan as well as their guarantor. Any human who approached the ancient green forest city without identification or a guarantor would be warned by the elves, or even attacked directly. Even so, the huge profits from hunting elves still made countless human slave hunters use all kinds of methods to sneak into the ancient green forest city to hunt elves. The human slave hunters who attempted to hunt the elves in the ancient green forest paid a huge price. Their skulls hung all over the ironwood corpse forest, but there were still people who wanted to hunt the elves in the ancient green forest. The beautiful elven warriors weren't very friendly towards Yang Feng. The huge caravan slowly entered the ancient green forest city. Once he entered the ancient green forest city, Yang Feng saw that the inside of the ancient green forest city was completely different from the human cities of the Feisua plain. In the ancient green forest city, the streets were very spacious. At the same time, the streets were covered with a layer of fluff-like grass that was only 5 centimeters long. On both sides of the streets, there were large hollow trees up to 30 meters tall and a few meters to 10 meters in diameter. The large hollow trees had been transformed into tree houses, inns, and shops. The ancient green forest city was filled with a mixture of the fragrance of flowers and grass, and the air was extremely fresh. Yang Feng keenly felt that the life magic energy and the vigor of heaven and earth in the ancient green forest city were several times higher than in other places. It was very suitable for cultivation and living. The ancient green forest city was like a flat and orderly huge forest, but there were elves and many merchants living in the forest. Many elves in the Elven Empire had removed their rejection of the outside world, and were holed up in the elven woods to live their simple lives. There were also many elves who liked to come into contact with humans. The ancient green forest city was the window through which elves came into contact with the outside world. Therefore, elves that were rarely seen in the outside world were very common here. Artes had already made preparations in the ancient green forest city. Yang Feng and his huge caravan went directly to the prearranged settlement and unloaded the goods. After doing all this, Yang Feng took Faldina and the 3 sacred swordsmen to the entrance of the Elven Woods. The entrance to the Elven Woods was behind the ancient green forest city. At the entrance, there were 1,000 elite elven warriors stationed. The 1,000 elite elven warriors were all great knight rank powerhouses or above. This is the entrance to the Elven Woods. Don't come within 500 meters of this place unless it's an emergency. Yang Feng's group of 5 had just arrived at the entrance of the Elven Woods, when a flat-chested elven beauty dressed in green leather armor, with a beautiful appearance, slender legs, and a heroic aura blocked their path and barked. At the same time as the flat-chested elven girl berated, the 100 elven warriors quickly drew their bows and aimed their arrows at Yang Feng's group of 5. Yang Feng took out the green leaf given to him by Karina. I am a good friend of Belinda and Karina, the Red Earth Wasteland's Duke Ian of the Red Earth Wasteland. This is my token. As soon as the green leaf appeared, it blossomed with faint green radiance containing the aura of nature. When the flat-chested elven commander saw the green leaf, her pretty face changed, and she looked at Yang Feng with a somewhat strange gaze. The tone of the flat-chested elven commander became a bit gentler. So you are Ian. My name is Danny. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone notify the higher-up. Danny waved her hand, and the 100 elven warriors behind her lowered their bows. Then, she said a few words to an elf beside her. That elf walked briskly to the side of a big tree, grabbed a bowl-sized red flower that was chained to a vine, and whispered a few words. There was a soundproof barrier set up in the area where the big tree was located. Even Yang Feng, an expert with a level 3 warlock rank physique, couldn't hear what the elf said. Before long, a handsome young elf with snow-white skin, short silver hair, and gorgeous clothes arrived at the entrance to the Elven Woods under the escort of a dozen beautiful silver-haired elves. The peerlessly handsome young male elf, who was even more handsome than Amadeo, who was known as the most handsome man in the Morance Empire, exuded endless arrogance. He glanced at Yang Feng with an aloof gaze, his eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he barked. You're Ian. You lowly, petty, ugly, and disgusting human, you dare to come to our elven empire. Men, capture him for me. Danny's complexion changed slightly, her eyebrows creased slightly, and she raised her hand. The 100 elven warriors behind her immediately raised their bows and pointed at Yang Feng's group of 5. Danny's beautiful eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and she said frigidly, Ian, surrender! If you resist, you'll be killed without mercy. The elves at the entrance to the Elven Woods were battle elves who had gone through countless battles. Each of them had hearts of stone, and they had killed who knew how many slave hunters who attempted to hunt elves. So long as they received an order from their superiors, these battle elves could even kill unarmed human women and children. They were the most iron-blooded elven warriors. Yang Feng frowned slightly, stared at Danny, and said unhurriedly, Is this how elves treat their guests? Danny's beautiful eyes flickered with frigid killing intent, and she said frigidly, I'm just a commander. I can only carry out orders from my superiors. Ian, please give up resistance. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Yang Feng's gaze shifted and fell on the handsome male elf, saying in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Please wait a moment, Mr. Elf. I don't think we've met before, have we? Excuse me, when did I offend you? Why did you order me to be arrested as soon as we met? The eyes of the handsome silver-haired elf flashed coldly, and he barked. You executioner whose hands are stained with the blood of elves, you have no right to ask my name. Why haven't you arrested him yet? Do you want to disobey my orders? The eyes of the elven guards at the entrance to the elven woods shimmered coldly, and they stared at Yang Feng with frigid, killing intent. The elven population was relatively small. The total elven population of the Elven Empire was only a little over 20 million. It couldn't even compare to the population of the most populous province of the Morance Empire. The sparse population led to the elves being very united. When they heard that Yang Feng was the murderer of their compatriots, their eyes shimmered with frigid, killing intent. Before the silver-haired handsome elf's words fell, Yang Feng suddenly rushed towards the silver-haired handsome elf lightning fast. Chapter 305. It happened so suddenly that the elves didn't expect Yang Feng to take the initiative to attack. Only Danny, who had been staring at Yang Feng, had her pretty face change. She erupted with Sky Knight rank chi and stabbed at Yang Feng's back like a meteor. Yang Feng didn't evade in the slightest. As if a ghost, he appeared in front of the silver-haired elf and extended his hand to grab him. A silver moonlight suddenly erupted from the necklace on the chest of the silver-haired elf and formed a silver moonlight shield. Yang Feng's fist slammed into the silver moonlight shield, and the frightening force completely shattered the silver moonlight shield. The silver moonlight shield was only a level 2 defensive spell, so how could it block an all-out blow from the humanoid dragon-like Yang Feng? However, the silver moonlight shield also blocked Yang Feng's sure-kill blow, giving the silver-haired male elf some time to catch his breath. His face twisted in horror, he turned around and shouted, "Save me, quickly save me!" Ding! Danny's sword stabbed at the cloak on Yang Feng's back, issuing a crisp sound of metal striking metal. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of horror. She poured all her strength into this sword strike. Even human sacred swordsman rank powerhouses wouldn't dare to block this sword strike with their bodies. Yang Feng's gaze was silent, and he slapped Danny in the abdomen. With a wah sound, Danny was sent flying backward like a broken rag doll. Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs sprayed from her cherry lip. "Stop, you lowly and damned human!" Following a tender shout, the figures of 2 silver-haired elves, who looked more beautiful than ordinary elves, shook, and they appeared in front of Yang Feng. They pulled out elven swords from their waists and, carrying Sky Knight rank silver moonlight chi, stabbed at Yang Feng like vipers. Without evading, Yang Feng grabbed the silver-haired male elf, and then swung the swords of the 2 beautiful silver-haired female elves. The pretty complexions of the 2 silver-haired elves changed. They reversed their chi and forcibly withdrew their swords. The reversal of chi caused the 2 silver-haired elves' pretty faces to turn bright red, and they directly spat out a mouthful of blood. With the force of a mountain, Yang Feng's palm slammed into the abdomen of a silver-haired female elf and sent her flying. As if a meteor, she slammed into another silver-haired female elf, causing them to collide and seriously injure each other. All of this happened very quickly. As soon as Yang Feng grabbed the silver-haired male elf, he felt a frightening aura firmly lock on his head, as if a divine bow was pointed at his head, ready to shoot at any time. A feeling of life-threatening danger welled up inside him. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng grabbed the silver-haired male elf and blocked in that direction. That terrifying aura suddenly stagnated. Yang Feng looked at the elven warriors and barked, "All of you, stop! Otherwise I'll kill this stupid silver-haired pig." The elven warriors suddenly froze, staring at Yang Feng and the silver-haired male elf in his hand. Yang Feng said coldly, "Put down your weapons. Otherwise I'll break one of his fingers." The silver-haired male elf screamed, "Don't you dare! Ian, I am the only male of the Ramonfin family, Benedict. If you dare harm a finger of mine, I will kill you. If you dare to hurt a finger of mine, I'll have your whole family die without a burial ground. Among the elves, the two races most favored by the elven primary goddess Mophisaraja were the Sun Elves and the Moonlight Elves. Among the Sun Elves, the Crossdale family and the Moonlight Elves, the Ramonfin family, were known as families with divine beauty. The Moonlight Elves were royalty among the elves. Males were scarce among the elves. Benedict was simply a treasure of the elves. He was the hope of the Moonlight Elves to maintain the purity of their bloodline and not rely on the inheritance of the elven mother tree. His status in the Elven Empire was extremely high. Is that so? Then I'll break one of your fingers first. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then pinched his hands and easily broke one of the fingers of the silver-haired male elf. Blood gushed out of Benedict's finger and scattered on the ground. Benedict's face turned pale and distorted, and he screamed, "My finger! It hurts! It hurts! My finger, you dare to break my finger! You fiend! You fiend!" Yang Feng barked, "Shut up!" Benedict immediately sobbed and shut his mouth. Looking at Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with resentment. Yang Feng said coldly, "Have them put down their weapons. Otherwise, I'll break another finger of yours." Benedict immediately shouted at the elven guards, "What are you waiting for? Drop your weapons. Do you want me to break another finger?" The elven guards looked at each other, hesitated for a moment, then clenched their teeth and dropped their weapons. Yang Feng pointed with a finger. Magic radiance flickered on his finger and, like a whirlpool, collected the weapons of the fallen elven warriors and flew into his storage ring. Yang Feng turned to look at a tall tree in the west and said coldly, "The elf hiding in the west, come out. I'm not happy that you're hiding there. If I'm not happy, I might break another finger of his." On top of a large tree with lush foliage, a tall and slender woman with long silver hair walked out. She was wearing an exquisite emerald green leaf armor that was unique to the elves. She had a slim waist and perky buttock. Her breasts were full and alluring, and her shape was perfect. She exuded an alluring charm, and her appearance was even more beautiful than Karina's. However, she had a hint of a heroic aura about her. The eyes of the peerless beauty were as cold as two sharp arrows, never leaving Yang Feng's vital parts. There was a silver bow in her hand, and the silver bow exuded heart-palpitating fluctuations of power. Yang Feng looked at the peerless, silver-haired elven beauty and exclaimed in admiration, "What an elven beauty! What's your name? Which elven family do you come from? Don't refuse to answer my questions. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your brother will have to break another finger." A look of fear and pain on his face, Benedict implored, "Kafalina, save me, I don't want to break another finger. It hurts. It's killing me." Kafalina shot Benedict a somewhat resentful look, sighed faintly, and said in a magnetic voice, "I am Kafalina from the Ramonfin family, the elder sister of the good-for-nothing guy in your hands." Yang Feng said coldly, "Kafalina, drop the bow in your hand, if you still want to keep your brother intact." With the powerful perception of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng could sense the frightening power contained in the silver bow. Kafalina raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "This is the Moonlight Divine Bow, a treasure of our family. We won't give it to anyone. Ian, you're just a trifling Star Knight. In the Elven Woods, you can't escape even if you grow wings. Let go of my brother, and I'll spare your life." Frightening auras rose in the vicinity of the Elven Woods, and Elven experts at the Sky Knight rank and above rushed over. Among them, there were even 3 Sacred Swordsman rank Chi soaring into the sky, and Legend Wizard rank Spirit Force stirred the vigor of heaven and earth, forming dark clouds in the sky. The complexions of the lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius and the other 2 Sacred Swordsmen changed slightly, and their eyes shimmered with graveness. Faldina, on the other hand, stared at Yang Feng with a bright smile, not caring about the arrival of the elven experts. "Oh, is that so? How interesting. Let's see what you have." Yang Feng smiled faintly, and a cold glint flashed past his eyes. A secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel pierced Benedict's abdomen, and a copious amount of blood flowed out of Benedict's abdomen and scattered on the ground. Benedict looked at the sword that had pierced through his abdomen, his handsome face contorted as he screamed miserably, "Save me! Save me! Sister! Save me! Sister!" Kaufalina's pretty complexion changed and she barked, "Stop! Ian, what do you want? Do you really want to be enemies with us elves? Very interesting. I'd like to see if you can keep me here. Before that, let me kill the only male of the Remonfin family. I'll let the Remonfin family die out. I think that, if he dies, the expressions of the gods you believe in will be very interesting. By the way, I'm a duke conferred by His Majesty the Emperor of the Morance Empire. I have more than 500,000 troops in my territory. You elves are welcome to attack. I think that many human aristocrats will be looking forward to a large number of elven slaves." Yang Feng grabbed Benedict and flung him around, revealing a frigid smile. Kaufalina felt a slight chill in her heart when she heard that, and her eyes filled with apprehension as she looked at Yang Feng. Elves were extremely powerful in the elven woods. Even if a 1 million human army came to suppress them, only death would await them in the woods. However, once elves went to fight in other places, although they were still the best archers, but they were no longer invincible existences. Once Benedict was killed by Yang Feng, the elven gods in the starry sky would fly into a rage, and the elves would be forced to leave the elven woods and fight outside. In that case, the advantage of the elves would be lost, and who knows how many elves would have to die to win the war. Who knows how many elves would end up as slaves and playthings of human aristocrats. Chapter 306. Kaufalina, since Duke Ian wants the moonlight divine bow in your hands, then give it to him. Exuding the aura of a powerhouse, 4 beautiful elves around the age of 27 or 28 walked over. In the lead was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, a tall and voluptuous figure, and a charming appearance. Exuding the majesty of a superior, she looked like a ripe honey peach, and slowly walked over. Kaufalina's eyebrows creased slightly. She hesitated for a moment, then waved her hand and threw the moonlight divine bow to Yang Feng. Yang Feng grabbed the moonlight divine bow and put it into a storage ring. The beautiful woman full of majesty raised her lily-white hand, and the elven warriors guarding the entrance to the elven woods put away their bows and arrows. At the same time, she said with a gentle smile towards Yang Feng, "Duke Ian, I am Urza, an elder of the elves. We elves have no malice towards you. Now, can you release Benedict? He is still a naive child. If he offended you in any way, then I apologize on his behalf." Yang Feng smiled faintly, then pulled out the sword that pierced Benedict's abdomen, pointed with his finger, and a stream of healing water suddenly flew out and entered Benedict's abdomen, healing his injuries. Yang Feng's sword deliberately avoided Benedict's vital point. Under the effect of the healing water, the injury on Benedict's abdomen quickly healed. Aisha silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger, and streams of healing water suddenly appeared and entered the bodies of the elven warriors injured by Yang Feng, quickly healing their injuries. "Speak, why are you framing me? You're saying that I'm an executioner with elven blood on my hands. If you dare to lie, then I'll stab you in the gut. That'll be fun." Yang Feng grabbed Benedict and cast a lie detection spell on him. Staring fiercely at Benedict, he unleashed the divine energy of fear, and a frightening pressure emanated from him and enveloped Benedict. Benedict was originally full of fear of Yang Feng. Just now, he was stabbed by Yang Feng, which further proved that Yang Feng didn't care about his identity as a member of the Remonfin family. Under the effect of the divine energy of fear, he viewed Yang Feng as a godlike existence and poured out all of his dirty thoughts. "Karina always mentions your name, Ian. I'm jealous of you, and that's why I came to frame you. Let me go, Ian. I won't do it again. Hearing Benedict's words, the surrounding elves were disappointed. The elven warriors at the entrance of the elven forest stared at the lie detection spell on Benedict's body. After discovering that the spell proved Benedict's words, they became even more disappointed. Disdainful gazes were focused on Benedict. Kafelina's brows furrowed slightly. The expressions of Elsa and the three elven elders behind her weren't very good. Yang Feng said with a cold smile, I heard that elves are an elegant and noble race. It seems that they're just SOSO. What a disappointment. Elsa said with a gentle smile, Duke Ian, Benedict is still an insensible child. Why do you have to be calculative with a child? Yang Feng frowned slightly. Aisha's gentle attitude made it hard for him to continue to be overbearing. However, he was also somewhat unwilling to let go of Benedict in this way. Ian, you're here. Big Sister Kafelina, Elder Elsa, why are you here? Along with a bell-like voice, Karina, dressed in an emerald green leaf armor, leaped out of the elven forest and appeared in front of everyone, her innocent eyes full of curiosity. Karina saw Benedict, who was held hostage by Yang Feng, at a glance, and her slim eyebrows creased slightly. Ian, why did you capture Big Brother Benedict? Yang Feng replied with a smile. He framed me and wanted to capture me. So I captured him in passing. The elven warriors of the elven forest shimmered with shame in the abyss of their eyes. More than 100 elven warriors couldn't stop Yang Feng, allowing him to easily capture Benedict. This was a dereliction of duty. Karina looked at Elsa and the other elven elders standing aside and said, Let him go. I'm begging you, okay? Okay. Yang Feng very straightforwardly threw Benedict towards the silver-haired elves as if he was a large piece of trash. The silver-haired moonlight elves quickly stepped forward, helped Benedict up and glared at Yang Feng. Once Benedict was safe, his handsome face twisted and he screamed loudly, Capture him! Elder Elsa, Big Sister Kafelina, quickly capture him. He broke 2 of my fingers, you have to avenge me. Yang Feng frowned slightly, his eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he looked coldly at the elves. If the elves really lost their reason and wanted to capture him, he would no longer be merciful. Aisha frowned and said in a cold voice, Isa, Belle, the 2 of you take Benedict back and lock him in the Blackwood Tree dungeon. That's my order. Yes, Elder Elsa. The 2 silver-haired moonlight elves responded respectfully, then helplessly grabbed Benedict and walked towards the elven forest. As he walked, Benedict shouted loudly, Elsa, you don't have the right to treat me like this. I'll tell my mother and let her punish you. You better remember this. For a lowly human to treat me like this, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Elsa smiled helplessly and said, I'm sorry, Duke Ian, for making a fool of himself. He's just a spoiled brat. I hope this won't affect the friendship between us elves and the Red Earth Wasteland. The lower-class elves might not know of Yang Feng's prestige. However, the upper-class elves were well aware that a giant had risen in the Red Earth Wasteland in recent years, and that was Duke Ian. After absorbing millions of people from the Notus province, the strength of the Red Earth Wasteland skyrocketed geometrically. The number of its main forces had expanded to 200,000, and they were drilling day and night. In addition to the Red Earth Wasteland, the Funès province had also received millions of refugees from the Notus province, who had now settled in the Funès province. The population of Duke Ian's territory exceeded 10 million, which was equivalent to a quarter of the Elven Empire's population. Even Elsa didn't dare to slight such a bigwig. Benedict was the only male of the Ramonfin family. He had been pampered and spoiled since childhood. He was completely spoiled and ignorant of the continent's situation. Elsa and the other elven elders understood the weight of the Red Earth Duke Ian's name. Yang Feng's title of Duke and his territory were built on the backs of countless corpses. Besides, Yang Feng had a close relationship with the Emperor of the Morance Empire, and he was a masterful strategist. Once a war broke out, it would be a situation that the Elven Empire didn't want to see. Indifferent, Yang Feng replied politely with a trace of alienation, "Of course not." Elsa's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. She could naturally sense the alienation and indifference in Yang Feng's word. Karina smiled sweetly like 100 flowers blooming, making people feel relaxed and happy. "Let's not talk about these trivial matters. Ian, let's go. I'll take you to the Elven Woods to have a good time." When Yang Feng saw Karina's smile, the pressure in his heart was swept away, and he said with a smile, "Okay." Kafelina creased her eyebrows slightly and said, "Elder Elsa." The Elven Woods was the place where the elves of the Elven Empire lived. Apart from elves, very few people could enter. Even half-elves, who had a close relationship with elves, could only live outside the Elven Wood. Kafelina felt a little uncomfortable that Yang Feng's group of humans entered the Elven Woods. Elsa shook her head and didn't let Kafelina stop Yang Feng's party. The Elven Woods was the place where elves lived. As soon as he entered the Elven Woods, Yang Feng saw many magic plants that were rarely seen in the outside world. Elves were high elves of the Sandra Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. Reportedly, the Sandra Plane was filled with countless extraordinary plants. It was the most popular paradise for extraordinary plant-type human warlock. High elves of the Sandra Plane were terrifying existences that weren't inferior to fiends, dragons, giants, and other extraordinary life forms. In terms of physical constitution alone, high elves of the Sandra Plane couldn't compare to fiends, dragons, giants, and other extraordinary life forms that excelled in physical constitution. However, high elves were proficient in all kinds of nature spells and elemental spells. Children of nature and elemental children were very common among high elves. After elves came to the Feisua Plane, they gradually degenerated and merged with the Feisua Plane, forming the present ordinary elves. Although they were still much more talented than humans, but they were far from comparable to the high elves of the Sandra Plane. Most of the elves of the Feisua Plane were proficient in nature spells, influenced by their ancestors. As for elves proficient in elemental spells, there were very few. On the Feisua Plane, an elven son of nature would appear every few hundred years. As for elemental children, none had appeared. Elves proficient in nature spells continuously transformed the elven woods they lived in. After tens of thousands of years of transformation, the elven woods had become a paradise for extraordinary plants. Here, one could find extraordinary plants that many apothecaries yearned for. Chapter 307. When sunlight fell on the elven woods, it was absorbed by the extraordinary plants in different ways, forming magnificent and resplendent rainbows. The elven woods was full of vitality and filled with formidable life magic energy. The concentration of life magic energy here was even higher than in the Victory Palace. Walking in the elven woods, Yang Feng admired the beautiful scenery and exclaimed, "The scenery here is really beautiful." The elven woods was really picturesque. If it was on Earth, who knows how many people would come here as tourists? Karina said proudly, "Of course it's beautiful. This is the home that we elves built with great difficulty." Yang Feng smiled. He, who was proficient in the history of the Feisua Plane, understood why Karina was so proud. The elves of the Feisua Plane were annihilation squads dispatched by high elves of the Sandra Plane. After the high elven annihilation squads came to the Feisua Plane, they fought countless fierce battles with the indigenous gods of the Feisua Plane, and then obtained the elven woods to recuperate. The high elven annihilation squads suffered heavy casualties in the fierce battles. The surviving powerhouses ignited their divine fire and became elven gods of the Feisua Plane. After the gods signed the Treaty of the Gods, which prohibited the true bodies of gods from descending to the secular world to fight. Under the divine decree of the human gods, the Morans Empire, the Titan Empire, and other human states had formed several expeditionary forces to suppress the elves. The expeditionary forces that were sent to subjugate the elves were thrown into disarray by the elves in the elven forest and suffered heavy casualties. As a result, the elves were able to gain a foothold on the Fesua plain. It was also during the past several millennia that the elves were gradually accepted by the races of the Fesua plain. Divine decrees to suppress the elves were rarely seen. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Karina, why did you call me over this time? In a few days I will come of age. According to the customs of the elves, I will be an adult in a few days. I can get married. A few guys came over and wanted to marry me. I didn't want to, so I came to you for help." After Karina said that straightforwardly, she suddenly fell into hesitation. She silently recited an incantation, waved her lily-white hand, and a silent spell enveloped her and Yang Feng. Not far behind, Faldina raised her eyebrows slightly, and then looked around curiously with a look of indifference. The Elven Forest was an important place in the Elven Empire. Very few other races could enter this area. Karina had an extraordinary status in the Elven Empire, and Yang Feng was a greater aristocrat of the Morance Empire. Due to these two factors, he was able to set foot in the Elven Forest. If Yang Feng was just an ordinary person, then even if he was a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse or even a legend rank wizard, it would be very difficult to get permission from the elves to enter the Elven Woods. A solemn expression flashed across Karina's pretty face. "I have the ability to foresee. Clairvoyance." When Yang Feng heard that, raging waves were suddenly set off in his heart. The ability to foresee was one of the extraordinary powers of time. There were very few intelligent beings with the ability to foresee and predict. This kind of extraordinary ability had nothing to do with cultivation, only talent. Even strong divine force-ranked gods might not have the ability to foresee. Those who possessed this ability were extremely rare, but once they appeared, they would be fought over by various powerful forces. Ordinary foresight was fine, but if it involved the rise and fall of a major force, then it could even save a major force, or make it more prosperous. Of course, the ability to foresee was very unstable. Even in the history of the Tsangji Plain, the Time Lord, who was known to have the strongest ability to foresee, could only see some fragments of the future. Besides, the future wasn't unchangeable. When you saw fragments of the future, some of your inadvertent actions might affect the changes in the future. Even so, existences with the ability to foresee were even crowned as prophets among many races and civilizations, and were worshipped by countless people. With a strange expression on her face, Karina said unhurriedly, "Recently, I have often seen some vague fragments of the Elven Woods flowing with blood, and you standing in a sea of blood." Yang Feng's body stiffened slightly, and he stopped in his tracks. Frowning tightly, the power inside him surged, and he prepared for battle. Karina chuckled mischievously. "Don't be so nervous, I haven't finished yet. You are a helper on our side, while our enemy is shrouded in obscurity. I can't see their true faces." Yang Feng heaved a slight sigh of relief. He thought that he had been tricked into the Elven Woods and was about to be killed. Karina's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she pleaded softly, "However, I really have an ominous premonition. After seeing the vague fragments, I called you over. My intuition tells me that the Elven Woods might undergo a great change. Ian, please help me." Yang Feng asked, "What's in it for me?" Karina smiled tenderly, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a crafty glint. "In it for me? Aren't we friends? Isn't it a matter of course to help a friend?" Yang Feng spread his hands and said, "The Elven Woods is flowing with blood, so the enemy must not be underestimated. If there's no benefit, I won't have the motivation to help." Yang Feng was indeed a bit fond of the innocent Karina. But for him to risk his life to help her, their friendship had yet to reach that point. Karina thought for a moment and then said, "Okay, what do you want?" Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a light smile, "Seeds of large ancient energy-absorbing trees." Large ancient energy-absorbing trees could absorb all kinds of energy from different spaces and condense them into magic crystals. The pure magic energy contained in a low-grade magic crystal was dozens of times that of a top-notch magic stone. Once cultivated, a large ancient energy-absorbing tree was a cornucopia that could produce magic crystals in a steady stream. A large ancient energy-absorbing tree had a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, so its value could be well imagined. Even in the Zhangji Plains Great Cloud Dynasty, large ancient energy-absorbing trees were still very precious treasures. Karina creased her eyebrows slightly, saying, "The seeds of such treasures are too precious." Generally, large ancient energy-absorbing trees can only bear a single seed every 10,000 years. We elves have no more than 200 seeds in reserve, so I can't get my hands on them. Suddenly, Karina's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said somewhat excitedly, "By the way, didn't you want to see Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Ezramia last time? I can let you see her." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Actually, I don't really want to see her. Great Elven Monarch Ezramia was from the Crossdale family and was reputed to have a godlike beauty. She was also extremely strong. Reportedly, she ranked in the top 5 among the great elven monarchs of the past. On the Feisua Plain, who knows how many heroes wanted to see great elven monarch Ezramia. Reportedly, men who had seen great elven monarch Ezramia's true appearance prostrated themselves under her charm, became her subjects, and fell head over heels in love with her. By the way, this is a special product I brought. Take a look, do you like it?" With a flick of his wrist, an exquisite silver-plated glass mirror appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and he handed it to Karina. "This is a mirror, a very beautiful mirror." Karina picked up the exquisite mirror and took a closer look. When she saw her beautiful face, she immediately revealed an incomparably cheerful smile. The Feisua Plain was very backward. At present, the mainstream mirrors were still bronze mirrors. It was the first time that a silver-plated glass mirror appeared in this world. The gods above the starry sky could form a very clear magic mirror with a thought. There was no need for a trinket like a silver-plated glass mirror. It was the first time that Karina had seen such an exquisite and clear mirror. She fiddled with the mirror lovingly, made some beautiful poses, and grinned from ear to ear. Yang Feng said with a smile, "What do you think? Will your people like this mirror?" Karina smiled like a little fox and said, "Of course they will. They'll definitely spend a lot of money to buy it. By the way, Ian, how much is this mirror?" Elves were an elegant, beautiful, and artistic race. They paid great attention to their image. The mercury glass mirror was very popular among elves. Yang Feng said with a beaming smile, "I'll sell it to you for 100 gold coins per mirror. You can sell it for 300 gold coins per mirror. In this way, you can earn 200 gold coins per mirror. Not bad, right?" Karina said straightforwardly, "All right, no problem." The lifespan of high elves of the Sandra Plain was almost as long as that of dragons. The natural lifespan of elves of the Feisua Plain was about 1,000 to 2,000 years. Furthermore, as their cultivation base increased, their lifespan would increase as well. The long lifespan allowed elves to accumulate a lot of wealth. As long as they could find something they liked, their spending power would be terrifying. One of the purposes of Yang Feng's trip to the Elven Woods was to open up a sales channel for elves and sell the goods he produced to them. To maintain an army, money was indispensable. Although Yang Feng raked in a tremendous amount of wealth from the battle with Andre, but he still tried his best to get more money. "Are your goods outside?" "Yes, my goods are in the ancient green forest city," Karina said impatiently. "Then let's hurry up. I'll have Belinda send someone to get them." Karina had been staying in the Elven Woods since she was a child. She was tired of the beautiful scenery. She was a lively and active girl, and was very interested in doing business and making money, which gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Yang Feng smiled, sped up his pace, and followed Karina into the depths of the elven woods. After passing through forests, swamps, hills, rivers, streams, and other complex terrain, it still took Yang Feng and the other powerhouses 5 days to reach the center of the elven woods, the capital of the Elven Empire, the Saint Moonlight City. Chapter 308. Yang Feng looked at the capital of the Elven Empire, the Saint Moonlight City, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "What a beautiful city!" That Saint Moonlight City was a huge tree with lush foliage, boundlessly vast, and towering into the clouds. This towering tree was called the Towering Ancient Tree, and it was a worship of the High Elves dispatched from the Sandra Plain. The Towering Ancient Tree was seriously damaged in the War of the Gods. In the end, in order to protect the elves of the Feisua Plain, the gods of the Elven divine system left it in the secular world, and it became the capital of the elves. Around the Saint Moonlight City, there were countless branches, and on those branches, there were all kinds of strange flowers, bright purple and brilliant red, incomparably beautiful. Rays of sunlight fell on the branches of the towering ancient tree, and then were reflected by the branches and leaves of the towering ancient tree, transforming the sunlight into bright moonlight that fell on the earth. Under the illumination of the bright moonlight, beautiful elves riding silver pegasi and noble and holy unicorns that only virgins were allowed to approach shuttled back and forth among the towering ancient trees, forming a beautiful scene that only appeared in fairy tales. Silver pegasi were demonic beasts with wings on their ribs that could fly. Reportedly, these silver pegasi had unicorn bloodline, and could carry elven warriors for 100 to 200 kilometers without interruption. However, due to the difficulty of reproduction and huge appetite, they needed to be fed with special plants. As a result, the number of silver pegasi in the Elven Empire didn't exceed 20,000. When Faldina and the 3 sacred swordsmen saw Saint Moonlight City, their eyes showed a touch of shock. They were shocked by the beautiful scenery. Elves were outsiders. After they descended on the Feisua Plain, they had conflicts with the gods of the Feisua Plain, resulting in a war of the gods. On the Feisua Plain, the human divine system had the largest number of gods. At the time, many elven gods died at the hands of the human gods. At the same time, many human gods also died at the hands of the elven gods, and a deep hatred was formed between the two sides. Even though the Treaty of the Gods was signed, the human gods still issued divine decrees from time to form a human expeditionary force to suppress the elves. The shadows of the human gods were also hidden behind the hunting of elves. The relationship between humans and elves wasn't friendly. In fact, elves were relatively isolated on the Feisua Plain. In the last 1,000 years, elves slowly integrated into the Feisua Plain. However, their relationship with humans was still very tense. There were very few humans who could see the true face of Saint Moonlight City with their own eyes, but through those elf slaves, humans were very clear that in the depths of the elven forest, there was an incomparably beautiful Saint Moonlight City. Karina proudly showed off, "Beautiful, right? This is my home." Yang Feng praised sincerely, "Of course, it's really a beautiful city. You have good taste. Let's go in." Karina smiled proudly. Like a lively deer, she skipped toward Moonlight City. As soon as he approached Moonlight City, relying on the terrifying perception of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng felt a sense of danger from Moonlight City. Frightening killing intent lingered on the flowers on the lush branches of Moonlight City. At the same time, the countless thick roots rooted deep in the ground gave Yang Feng a very dangerous feeling. At the same time, there were countless elves with powerful auras hidden in the lush branches and leaves. Clearly, these elves were ruthless and powerful battle elves. When Karina arrived in front of Moonlight City, she said in her pleasant voice, "I am Karina, these humans are my friends. Please open the door." Moonlight containing fluctuations of divine power fell from the sky and fell on Yang Feng and company. When the moonlight disappeared, Yang Feng and company had already disappeared. Yang Feng's eyes blurred, and he found himself in a place filled with tree houses. There was a layer of grass about 5 centimeters tall growing on the ground, and the air was filled with the fragrance of plants mixed with the fragrance of flowers. At the same time, by relying on the keen perception of the vigor of heaven and earth of a level 3 warlock, Yang Feng also sensed that the life magic energy here was very rich. Practicing various secret methods here would yield twice the results with half the effort. As soon as Yang Feng and his party appeared, curious gazes came from all directions. Yang Feng also looked around curiously. The elves in the Saint Moonlight City were clearly different from the elves Yang Feng saw in the ancient Green Forest City. Most of the elves in the Saint Moonlight City looked at them with a trace of curiosity, indifference, and even vigilance. The elves in the ancient Green Forest City, on the other hand, seemed to be very fond of coming into contact with humans. A team of heavily armed elven guards riding silver-winged Pegasi descended from the sky and landed in front of Karina and company. Belinda dismounted from a silver-winged Pegasi, came before Karina and company, and said, "Your Highness Karina, I was ordered to invite you and Duke Ian to the Moonlight Palace." Belinda's gaze fell on Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of a complicated glint. When they first met, Yang Feng was just the city master of a small city in the Red Earth Wasteland. On the Feisua Plain, such a small city master could be seen everywhere. The only commendable thing about him was that he established a city in the desolate Red Earth Wasteland. Now, however, Yang Feng was already a duke of the Morance Empire, one of the 2 human empires. He held great power and had a population of more than 10 million people under his command. He had become an influential bigwig among the humans. The population of the entire elven race was only 40 million. In other words, in terms of population alone, Yang Feng's population was already a quarter of the Elven Empire's population, which shouldn't be underestimated. The lower-class elves might not have heard of Yang Feng's name, but most of the upper-class elves already knew his name. Although the elves holed up in the elven woods, but after thousands of years of operation, they had planted countless spies and informants among the major forces of the Feisua Plain. They naturally collected all kinds of information. Belinda shuddered at the thought of this seemingly gentle and ruthless person flooding a province of the Morance Empire and then taking advantage of the opportunity to immigrate the refugees of the province to his territory. Belinda shuddered at the thought of the interlinked and ruthless methods of this seemingly gentle and ruthless person. Except for the spoiled elven silkpants Benedict, no one in the upper class of the Elven Empire dared to look down on Yang Feng. It was because Yang Feng was so powerful that the elven elder Urza would talk to him so kindly. Otherwise, if an ordinary person, even a legend-rank powerhouse, dared to stab Benedict at the entrance to the elven woods, they would have been eliminated by the elves a long time ago. Karina nimbly jumped onto the back of the silver Pegasus and said with a hearty smile, "Okay. Let's go. By the way, Belinda, Ian brought some goods to the ancient Green Forest City. Send someone to get them." Belinda replied, "Yes, Your Highness." Yang Feng's group of 5 jumped onto the back of the silver Pegasus. The silver Pegasus flapped its wings, and magic patterns flickered on its wings. A hurricane suddenly enveloped the silver Pegasus, and it flew into the sky. Yang Feng sensed the hurricane around the silver Pegasus, raised his eyebrows slightly, and resolved a doubt in his mind. What a strong wind! Only knight-rank powerhouses and above can contend against this wind. Besides, it's not good for the body to be blown by such a hurricane for a long time. No wonder elves don't use this silver Pegasus to travel long distances. Although the silver Pegasus could fly in the sky, but because it used the power of the hurricane, the wind was too strong. Without a magic shield to protect them, Even a night-rank powerhouse would suffer from the erosion of the terrifying hurricane day and night, their bones aching and their bodies suffering from various ailments. Only a warlock like Yang Feng, who had a life force field protecting him at all times, could easily resist the erosion of the hurricane. Therefore, the Silver Pegasus could only be used as a means of transportation in the Saint Moonlight City, or as a trump card in battle. It couldn't be used as a means of long-distance transportation. In Saint Moonlight City, there were countless beautiful treehouses, and the elves lived in those strange treehouses. The entire Saint Moonlight City was like an orderly, beautiful, and artistic forest. In the center of the Saint Moonlight City, there was a huge tree several hundred meters tall, lush with foliage, and shrouded in bright moonlight. This huge tree shrouded in moonlight was the most precious treasure of elves, the Moonlight Tree. The royal family of elves lived on this moonlight tree. The group of silver Pegasi descended from the sky and landed on a thick branch. The thick branch of the moonlight tree was very wide, and could accommodate 4 carriages side by side. Even if the riding skills weren't good, but the silver Pegasus could still easily land on the branch. Belinda pointed to a petite, beautiful, flat-chested elven girl and said, "Duke Ian, Her Highness Karina has to go inside to prepare. Please follow Shauna inside." Yang Feng nodded slightly. "Okay." Karina waved her hand at Yang Feng and revealed a sweet smile. "See you later?" With that, Karina, escorted by Belinda and the other elves, walked towards the depths of the moonlight tree. Shauna smiled politely at Yang Feng and said, "Duke Ian, please come with me." Yang Feng nodded slightly and followed Shauna into the moonlight tree. Inside the moonlight tree, there was cold moonlight sprinkling everywhere. The moonlight contained extremely pure life magic energy. Bathed in the moonlight, Yang Feng could clearly feel his physique strengthening under the illumination of the moonlight. Chapter 309. The inside of the moonlight tree was extremely spacious, with moonlight scattered everywhere, shrouding the inside of the moonlight tree in a hazy fluorescence, looking very beautiful. After passing through winding and bizarre corridors, a wide and huge hall appeared before Yang Feng and his party. In the vast hall, in addition to the seat of honor, there were wooden tables and chairs on both sides, similar to those used in court banquets. There were already several groups of people sitting in the hall. The groups of people in the hall weren't elves. As soon as Yang Feng entered the hall, he felt slightly hostile gazes. Led by Shauna, Yang Feng sat down gracefully on a seat, and then sized up the groups of people in the hall with great interest. Among the groups of people, the leader of a group was a burly man with lion ears and a lion tail wrapped around his waist, exuding a domineering aura. He was clearly a Lionman powerhouse from the Beastman Empire. The leader of a group was a burly man with fair skin, a handsome appearance, and a pair of short golden dragon horns. He was clearly a powerhouse from the country of dragons. The leader of a group was a very handsome man, not inferior to Amadeo in the slightest. He had a confident temperament, looking like a peerlessly handsome human man. Unfortunately, the 3-meter-tall Sharkman powerhouses with gills on their faces next to him exposed their merfolk identity. The leader of a group was a burly man with a square face and big ears, a handsome appearance, short golden hair, and an extraordinary temperament. He was surrounded by human guards, looking very much like a bigwig of the human race. After Yang Feng entered the hall, the gazes of the groups of people fell on him. After their gazes fell on the delicate and charming Faldina, who exuded an enchanting charm, they clearly flashed with surprise. A strange and quiet atmosphere reverberated in the hall. Yang Feng glanced at the groups of people, then picked up a green warm yang fruit placed on the table, swallowed it and crushed it. The sweet and refreshing juice filled his mouth. When the juice entered his stomach, an extremely scorching warm current rose inside him. It was warm and comfortable. The green sun-warming fruit was a precious fruit carefully cultivated by elves. Not only was it delicious, but it could also enhance the physique of a cultivator. In the ancient Green Forest city, the wholesale price of such a fruit was as high as 100 gold coins. In the St. Toulon city, it was as high as 500 gold coins. Moreover, there was no market for it. It was a top-notch fruit sought after by many greater aristocrats. Faldina pointed to the young powerhouse surrounded by human guards and whispered in Yang Feng's ear. "That's Raylo, the most outstanding genius from the Amigo Divine descendant family of the Titan Empire. Reportedly, he awakened the bloodline of the god of war inside him at the age of 10. Now, he's only 18 years old, yet he already possesses a pinnacle Star Knight ranked cultivation base. He's already and can advance to the Sacred Swordsman rank. Although he doesn't cultivate magic, the war god's bloodline is enough to make him immune to spells below the 3rd tier. He is publicly acknowledged as one of the strongest geniuses in the Titan Empire, and more than 3 sword saints have been defeated by him." Yang Feng looked at Raylo with a look of graveness and curiosity in his eyes. A genius who awakened the god of war's bloodline. How could such a genius appear here? Not everyone from divine descendant families could awaken the bloodline of their ancestors. Apart from the first-generation divine descendants who could inherit part of the bloodline of gods, most of the other divine descendants could not awaken the bloodline of their ancestors. On the Feisua plane, the bloodlines of gods were the most powerful bloodlines on the Feisua plane. The bloodlines of different gods contained different powers, but each of them was very powerful, far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The god of war Amigo was a strong divine force ranked god of the Titan divine system, and his bloodline also possessed terrifying power. After Raylo awakened the power of Amigo's bloodline, he would possess traces of god power, his fighting strength would be terrifying, and he would possess all kinds of innate extraordinary abilities. If there were no mishaps, he would be able to smoothly advance to the Sacred Swordsman rank. As for whether or not he could become a demigod rank powerhouse, it would depend on his luck and his own efforts. A tall and slender elf clan peerless beauty stepped into the hall. She had a curvaceous waist and perky buttock. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes. Her entire body seemed to be perfectly proportioned. Her golden hair cascaded down her shoulders like a golden waterfall. She had a beautiful face and exuded a noble, graceful, and beautiful aura. When Yang Feng saw the peerless elven beauty, his eyes lit up and his heart skipped a beat. The peerless elven beauty was definitely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Even a peerless beauty like Karina was slightly inferior in front of her. When the peerless elven beauty stepped into the hall, the entire hall seemed to brighten up a bit. Practically everyone's gazes were attracted by her. Her brilliance completely overshadowed the peerless beauty beside her, Karina, who was also a peerless beauty. Standing next to the peerless elven beauty, Karina looked a lot more inexperienced, like a green apple that had yet to fully mature. The brilliance of the other peerless elven beauty, Kafalina, also dimmed a bit. In addition to the 3 peerless elven beauties, there were also some beautiful elven warriors surrounding and guarding the peerless elven beauty. Clearly, she had a very high status among the elves. The peerless elven beauty took Karina's lily-white hand, walked to the seat of honor in the hall, and sat down. With a graceful smile on her pretty face, she said, "I am the Elven Empire's great elven monarch Ezramia. I am very happy that everyone can come to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of my precious daughter, Karina." Karina took advantage of Ezramia's inattention to make a face at Yang Feng. Yang Feng now understood why Karina was so sure that she would let him meet the great elven monarch Ezramia. It turned out that this was her mother. The people sitting in the hall were all powerhouses. Karina's face made the powerhouses focus their gazes on Yang Feng, many of which were filled with intimidation and warning. Yang Feng ignored the gazes full of malice and mused, "This lass's charm is really great." According to the rules of the Crossdale family, apart from elves, Other races must pass various tests in order to pursue members of the Crossdale family. The first test is to become the strongest among the pursuers. Sysons, one of the three most dazzling geniuses of the Beastman Empire, who awakened the Hercules bloodline; Sid, one of the 7 great geniuses of the Dragonborn from the country of dragons, who awakened the noble 3-headed golden dragon bloodline; Cicerin, a genius from the Merfolk Empire, who awakened the sea god bloodline; Raylo, a genius from the Titan Empire, who awakened the god of war bloodline; and Duke Ian, a red earth duke from the Morance Empire. Are you sure you want to participate in this test? Asramia smiled gracefully and nobly. The light in the hall seemed to become brighter. Elves never married people of other races. It was very difficult for outsiders to marry pure-blooded elven beauties. The Crossdale family was known for its divine beauty and was favored and blessed by the gods. It was even more difficult to marry elven beauties of this family. In the past, the god who defected for the sake of the Crossdale family's elven beauties had to pass numerous tests set up by the Crossdale family before finally marrying the Crossdale family's elven beauties. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Sysons and the other 3 were genius powerhouses with top bloodlines of the Feisua Plain. Although Yang Feng wasn't afraid of such powerhouses, but he didn't want to offend them for no reason. He came to the Elven Woods just to open up a sales channel and sell the Red Earth Wasteland's specialty products to the elves. Sysons smiled heartily and exuded a domineering aura. He looked around covetously and spoke with endless confidence. Of course. When I, Sysons, saw Her Highness Princess Karina, I fell in love with her at first sight. I will definitely pass this test and become the sole pursuer of Her Highness Princess Karina. Cicerin said with a light smile. I also fell in love with Her Highness Princess Karina at first sight. Of course, I won't give up this opportunity. Raylo said gracefully. In the future, I hope to go to the Red Moon Lake with Her Highness Princess Karina and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Red Moon cherry blossoms. No matter what kind of test it is, it cannot shake my determination. Sid was silent for a while, then looked at Yang Feng and said calmly with endless pride, I am the only one who can stand next to Karina. After the 4 strongest geniuses of the younger generation expressed their stance, their gazes focused on Yang Feng. With an anxious expression on her face, Karina winked at Yang Feng, signaling him with her eyes for fear that he would retreat. Asramia said with a faint smile, Duke Ian, do you want to withdraw? Sysons glanced at Yang Feng with contempt in his eyes and sneered. Ian, withdraw. You're just an ordinary person, you're not qualified to participate in this test. For the sake of your life, it's better to withdraw. Cicerin and the other 2 smiled faintly and looked at Yang Feng with contempt and disdain in their eyes. The 4 people here were geniuses among geniuses with formidable bloodlines. Even sacred swordsman rank powerhouses might not be their match. They didn't care about a trifling Yang Feng. Interesting. In that case, let me see what you've got. I hope you don't disappoint me. There was a flash of fighting spirit in Yang Feng's eyes. His figure fluttered, and he flew to the center of the hall, crooked his finger at Sysons and the others, and said provocatively, Who's first? Chapter 310. The Titan's bloodline really deserves its reputation. However, you're the one who will lose. Very well, Ian, I'll let you, an ant-like human, see the gap between us. Sysons smiled ferociously and got up. A tyrannical and fearsome aura spread from him, and he stepped into the center of the hall with a majestic gait. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Cicerin and the others flashed with a dignified glint. When Sysons' fist slammed into the spider flower, the force of the 5 vibrations shattered it in an instant. The spider demonic flower continued to spit out white spider silk towards Sysons. However, Sysons relied on his unreasonable and terrifying strength to shatter them one by one, causing the white spider silk to scatter in all directions. Oh! By chopping Sysons' right arm into pieces and burning it to ashes, Yang Feng displayed his undisguised malice. When the fearsome sound wave slammed into Yang Feng, it forcibly penetrated his life force cover and entered his body from all directions. The fearsome might released by Sysons was a bit more terrifying than that of a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse. It was very difficult for ordinary Star Knight rank powerhouses to resist Sysons' might. This was the divine might that surpassed the dragon might. Like a demon god, Sysons smiled ferociously and, as if his fist contained the law of power, slammed towards Yang Feng with the force of a mountain. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he smiled coldly. In an instant, Yang Feng felt a pain in his head, a buzzing sound filled his ears, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of his ears. His internal organs churned and roiled, and he felt unbearable pain. Following a fearsome explosion, Yang Feng was sent flying a dozen steps back, his face pale, and blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. "Your strength isn't bad. What a surprise. However, you're still not my opponent." Boom! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a dignified glint. Is this the suppression of God might? It's really amazing. Even with the help of the Titan's bloodline inside him, Sysons still felt powerless. He could barely muster 50% of his strength. With 50% of his strength, he was obviously not Yang Feng's opponent. The slightest bit of carelessness, and he might even be killed on the spot. Yang Feng clenched his teeth and instantly unleashed the spells Black Dragon Scales and Dragon Force. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of Black Dragon Scales, endless Dragon Force poured into his body, and he punched towards Sysons with Dragon Force. Ever since Yang Feng came to the Zhangji Plain, he rarely fought geniuses of the same rank. That was because he clearly understood that his cultivation was almost entirely built up from all kinds of precious potions. His combat strength was far from that of a true genius, and his combat experience was not as rich as those true geniuses. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and spread the fingers of his hand, and 10 seeds suddenly grew frantically and grew into 6-meter-tall extraordinary plant spider demonic flowers covered in fist-sized spider-like fruit. The spider-like fruit shone, and it sprayed countless white threads that turned into a white mist that swept towards Sysons. "Young master!" Following a crisp sound, Yang Feng's sword forcibly cut off Sysons' right hand, and a large amount of blood sprinkled on the ground. At the moment when Sysons admitted defeat, bright moonlight enveloped him and formed a moonlight barrier. Sysons, however, only shook slightly, and then showed no other reaction. Clearly, Sysons had the upper hand in this blow in terms of strength. "I admit defeat." Yang Feng's sword ray flashed, and he chopped Sysons' severed right arm into countless pieces. Then, with a flick of his finger, a fireball suddenly shot at Sysons' severed right arm and burned it to ashes. "A trifling ant-like mortal dares to be so arrogant? You're courting death. Since you're courting death, then I'll send you on your way." As Ramia smiled merrily and waved her lily-white hand, and bright moonlight sprinkled from all directions and formed a beautiful moonlight barrier that enveloped Sysons and Yang Feng. After coming to the Feisua Plain, Yang Feng, who had been relying on his own efforts, truly developed the potential of the warlock knowledge he learned in the Tyrannid subcontinent and gained the confidence to face any challenge without fear. There was a dignified glint in the eyes of Serene and Raylo. Even they couldn't easily withstand Sysons' punch. Sysons' lion-like eyes flashed fiercely, his chest swelled, he opened his bloody maw, and an earth-shaking roar full of bestiality suddenly erupted and formed a terrifying sound wave blasting towards Yang Feng. Idiot with only brute force. At the moment of imminent peril, the mysterious imprint on Sysons' forehead flickered, and his eyes recovered a trace of clarity. he roared, erupted with Star Knight rank chi, and extended his right hand to block. Looks of horror on their faces, Sison's subordinates blurted out and shouted. Kafalina, on the other hand, showed a carefree expression. Yang Feng caught her younger brother and forced her to hand over her beloved bow, the Moonlight Divine Bow. Even though her younger brother was in the wrong, but she didn't like Yang Feng very much. Oh, you have some skill. You didn't die. However, that's all there is to it. Go to hell. When she saw this scene, Karina twisted her hands, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry. Of course, Sison's divine might was much weaker than that of a true god. If it was the divine might of a true god, then even if it was only the divine might of a feeble divine force rank god, the fighting strength of experts below the great warlock rank would be weakened by at least 70%. Moreover, under the effect of divine might, very few people would dare to attack a god. Sison's eyes widened. With a furious roar, he punched out. The fist wind, that contained the power of 5 different kinds of vibration and shattering, suddenly erupted. The punch contained 5 different kinds of shattering power, and shattered the white spider silk into pieces. Sison's punch, which contained the law of power, destroyed everything with absolute power. That was the fighting style of the god of strength. After awakening the god of strength's bloodline, Sison's fighting style had traces of the god of strength's fighting style. Sison's felt his body go limp, and he could no longer muster any strength, as the countless white threads wound around him. At the moment when the spider demonic flower collapsed and shattered, a tiny tendril that was neither gold nor jade ejected from the spider demonic flower and stabbed into Sison's abdomen lightning fast. At that moment, the countless white threads scattered on the ground suddenly erupted and rushed towards Sison's as if they had a life of their own. The spider demonic flower was a transcendent plant from the greenwood plain. The best way to deal with these spider demonic flowers was to burn them. If you smashed the spider demonic flower with brute force alone, you would trigger a poisonous sting inside the spider demonic flower called drunken bee sting. The toxicity of the drunken bee sting could even affect Starry Sky warlock rank expert. There was a flash of surprise in Azramia's beautiful eyes. Sison's attack was so powerful that ordinary human sacred swordsman rank experts would be seriously injured in a head-on confrontation with him. Yet Yang Feng was merely repelled, which greatly exceeded Azramia's expectations. Inside the moonlight barrier, an arena with a diameter of 3 kilometers formed. Clearly, a formidable spatial spell was used. Resisting the numbing sensation, Sison's clenched his teeth, glared at Yang Feng with resentment, and said resolutely and helplessly. Azramia uttered with great interest, "Let's begin." Although Sison's didn't know what kind of extraordinary life form the spider demonic flower was, but he firmly believed that as long as he crushed the strange plant with his invincible iron fists, he could destroy everything. Sison's shattered countless strands of spider silk with every punch. At the same time, he took firm steps forward. The white strands of spider silk couldn't stop him at all. Finally, he appeared in front of the extraordinary plant, the spider demonic flower. With a sinister smile, he punched the spider demonic flower. Ding! On the Feisua plane, as long as the arm was still intact, it could be reattached by various means. However, if he wanted to grow another arm after it was destroyed, then he would have to pay a huge price. Only legend-rank divine spells, or some particularly powerful elixirs could regrow a severed limb. A terrifying anesthetic erupted from the spider demonic flower's tiny tendrils and spread to Sison's limbs and bones. Shizu technology was just a tool in Yang Feng's hands, and he was the master of that tool. If he wanted to climb to the top of the world, he wouldn't give up on Shizu technology. Similarly, his own progress was also the key. Break! Azramia's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. What an overbearing punch! Like a wounded beast, Sison's roared, and the mysterious imprint on his forehead erupted with power. He forcibly broke free from the countless spider threads, rolled on the ground, and evaded Yang Feng's fatal sword strike. Of course, if Sisons had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing the human powerhouse Yang Feng. With a flick of his wrist, a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel appeared in Yang Feng's hand. His figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of Sisons. He erupted with Star Knight rank Qi and slashed at Sisons' head, not having any scruples about his status as a divine descendant. Surprised, Sisons sneered, then blurred into motion and shot towards Yang Feng like a furious lion. "Damn you, Ian!" Chapter 311. Ding. As swift as a clap of thunder, the secret treasure sword in Yang Feng's hand slashed at the moonlight barrier and issued a crisp sound. A frightening shock wave spread in all directions, and the secret treasure sword was forcibly jolted away. "Sorry, my hand slipped." Yang Feng was jolted back a few steps. With a bashful smile, he beckoned with his hand, and the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel flew into his hand. Everyone present was speechless. Yang Feng had clearly attacked on purpose. If Azramia had been a bit slower, then Sisons might have been cut in two. Faldina looked at this scene with a smile. Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen looked at each other, feeling their faces burn a little due to the shamelessness of their lord. Azramia said with a meaningful smile, "It doesn't matter. Pay attention next time and don't let your hand slip again." Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and he revealed a bashful smile. Eyes filled with hatred, Sisons returned to his seat, took out a vial of elixir, and downed it. After the vial of elixir entered his stomach, Sisons' right hand began to heal quickly. There were also grandmasters proficient in pharmacology in the Beastman Empire. Of course, the number of grandmasters proficient in pharmacology in the Beastman Empire could be counted on one hand. Moreover, the master potioneers of the Beastman Empire couldn't be compared to the master potioneers of the human race. However, the master potioneers of the Beastman Empire were proficient in many potion formulas that human master potioneers couldn't grasp. "Ian, let me have a taste of your skill." Cicerin smiled faintly. His body was shrouded in a layer of water, and he rode the water to the center of the hall, where he faced Yang Feng. Disdain flashed in the abyss of Cicerin's eyes, and he said with a confident smile, "To be able to manipulate magic plants, it seems that you have some skill. However, I'm not that stupid Sisons who doesn't know how to use magic. In the face of absolute strength, these magic plants can't withstand a single blow." When Sisons heard that, a fierce glint flashed past his eyes, and he fell silent. Staring at Cicerin, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Yang Feng said with a disdainful smile, "Absolute strength? Let's talk about absolute strength after you've cultivated to the demigod realm." Azramia didn't give them time to continue talking. She said with a smile, "Let's begin." Cicerin smiled faintly, and a mysterious mark emerged between his eyebrows. The sea god's bloodline inside him boiled, and countless streams of water suddenly revolved around him, forming flood dragons that looked like streams of water. Sea flood dragon protection. This was Cicerin's innate protective spell after awakening his sea god bloodline. The sea dragons condensed from water elements could even resist the attacks of many legendary level spells, and even the attacks of sword sages could withstand 10 sword. As long as the sacred swordsman was blocked 10 times, that was enough time for Cicerin to cast magic and blast the sacred swordsman into dregs. Cicerin opened his mouth and spat out a series of mysterious and profound magic tones. Countless water elements surrounded his body, and a terrifying power surrounded him. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. With his keen intuition, he perceived that once Cicerin's spell was completed, it would be an earth-shattering and irresistible existence. Yang Feng opened his mouth and quickly uttered a series of magic tones. He spread the fingers of his hand, and suddenly, Magic radiance surged and entered the 10 extraordinary plant water-absorbing demonic rattan seeds in his hand. The 10 extraordinary plant water-absorbing demonic rattan seeds suddenly swelled, extended countless tendrils, and wrapped around Yang Feng and formed a rattan armor. The moment the rattan armor took shape, Yang Feng appeared in front of Cicerone. As if they had a life of their own, the water flood dragons revolving around Cicerone madly pounced at Yang Feng, opened their mouths, and mercilessly bit at him. The countless water-absorbing demonic rattans twisting around Yang Feng suddenly erupted, and countless tendrils stabbed into the water flood dragons and frantically devoured the water elemental particles inside. A steady stream of water elemental particles was absorbed by the water-absorbing demonic rattans, and then dispersed. The sea flood dragon body protection, which even sacred swordsman rank powerhouses would find difficult to break through, was absorbed by the extraordinary plant water-absorbing demonic rattans twisting around Yang Feng. Yang Feng's killing intent flashed past. He instantly erupted with Star Knight rank chi and mercilessly slashed at Cicerone like a meteor. Yang Feng had a premonition that once Cicerone completed his large-scale spell, he would either die or be seriously injured. Even if he was lucky enough to block it, he would still lose a layer of skin. After Cicerone awakened the sea god's bloodline, he could instantly cast level 3 water-type spells without even chanting an incantation. This was the strength of a god's bloodline. After all, even legend wizards needed to draw support from the weave and recite a magic tone in order to cast level 3 spells. For Cicerone to be able to instantly cast level 3 water-type spells, he was simply a freak. For such a freak to recite an incantation to release a spell, it was definitely a legend-rank spell. Cicerone's eyes flashed with regret, and he stopped reciting an incantation. With a thought, he suddenly cast the level 3 spell Great Icicle. A 2-meter-long sharp icicle suddenly appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng with the force of a bolt of lightning. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He brandished his sword and erupted with violent chi in a flash, shattering the icicle. Cicerone gave up on using a legend-rank spell. With a wave of his hand, as if artillery shells, large icicles shot towards Yang Feng without interruption. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, and he recited a magic tone. Suddenly, violent fire elemental particles appeared, shrouded him, and formed a huge storm of fire. When the huge icicles entered the barrier of the storm of fire, they were immediately swept into the sky by the storm of fire. They issued sizzling sounds and were dissolved and vaporized. A sea serpent formed from water elemental particles descended from the sky and slammed into the storm of fire. It issued sizzling sounds and neutralized the storm of fire. One after another, huge icicles barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng didn't have time to cast a second storm of fire. He could only urge his chi to form a resplendent sword curtain that slashed at the icicles. One after another, the huge icicles were chopped into pieces by Yang Feng, who used dragon force. Every time the huge icicles were smashed, a frightening cold air would diffuse. The cold air superimposed on Yang Feng, and a thin layer of ice condensed on him. Countless amounts of cold air shrouded Yang Feng, and cold winds whistled. As if to freeze the earth, the air was filled with a bone-piercing chill. By relying on his frightening level 3 warlock rank physique, Yang Feng barely resisted the erosion of the cold air. However, in the midst of the fierce battle, he could feel his physical strength and spirit force rapidly decline. Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified glint. Amazing! That's a powerhouse who awakened the sea god's bloodline for you. The complexions of Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen turned even more unsightly. If they were to face Cicerone, the 3 sacred swordsmen would only have one chance to attack. If they couldn't kill Cicerone with one strike, then even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be able to deal with the archwizard Cicerone. In front of a freakish archwizard like Cicerone who awakened the sea god's bloodline, even human legend wizards might not be his match. Cicerone's complexion became very unsightly. Cicerone cast level 3 water-type and ice-type spells in a continuous stream. Even he, an expert who awakened the Titan's bloodline, was not Cicerone's match in a one-on-one fight. Raylo's eyes flashed with a dignified glint as he pondered on how to deal with Cicerone's never-ending bombardment of spells. After smashing several large icicles, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of madness. He frantically cast the spells Black Dragon Scales and Dragon Force, uttered 2 magic sentences, and launched the level 3 spell Fire Serpent. 2 extremely violent fire serpents suddenly appeared and barreled towards Cicerone. The 2 fire serpents had just appeared, when several large water serpents suddenly appeared and ferociously collided with the 2 fire serpents, neutralizing them. The remaining large water serpents pounced on Yang Feng, and then were absorbed by the water-absorbing demonic vines. Yang Feng took advantage of this opportunity to shoot towards Cicerone like an artillery shell. Cicerone willed, and 4 large icicles suddenly appeared and barreled towards Yang Feng like artillery shells. Without dodging, Yang Feng madly rushed towards the 4 large icicles. Before colliding with the large ice cones, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at himself. The absorbing water demonic rattans that had absorbed enough water elemental particles suddenly erupted, shot out like flood dragons, and slammed into the 4 large ice cones, sending them flying one by one. "I concede," Cicerone said very calmly after seeing the 4 large icicles sent flying. Practically at the same time, a bright moonlight fell from the sky, shrouded Cicerone, and formed a moonlight barrier. Yang Feng's figure shook, his complexion paled, and he took a few steps back. Shortly after, he spat out chunks of ice from his mouth, and his body unconsciously trembled slightly. Cicerone's spells contained the power of ice. Even though Yang Feng had the life force field of a warlock, but he was still eroded by the cold qi, and suffered a lot of internal injuries. Streams of cold qi scuttled inside Yang Feng's majestic dragon-like body. Wherever the cold qi passed, Yang Feng trembled continuously. He had to go all out to dispel the traces of strange cold qi. If it wasn't for the power of the water-absorbing demonic vines exceeding Cicerone's imagination, then Yang Feng might not be Cicerone's match without using his trump card. Cicerone gave Yang Feng a somewhat regretful and meaningful look, before returning to his seat and sitting down. "Ian, at least you have some skill. This time, you've won." Chapter 312. As Ramia said with an elegant smile. "Ian, why don't you go and take a rest first?" "Alright. I'll go and take a rest first, then we'll fight again later." Yang Feng returned to his seat without a trace of politeness, took out 2 vials of elixirs, and downed them. Once the 2 vials of elixirs entered his stomach, 2 extremely scorching auras immediately spread throughout Yang Feng's limbs and bones. Wherever the scorching auras passed, traces of cold air were slowly dispelled. Yang Feng looked deeply at Cicerone, and his eyes flashed with graveness. Amazing. As expected of a freak who awakened the sea god's bloodline. Without the help of treasures, I'm still lacking compared to others by relying on my own strength. The gods of the various planes were the most powerful beings of the various planes. Whether it was a wizard, a warrior, an assassin, a druid, a wizard, or any other profession, once they promoted to gods, they would undergo an earth-shaking evolution. Even if it was a wizard who promoted to a god, their physical constitution would also be formidable to the extreme. The bloodline of the gods of the various planes was one of the most powerful bloodlines, not the slightest bit inferior to the bloodlines of powerful beings such as dragons, high elves, fiends, and devils. In terms of bloodline grade, the ancient black dragon bloodline Yang Feng possessed couldn't compare to Cicerone's sea god's bloodline. The only thing he was stronger than serene was that he had the combat knowledge of the Tsangji Plains warlocks and the countless powerful extraordinary plant seeds collected from the Turandot subcontinent. As Ramia's beautiful eyes flashed with a glint of surprise, she thought that Yang Feng would continue the challenge in a domineering manner. She didn't expect that Yang Feng would actually return to his seat and take a rest without any trace of politeness. Sid got up, stepped into the hall, and issued a domineering challenge to Raylo. Raylo, come down. I want to see how strong a human who has awakened the god of war's bloodline is. Don't let me down. Raylo smiled gracefully, got up gracefully, and arrived in front of Sid. His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. Reportedly, 3-headed golden dragons possess demigod-rank strength after reaching adulthood. However, how can a demigod's bloodline compare to the noble god's bloodline? Before he finished speaking, a terrifying divine might slowly spread out from Lei Luo's body. A mysterious and profound bloodline rune appeared between Lei Luo's eyebrows. An incomparably violent battle intent revolved around his body. Rousing war drums, the sounds of countless warriors fighting, the angry roars, and the sounds of countless battles converged around Raylo. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, and other weapons suddenly appeared and shrouded Ryuo's body. As Ramia's pretty face changed slightly, and she exclaimed, "Domain embryonic form!" After a cultivator comprehended a type of origin source law, they used that origin source law as the core and constructed an area filled with that type of law. Within that domain, the strength of a domain-level expert would be greatly enhanced, while the enemies of a domain-level expert would be greatly weakened. Only those monster-level geniuses who had comprehended a trace of law origin could construct a domain. Even legendary and demigod-rank powerhouses rarely comprehended domains. The fact that Raylo comprehended the bloodshed domain embryonic form was simply heaven-defying. The complexions of the many powerhouses present changed greatly, and they looked at Raylo with graveness in their eyes. Sysons, on the other hand, had an unsightly expression on his face. As an awakened god bloodline expert, if he were to face Raylo, who possessed the bloodshed domain embryonic form, he would be defeated in less than 10 moves. Sid's eyes, which had always been brimming with confidence, revealed a trace of graveness. He took a step forward, his body suddenly swelled, and a frightening dragon might not inferior to that of an ordinary dragon erupted in a flash. A blurry phantom of a monster with 3 dragon heads appeared behind Sid. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, giving off a ferocious aura. Cassius and the other 2 human sacred swordsmen were horrified to find that under the suppression of the frightening dragon might, they, the top human martial artists, unconsciously trembled. Yang Feng frowned slightly. He vaguely felt that the ancient black dragon bloodline inside him was being suppressed, and vaguely felt fear from the depths of his bloodline. Among dragons, gold dragons stood at the apex of many dragons. The 3-headed gold dragons were royalty among gold dragons. They were rare and extremely powerful. Every mature 3-headed golden dragon had the terrifying power of a demigod. If pinnacle 3-headed gold dragons went through bitter cultivation, they could even evolve into existences comparable to feeble divine force rank and weak divine force rank gods in terms of battle prowess. Among dragon bloodlines, the 3-headed gold dragon bloodline was a pinnacle bloodline, far surpassing the ancient black dragon bloodline flowing inside Yang Feng's body. On one side, the rumbling of war resounded incessantly, while on the other side, dragon roars resounded. Before the 2 peerless geniuses of the Feisua Plains' younger generation fought, terrifying might spread. It was so oppressive that many experts in the hall found it hard to breathe. The attendants brought by Sysons and the other 3 were all experts, with the weakest possessing firmament knight-ranked cultivation bases. If such experts weren't in the St. Toulon city, but in some small cities, they could become the number 1 expert of a baron's fief. under the pressure of the two peerless geniuses, such experts still felt suffocated, their bodies trembling, and their eyes brimming with fear. This was the terrifying power of the Fesua Plains god's might and the strongest dragon's might. If a true god descended to the secular world, then apart from lifeless and soulless puppets and robots, intelligent life forms below the legend rank would be unable to resist, and could only tremble and kneel on the ground. Azramia showed a very interested look and said with a sweet smile, "Let's begin." Sid blurred into motion. Exuding an overbearing aura, as if a humanoid dragon, he rushed into Raylo's bloodshed domain embryonic form. Blades, spears, swords, halberds, and other countless phantoms turned from illusory to corporeal and frantically stabbed at Sid. The three-headed monster phantom behind Sid roared and swept its ferocious dragon tail tyrannically. In a flash, a terrifying power erupted and shattered Raylo's bloodshed domain. Almost as swift as a clap of thunder, Sid's fist shrouded in endless gold light slammed towards Raylo. After the bloodshed domain embryonic form was shattered, Raylo's face turned pale, and he hastily pulled out his sword, which turned into resplendent sword rays that blocked in front of him. The complexions of Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen changed slightly. Raylo's swordsmanship was powerful to the extreme, and was only slightly inferior to sacred swordsman rank swordsmanship. Sid's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. He let out a dragon's roar in a domineering manner as he threw punch after punch at the dazzling sword light. Every time a punch landed on Lei Luo's sword light would shatter. After 5 punches, Raylo's sword rays were completely shattered and could no longer be reassembled. Sid took the opportunity to step forward and punch Raylo in the abdomen. A terrifying power entered Raylo's abdomen and nearly ruptured his internal organs. As if broken cotton, Raylo spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments, and was sent flying into the distance. A beam of moonlight fell from the sky and scattered on Raylo's body, forming a moonlight barrier that blocked Sid's path of attack. Sid furrowed his brows slightly and stopped his pursuit. He stood proudly in place and looked down at the crowd arrogantly. Sysons, Ciceron, and Yang Feng looked at Sid with apprehension in their eyes. Raylo, who had comprehended the bloodshed domain embryonic form, was definitely a monstrous genius. For such a genius to be defeated by Sid in such a violent and overbearing manner, it was clear that Sid was far stronger than Raylo. Face ashen, Raylo coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, struggled to get up, and said unhurriedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I admit defeat." Cough, cough. With that, Raylo returned to his seat with a bitter expression, sat down, took out a few vials of elixirs, and swallowed them. Standing loftily in the center, Sid said with a haughty smile, "Ian, you're the only one left. Have you rested enough? Have you rested enough? Then come down. In any case, you're destined to be defeated by me." Yang Feng pondered for a while, then slowly walked to the center of the hall, took out a black sphere, and frantically poured his spirit force into it. The black sphere instantly swelled up, turned into black armor, flew around Yang Feng, and wrapped him in a pitch-black armor with a pair of dragon horns and a black dragon head on the chest. This pitch-black armor was the semi-divine armament black dragon armor that Yang Feng obtained after conquering the Black Dragon Pagoda. As the great elven monarch, Azramia was extremely knowledgeable. At a glance she saw through the essence of the pitch-black armor, and stormy waves set off in her heart. This is a demigod armament rank treasure. Who the hell is he? He even has a demigod armament rank treasure. When Sid saw the black dragon armor, his eyes flashed with endless greed, and he barked, "Your armor is pretty good. It's a demigod armament rank armor. Furthermore, it's a demigod armament made from a god-rank dragon. Damn it, Ian, you dare to use us dragons as refinement materials. That's a crime worthy of death. Hand over the armor, or the country of dragons will not rest until you're dead." Demigod armament rank armors were extremely precious. Sid, a peerless genius who awakened the three-headed golden dragon's bloodline, didn't have a set of demigod armament rank armor. The black dragon armor in Yang Feng's hands made Sid very envious. Yang Feng said with a mocking smile, "You idiot, you clearly want to snatch my treasure, how shameless. How can the experts of the country of dragons fight me to the death like you?" Chapter 313. As Ramia said faintly, "Let's begin." A sinister glint flashed through Sid's eyes. The three-headed golden dragon's bloodline in his body boiled, and the phantom of a three-headed monster appeared behind him. An incomparably terrifying pressure emanated from his body. When the dragon might of the three-headed golden dragon erupted, the black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng was suppressed somewhat. That was the bloodline suppression of the three-headed golden dragon bloodline over the ancient black dragon bloodline. Inferior bloodlines would be suppressed and restrained by superior bloodlines. This was one of the biggest weaknesses of bloodline warlock. Unless Yang Feng's cultivation base was far above Sid's, or he promoted to a god, only then would he be able to get rid of this bloodline suppression. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Then he silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger. Magic radiance blossomed on his body, and the black dragon head on his chest opened its eyes, and tremendous black dragon force poured into him from the black dragon armor. Under the strengthening of the black dragon force, Yang Feng's physical constitution broke through the boundary and reached the great warlock rank. Under the crazy increase in strength, the suppression of the three-headed golden dragon on the ancient black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng was weakened to the limit. "This armor is really a treasure. Unfortunately, you're too weak." Sid smiled coldly, then tapped his foot on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of tens of meters, appeared in front of Yang Feng in a split second, and blasted a tyrannical fist at Yang Feng. Sid's speed was so fast that Yang Feng didn't even have time to recite an incantation. He could only urge the berserk black dragon force inside him and punch at Sid's fist. Boom! When the two formidable forces collided, Yang Feng, who was wearing the black dragon armor and whose physical constitution had reached the great warlock rank, was forcibly jolted back 3 steps. Sid, on the other hand, only swayed slightly. Seeing this scene, the complexions of Sysons, Cicerone, Kafalina, and Raylo, the 4 experts of the younger generation, changed slightly. Yang Feng's strength was tyrannical to begin with. After being strengthened by the black dragon armor, his physical constitution was forcibly strengthened to the great warlock realm. Even Sysons, who had awakened the Titan's bloodline, might not be Yang Feng's match in terms of strength. For Sid to completely suppress Yang Feng in terms of strength was simply heaven-defying. Haha. Interesting. This set of armor was just too amazing. When I kill you, I'll definitely take that armor off your body. Sid's crimson eyes flickered with a frenzied battle intent. He laughed unscrupulously, not caring that his words might cause Karina to be displeased. Upon hearing Sid's words, Karina frowned slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in her eyes. After all, Yang Feng was dragged into this storm because of her. She didn't want to see Yang Feng killed. Sid laughed wildly. Radiating gold dragon chi, he looked like a fierce and powerful 3-headed golden dragon. His fists were like shooting stars, and virtually every punch slammed towards Yang Feng with the terrifying momentum of a mountain. Yang Feng urged the black dragon force inside him to the limit, operated the secret method recorded in the black dragon morph, and, as if he had turned into a humanoid black dragon, fought with Sid. In the center of the hall, a 3-headed golden dragon and an ancient black dragon clashed repeatedly. Dragon roars rang incessantly, and frightening fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen looked at Yang Feng, who seemed to have turned into a humanoid black dragon, and were slightly startled. So strong! His lordship was actually this powerful. How terrifying! Prior to this, Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen only followed Yang Feng because they wanted to become greater aristocrats of the Morin's empire. As the pinnacle martial artists of the Feisua Plain and human sacred swordsmen, they naturally had their pride. They always believed that without using magic, Yang Feng wasn't their match. But now that Yang Feng had turned into a humanoid black dragon, his fighting strength was far beyond their imagination. Only now did they realize that the lord they followed was unfathomable and extremely powerful. He could fight against the freaks of the Feisua Plain who had awakened their god bloodline. Kafalina looked at Yang Feng in the center of the hall, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. Amazing! It seems that this Ian really has some skill. Sid's attacks were continuous, without the slightest pause, giving Yang Feng no chance to cast a spell. Yang Feng could only keep resisting, unable to squeeze out the time and energy to chant an incantation to release the extraordinary plant. Amazing! This is the strength of a top freak. Truly amazing! Using the black dragon armor, I already possess great warlock rank strength, yet I'm still at a disadvantage. Even so, I was still at a disadvantage. If I didn't use the power of the black dragon battle armor, I would have lost to him within 10 moves. Sure enough, there's always someone better. Yang Feng squeezed out his potential to resist Sid's attack. A thought flashed through his mind. Traces of blood overflowed from the corners of Yang Feng's mouth and dripped to the ground. Each of Sid's fists was as heavy as a mountain, and Yang Feng had a hard time resisting them. Even though the black dragon armor reduced 70% of the damage, but the remaining damage still injured Yang Feng quite badly. After arriving at the Feisua Plain from the Zhangji Plain, who knew how many powerful enemies had been defeated by Yang Feng's warlock knowledge. As such, he felt vaguely proud of himself. But now, Sid's most tyrannical stance made Yang Feng sober up. Without the help of external forces and equipment, he still wasn't a match for the freakish geniuses who had awakened their god bloodline. After all, before he came to the Zhangji Plain, he was just an ordinary earthling. To progress to this point in a short 3 years was already his limit. Sid fought for a long time, and a touch of impatience welled up inside him. This human has some skill. If I can't defeat him as soon as possible, then how can I show my skill? Between his thoughts, Sid roared and blasted Yang Feng back with a punch. His figure shook, and he retreated briskly while reciting an incantation. In just a breath of time, Sid's body was shrouded in golden light. Before the golden light had completely dissipated, a 10-meter-tall 3-headed golden dragon phantom, covered in golden dragon scales and exuding endless dragon might, slowly took shape. A terrifying starry sky warlock rank might slowly spread from the 3-headed golden dragon phantom. The starry sky warlock rank pressure exuded by the 3-headed golden dragon phantom was far from being comparable to the pressure of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone, but the terrifying junior demigod rank pressure already made it hard for Yang Feng to breathe. Under the pressure of the junior demigod 3-headed golden dragon, the black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng trembled, as if wanting to surrender to the formidable might of the 3-headed golden dragon. As Ramia was moved when she saw this scene. Atavism. Amazing, this Sid is really worthy of being called an outrageous genius of the country of dragons. He's not even a legend rank, yet he can perform atavism. That's really amazing. Atavism was a secret method that bloodline life forms could display by tracing back to the source of their bloodline. Once Yang Feng practiced cultivation to the great warlock realm, he could use atavism to directly transform into a great warlock rank ancient black dragon. Sid wasn't even a legend rank, yet he could perform atavism and transform into a 3-headed golden dragon, which was simply heaven-defying. Sysons, Cicerin, Raylo, Kafalina, Faldina, and the other two young geniuses looked at the three-headed golden dragon midair with a touch of graveness and bitterness in their eyes. Sid's strength was already formidable to begin with. Now that he launched the secret method atavism, he became even more terrifying. Once he finished his transformation, apart from Ezramia and Ben, no one else would be his opponent. Yang Feng's complexion flickered. His figure shook, and he shot towards Sid like a ghost. He poured his power into the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel in his hand and mercilessly slashed at Sid. A golden shield suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Sid. When Yang Feng's sword slashed at the golden shield, a copious amount of force came from the golden shield and sent Yang Feng flying by a dozen meters. Sid's majestic yet sarcastic voice came from the golden light. "It's no use. Ian, when I perform atavism, my defense is comparable to that of a junior demigod rank expert. A low legend rank expert like you who relies on external forces to advance your cultivation base can't injure me." As Ramia raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes flashed with graveness, and she said unhurriedly, "Ian, it's not too late to admit defeat. Don't try to show off meaninglessly. Otherwise, even I might not be able to save you in time." Cassius' complexion changed greatly, and he shouted, "My lord, forget it. Come back." If Yang Feng died here, then the greater aristocratic dreams of Cassius and the other two sacred swordsmen would be over. They only had hereditary lordship status. Without Yang Feng, it was impossible for them to become hereditary barons. Karina's pretty face changed slightly, and she hurriedly got up and shouted anxiously, "Ian, forget it. He's too strong. Don't try to show off." Demigod rank experts were already the most powerful existences in the secular world. If some fearsome pinnacle demigod rank existences wielded god armaments, they could even slay gods. Even if Sid was only a junior demigod after atavism, but the terrifying power of the three-headed golden dragon wasn't something that legend-rank experts could contend against. Yang Feng frowned slightly and sighed slowly. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black umbrella appeared in his hand. He aimed the umbrella at the three-headed golden dragon in midair, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the black umbrella. The black umbrella opened, mysterious spirit runes suddenly appeared on its surface, and a pitch-black, star-like radiance condensed at the tip of the umbrella. Chapter 314. The black ray suddenly shot out, and a black supergravity ball shot out in a flash and slammed into the three-headed gold dragon in midair. The three-headed golden dragon, which was only a step away from completing its transformation, fell heavily to the ground. With a loud bang, the golden light protecting its body was shattered, and it spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Stunned, Sysons exclaimed, "What's that?" Leaning forward, Raylo stared at Yang Feng's right hand with incredulity in his eyes. "What's that?" A peculiar glint flashed past the abyss of Cicerone's eyes. A peculiar glint flashed past Kafalina's beautiful eyes, and she stared at the umbrella-shaped supergravity gun in Yang Feng's right hand. "What's that? How can it have such terrifying power?" Staring at the supergravity gun, Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered with an extraordinary splendor, and the corners of her mouth rose into a smile. "He really has a lot of trump cards. The power of this treasure is really heaven-defying." The more she got along with Yang Feng, the more Faldina felt that Yang Feng was unfathomable, and that he never did anything he wasn't sure of. Since he wasn't willing to admit defeat, then he must have a terrifying trump card. What treasure is that? Is it a god armament? As Ramia's pretty face changed, and her beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared at the umbrella-shaped supergravity gun in Yang Feng's right hand. She was only slightly moved when Sid reverted to his ancestral form and transformed into a three-headed golden dragon. Karina clapped her hands and revealed a sweet smile. "What an amazing treasure!" After his attack succeeded, Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and the supergravity spear disappeared. His figure fluttered, and he appeared on the head of the three-headed gold dragon and mercilessly stabbed at the three-headed gold dragon head Sid has transformed into with his sword. I concede. A voice full of anger and unwillingness came from the three-headed golden dragon's mouth. Resplendent moonlight condensed around the three-headed gold dragon and formed a moonlight barrier, blocking Yang Feng's killing blow. What a pity! Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of regret, his figure shook, and he took a few steps back. The three-headed golden dragon that Sid had transformed into trembled a few times, then opened his mouth and spat out a large amount of blood mixed with broken bones and internal organs. During the atavism process, Sid was severely injured by Yang Feng's super-gravity gun and suffered a terrifying backlash. He was seriously injured all over, and it was very difficult for him to even restore his human form. The faces of Sid's subordinates changed. They rushed into the hall, took out bottles of magic potions, and poured them into Sid's mouth. However, the backlash Sid suffered was too severe. As soon as the potions entered his mouth, they immediately flowed out. He also exhaled more than he inhaled, and his vitality was constantly draining away. Sisons and the rest watched as Sid walked towards death with a strange glint in their eyes. They all had top-notch recovery potions on them, but none of them were willing to use them on Sid. When Sid's subordinates saw this, their complexions changed greatly, and they knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Azramia, and pleaded, "Your Majesty Azramia, please save our master Sid. I beg you. Since he's here, he's my guest. Naturally, I'll save him. Rest assured." Azramia smiled sweetly and waved her lily-white hand, and bright moonlight fell from the sky and fell on Sid. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Sid's injuries gradually healed. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, his eyes recovered a trace of divine light, and resplendent golden light enveloped him, forcibly restoring his original form. "Thank you for your help, Your Majesty." Sid staggered to his feet and gulped down quite a few bottles of magic potions. He saluted Azramia, then turned around and gave Yang Feng a resentful look, and gritted his teeth as he returned to his seat. Azramia said with a graceful smile, "In that case, Ian is a candidate to be Karina's suitor. You can stay in the Saint Moonlight City for 2 days. After 2 days, you must leave." The Saint Moonlight City was the residence of elves. Without an invitation, it was impossible for people of other races to appear in the city. Even if they were invited, they still couldn't stay here for long. Only legend-rank powerhouses who were dead set on joining the elves could stay in the Saint Moonlight City for a long time. Elves were all handsome men and beautiful women, and the ratio of men to women was as high as 1:9. There were beautiful elves everywhere in the Saint Moonlight City. The Saint Moonlight City was a paradise for countless men. The eyes of Sisons and the other 3 geniuses dimmed. They could only get up and follow the beautiful elves back to their residences. Only Yang Feng and his party were left in the hall. Azramia said with a sweet smile, "Ian, congratulations on passing the first test. Then let me tell you about the second test." Yang Feng smiled faintly and refused. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty Azramia. I only participated in this competition to help my friend Karina. I have no interest in the next test." The first test was to fight with the most outstanding genius of the Feisua plane. Yang Feng was even forced to expose his powerful trump card, the super-gravity gun. He didn't want to continue taking that test, as the risks were too great and the gains were too small. Azramia's beautiful eyes fell on Karina beside her like a knife. Karina hugged Azramia's pink arm and said cutely, "Mother, I really don't want to associate with them. They're really annoying. Besides, they don't really like me, they just want the identity of great elven monarch Azramia's son-in-law. They're only interested in my body and identity. They can't compare to Ian, who only cares about money." The identity of great elven monarch Azramia's son-in-law was extremely honorable. Once one became the son-in-law of Esramia, not only would they be able to monopolize most of the elven business, but they would also be able to travel freely within the elven empire and form an alliance with the elves. Killing many birds with one stone, and marrying a stunning beauty like Karina, even Yang Feng was somewhat moved. However, when he thought of the harsh elven test, Yang Feng inwardly beat a retreat. At the time, the human god who married a member of the Crossdale family was tormented by the rules of the Crossdale family. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed long ago. After that god, there were no more than 3 men from other races who could marry a member of the Crossdale family, and all of them were demigod-rank powerhouses. Yang Feng was currently just a trifling level 3 warlock. He didn't want to complete a test that only demigod-rank powerhouses could barely complete. Esramia smiled gracefully, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be able to see through a person's heart. Ian, won't you think about it? If you become my son-in-law, I can give you 30% of the elven business. 30% of the elven business. Yang Feng's heart stirred. 30% of the elven business wasn't a small amount. As long as the 30% business was done well, they could become as rich as a state. The Red Earth Wasteland and the Funesse province under Yang Feng's command would develop greatly. Half-blood beastman cities would also receive many orders and lead a better life. Esramia suddenly looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic smile and said, Ian, the Moonlight Divine Bow is a treasure of our race. Return it to Kafalina. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. With a flick of his wrist, the Moonlight Divine Bow appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the Moonlight Divine Bow flew towards Kafalina. The Moonlight Divine Bow was a pinnacle legend-rank divine bow. It was only a step away from becoming a demigod-rank divine bow. Even Yang Feng was tempted by such a treasure. However, since Esramia had spoken, he knew that it was impossible for him to keep the divine bow. Kafalina grabbed the Moonlight Divine Bow, put it on her back, and glared fiercely at Yang Feng. Esramia said with a smile, Think about it carefully. Karina, you take Ian and have a good time in our Saint Moonlight City. After she finished speaking, moonlight shone on Esramia, and she disappeared in the moonlight. Karina jumped up like a cheerful deer and said in high spirits, Let's go! Ian, let's go for a stroll. Okay. Yang Feng, who was also very interested in the beautiful Saint Moonlight City, quickly came to Karina's side and went outside with her. Yang Feng followed Karina around the Saint Moonlight City for a whole day and saw countless sceneries rarely seen in the outside world, before returning to a beautiful treehouse inside the Moonlight Tree to rest. At night, darkness enveloped the land. Inside the Moonlight Tree, inside a treehouse, Serene, who was lying on a bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a demonic light flashed in the abyss of his eyes. The door of the treehouse opened silently. Serene and his 8 subordinates slowly walked out of the treehouse. Within the Moonlight Tree, rays of moonlight sprinkled down, covering everywhere. The bright moonlight was the divine light of the Moonlight Tree. Under the illumination of the moonlight, elven powerhouses would discover any abnormalities inside the Moonlight Tree. Serene held a silver stone in his hand. Rays of incomparably bright silver light shot out from the stone and enveloped him and his subordinates. Under the illumination of the silver light, they seemed to be integrated with the moonlight. Chapter 3:15. At the same time as it blossomed with silver light, the silver stone in Serene's hand shrank rapidly. After passing through a corridor, a dozen elven warriors on patrol appeared in front of Serene. Suddenly, Serene launched an attack. His figure blurred, and, as if he had turned into a black shadow, he swept past the dozen elven warriors on patrol. Suddenly, fist-sized holes appeared on the chests of the dozen elven warriors on patrol, and a large amount of blood gushed out of the holes and scattered on the ground. Ciceron flicked his fingers, and specks of silver light fell on the chests of the elven warriors, leaving the team of elven warriors dumbfounded and standing still. "Hurry up! This little trick can't be concealed for long," Ciceron barked. His eyes flashed with a cold glint, and his figure flickered, and he quickly flew towards the bottom of the moonlight tree. Behind Ciceron were his subordinate. The further down the moonlight tree, the more elven warriors there were. But as soon as the elven warriors appeared, they were insta-killed by Ciceron, and then turned into zombie-like existences standing in place. In the deepest part of the moonlight tree, under the effect of countless spatial spells, a square with a diameter of 3 kilometers formed. In the center of the square, there was a silver crystal mountain that looked like it was piled up with silver crystals. The silver crystal mountain was transparent and clear. Inside the crystal mountain, a hexahedron, which looked like a crystal surrounded by gentle moonlight, could be seen suspended. Countless vein-like tendrils extended from the hexahedron of the crystal mountain and extended in all directions along the crystal mountain. At the entrance to the square there were 4 treehouses. On the balcony of one of the treehouses, a very beautiful elf was sitting and reading a night novel written by a novelist of the Morantz Empire with relish. "I didn't expect that there would be guests here." The beautiful elf threw away the night novel in her hand and grabbed a beautiful and luxurious battle bow beside her. Pinnacle legend rank fluctuations of power suddenly erupted from her delicate body, and bright moonlight enveloped the battle bow. In the blink of an eye, a moonlight beam shot out of the elven battle bow and shot towards the entrance. That beautiful elf instantly used the secret archery technique of the elves, the moon god's arrow. That moonlight was the arrow. Once hit by the moon god's arrow, even a demigod-rank powerhouse would be gravely injured. A vast and boundless, terrifying demigod-level power fluctuation instantly came from the entrance, and a black shield with a fiend baron's head suddenly appeared. The fiend baron head engraved on the black shield suddenly came to life. Its eyes shimmered malevolently, and it opened its bloody maw and swallowed the moon god's arrow. Moon god's arrow, one of the 3 secret archery skills of the elf clan. It is indeed powerful. Elder Pollyanna, you're still as powerful as ever. Shrouded by demonic chi, Ciceron turned into an abyssal fiend baron with horns, a tall and sturdy figure, taut muscles, sinister demonic runes engraved on the forehead and face, and a pair of fiend wings on the back, exuding abyssal aura. With a faint smile on his face, he stepped inside. Pollyanna raised her eyebrows and said coldly, "I smell the stench of an abyssal fiend from you. You're Ciceron. Have you been eroded by an abyssal fiend, or have you sold your soul to a fiend lord in the deepest part of the abyss?" The endless abyss was said to be the gathering place of evil forces of the primary material planes, running through the 36 primary material planes. This plane was the origin of all evil forces, giving birth to countless evil and powerful beings. Even the Tsangji plane's 8 great warlock emperors could not truly conquer the endless abyss. At their strongest, they merely extended their forces into the abyss, plundered the treasures of heaven and earth formed in the abyss, and enslaved abyssal life forms as their tools of war. Once the power of the Tsangji Plains warlock dynasties weakened, the first to rebel were the various evil and powerful freaks of the endless abyss. Abyssal fiends were one of them. Abyssal fiend lords were as powerful as gods. Abyssal forces were also one of the most terrifying forces among the many planes. If it wasn't for the fact that the abyssal life forms in the abyss were also at war with each other. Even though abyssal life forms were suppressed by many planes, but there were still few planes that could resist the endless offensive of abyssal life forms. Walking forward step by step, Ciceron said with a look of regret, "The great abyssal fiend Earl Bavlicana is my master. I have offered my soul to the great master. Originally, I planned to become Esramia's son-in-law, and then find a way to invade the Moonlight Square. Unfortunately, Ian foiled my plan, so I can only attack by force. Abyssal Fiend Earl. Pollyanna's heart shook slightly, and her eyes shimmered with graveness. In the abyss, Abyssal Fiend Earls were god-rank powerhouses with battle prowess comparable to weak divine force-rank gods. Moreover, fiends were proficient in all kinds of dark and evil spells, so they couldn't be underestimated. Alright, now that I've said so much, you can go die. Cicerine smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black ice storm gushed out of his hand in an instant, turned into black icy gas, and swept towards Pollyanna. 3 terrifying legend-rank auras burst out from the other 3 treehouses. Along with the sound of chanting, 2 fire dragons descended from the sky and swept towards the black icy gas. The 2 fire dragons were engulfed by the black icy gas and immediately extinguished. Pollyanna clenched her teeth and unleashed the elven secret archery technique Moon God's Arrow. Moonlight shot from her bow and arrow towards Cicerine's heart. Cicerine frowned slightly and was forced to raise his shield to block. When the moonlight hit the shield, it was swallowed by the fiend barren head above the black shield. Taking advantage of that split second, Pollyanna parted her cherry lips and uttered a magic sentence. Numerous alarms sounded in the moonlight tree. What's going on? What happened? Someone invaded the moonlight square. In an instant, the entire moonlight tree fell into chaos. Alarmed, a large number of top Sun Elven and Moonlight Elven powerhouses rushed towards the moonlight square. Cicerine said with a faint smile, "An alarm? Unfortunately, you're a step too late." Pollyanna was alarmed. As if she understood something, she turned her head and looked at the Crystal Mountain. She saw a merfolk powerhouse next to the Crystal Mountain take out a pitch-black bead that seemed to contain the power of corruption and darkness in the world, and throw it at the Crystal Mountain. Pollyanna's pretty face flickered, and she let out a shrill scream. "No, don't!" When the pitch-black bead hit the Crystal Mountain, it exploded, and a copious amount of darkness power gushed out of the 1-meter-long crystal bead and enveloped the Crystal Mountain. The silver Crystal Mountain was quickly corroded by the dark energy and turned black. The tendrils of the silver hexahedron crystal inside the Crystal Mountain withered and withered quickly. The moonlight that covered the entire moonlight tree began to collapse and disappear quickly. Cicerine said with a faint smile, "This is a corrosive magic ball created by Lolth, the ruler of the Dark Elves. It can easily destroy the core of the moonlight tree. Otherwise, even if it was the mighty abyssal fiend Earl Bavlicana, it wouldn't be that easy to destroy the moonlight tree." Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the space, and Azramia suddenly walked out of the void. Her face was pale, and as soon as she appeared, she spat out a big mouthful of blood. Using the power of the moonlight tree, Azramia could easily shuttle freely inside the moonlight tree. But this time, the moonlight tree was severely damaged, and while she was shuttling back and forth, she suffered a backlash and was seriously injured. Even so, a terrifying pinnacle demigod might slowly diffused from Azramia's delicate body and enveloped the entire moonlight square. Azramia was hailed as one of the strongest great elven monarchs in history, and her strength had also reached the pinnacle demigod realm. After his demonization, Cicerine only possessed junior demigod rank strength, so he was no match for Azramia. But spatial force surged inside Azramia and cut her skin to pieces, making it impossible for her to attack Cicerine right away. Azramia's pretty face was covered in a layer of frost, her beautiful eyes surged with killing intent, and her heart was filled with hatred. She uttered coldly, "Cicerine, you're dead. No matter who it is, no one can stop you." Cicerine said with a leisurely smile, "Your Majesty Azramia, my father is the Emperor of the Mermaid Empire. If you kill me, the Mermaid Empire won't take it lying down. Without the protection of the Moonlight Tree, will the Elven Empire still have the strength to deal with the Mermaid Empire?" Azramia clenched her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent. Blood dripped from her cherry lips, Wounds burst open on her snow-white skin, and blood splattered everywhere. She uttered word by word, "If the Mermaid Empire dares to come ashore, I'll kill every one that comes ashore. You beasts dare to destroy the foundation of us elves. The Elven Empire and the Mermaid Empire will never rest until one of us is dead." Chapter 3:16. In that case, Your Majesty, great elven monarch Azramia, I'll find you an opponent. Cicerin smiled coldly and clapped his hands. The merfolk powerhouse next to the Crystal Mountain suddenly exploded, and copious amounts of blood flew out and entered the pitch-black Crystal Mountain. A pitch-black gate suddenly formed on the Crystal Mountain and slowly opened. A tall figure with plump buttocks and large breasts, dressed in pitch-black leaf armor, which barely covered her ample twin peaks, and a pair of pitch-black stockings on her slender legs and a pair of black gloves on her hands. Her snow-white skin, pitch-black leaf armor, and stockings formed a strangely sexy and flirtatious feeling that could arouse men's lust. Exuding a seductive charm and full of flirtatious aura, the peerless beauty with a pair of pointed elven ears slowly walked out of the gate. In terms of looks alone, the peerless beauty full of flirtatious aura was slightly inferior to Azramia. However, when any man saw these two peerless beauties, they would choose the seductive beauty over 90%. The two peerless beauties stood on the moonlight square, reflecting each other's beauty. It was like a beautiful scenery. If great elven monarch Azramia was a peerless beauty who was as dazzling as the sun, then the peerless beauty who walked out of the black gate seemed to be a deep black hole that could devour all men's desires and plunge them into endless darkness at a glance. Azramia's pupils constricted slightly, and she uttered coldly, "Dolores, it's you!" Dolores was the great matriarch of the Fesua Plains underground world, as well as the nominal great matriarch of all Dark Elves. Over the years, the Dark Elves left along with the formidable existences that invaded the Fesua Plain. The race spread to many plains and branched out on many plains. However, the Fesua Plain was the base of the Dark Elves. The true body of the goddess of darkness Lolth, the ruler of the Dark Elves, was also on the Fesua Plain. She was a member of the Darkness Gods and had a very high status among the Darkness Gods. For Dolores to be able to become the great matriarch of the Fesua Plains underground world, her strength could be well imagined. Dolores smiled, and her seductive laughter echoed in the area. "That's right, it's me, Big Sister Azramia. We're tired of living in the underground world. Now that we want to play on the surface, why don't you let us live in your elven woods? In any case, we are all elves, so we should help each other." Attracted by Dolores's gaze, Cicerin's body heated up, and he felt a chill run down his spine. So scary! This woman is so scary. Just her voice is so intoxicating. Cicerin turned to look at his subordinates, only to see them staring at Dolores in a daze. They were completely captivated by her bewitching voice. Azramia glanced at Dolores and Cicerin and said coldly, "With just you and Cicerin, only death awaits you when facing me. You're just throwing away your life in vain." Dolores smiled charmingly. "Big Sister Azramia, you are one of the most powerful great elven monarchs in history. How could I dare to come to you alone? Our Pope Gleistar is also here. The two of us should barely be able to tie you down, Big Sister." A top-notch beauty with a sexy mole on the corner of her mouth walked out of the black gate. She was dressed in a dazzling black pontifical robe with the upper body of an elven beauty and the lower body of a ferocious spider. She was tall and sexy, with a mixture of chastity and lasciviousness between her brows and a sexy beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. This great beauty was Pope Gleistar of the Dark Elven Church. A long time ago, the great matriarch of the Dark Elves concurrently served as the Pope of the Dark Elven Church. But with the passage of time, the Dark Elves of the Fesua Plain were divided into two leaders, the great matriarch and the Pope. The great matriarch was in charge of secular affairs, while the Pope was in charge of the missionary affairs of the Dark Elves. Gleistar held a scepter embroidered with the image of a beautiful woman with a human head and a spider's body. Black divine light shrouded her, and her aura rose from the junior demigod rank to the pinnacle intermediate demigod rank before stopping. The popes of various churches had trump cards. They could communicate with gods in the starry sky and, through various secret methods, draw support from the power of the gods in the starry sky. Dolores smiled charmingly, and a frightening advanced demigod rank aura emanated from her delicate body and enveloped the moonlight square. As Ramia's pupils constricted slightly, and she said coldly, "We elves have many experts. With just the few of you, you can't possibly be a match for us." Gleistar and Dolores, two pinnacle dark elven experts, joining forces was enough to fight Ramia. However, the moonlight tree was the lair of the elves. There were countless elven experts inside, and there was no shortage of demigod rank powerhouses. The elven race has the elven divine system. The elven divine system has more than 10 gods, and there are more than 10 popes in the elven divine system. Even the weakest of those popes can reach the demigod rank after borrowing the power of the gods. So long as the experts in the moonlight tree reacted, only death would await the two powerhouses Gleistar and Dolores. Dolores smiled sweetly and took out a pitch-black demigod armament dark elven blade. Dark force diffused from the dark elven blade, condensed on her delicate body, and formed a pitch-black armor that covered her whole body. Gleistar silently recited an incantation and pointed at Dolores with the scepter in her hand. Black divine light descended from the sky and sprinkled on Dolores, blessing her with layer after layer of strengthening spells. As Ramia gritted her teeth and forcibly stimulated the power inside her, terrifying pinnacle demigod rank aura erupted in an instant, and her body suffered a backlash from the space force. Her body burst open, and blood splashed about. She was seriously injured. With a flick of her lily-white hand, the demigod armament elven sword suddenly appeared. She disappeared from where she stood in an instant, and then appeared in front of Dolores and stabbed at her like a meteor. Ding! Dolores raised her blade to block the attack. A frightening force erupted in an instant, and a violent shock wave spread in all directions, blowing the clothes of Cicerone and the other onlookers. Under Ramia's all-out sword strike, Dolores retreated 5 steps in a row before stopping the decline. Amazing! As expected of one of the strongest great elven monarchs. Dolores's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. She smiled sweetly, turned into numerous afterimages, and rushed towards Ramia. As the 3 powerhouses fought endlessly in the moonlight square, terrifying fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Great warlock rank great fiends jumped out of the door of darkness in a steady stream. As soon as the great fiends emerged from the door of darkness, they arrived in front of the already eroded crystal mountain, silently recited incantations, pointed at the crystal mountain, and black demonic light entered the crystal mountain. The moonlight tree was dim, and demonic light enveloped the moonlight tree, completely sealing the tree holes where the elven powerhouses resided. What's going on? Shit. There's a problem in the moonlight square. The complexions of the elven powerhouses changed greatly, and they frantically attacked the tree houses they resided in. Berserk power pervaded the entire moonlight tree. One after another, great warlock rank great fiends jumped out of the door of darkness and rushed towards Pollyanna and the other 3 elven legend rank powerhouses. You guys have fun here, I'm going to take my leave first. Cicerone smiled faintly, then turned around and walked towards the outside. Ramia's strength was astonishing. Even though the 2 powerhouses Gleistar and Dolores had joined forces, she still forced them to retreat in defeat. Even if Cicerone joined, he would at most maintain an undefeatable situation. He had no intention of contributing to Dolores and the other 2 elven powerhouses. Pollyanna and the other three legend-rank powerhouses could only watch helplessly as Ciceron left, their hearts burning with anxiety. Now that the demigod-rank powerhouses in the Moonlight Tree were temporarily sealed, no one could withstand a blow from Ciceron. As Ramia's pretty face shifted slightly, and she retreated briskly. She raised a green bow, and a moon god's arrow turned into a bright moonlight shooting towards Ciceron. Ciceron's complexion changed greatly. With a flick of his wrist, the shield engraved with the Fiend Baron's head blocked in front of him. When the moonlight shot into the shield, the Fiend Baron's head on the shield blasted into pieces with a boom. The remaining moonlight stabbed into Ciceron's abdomen and ran through it, and a copious amount of blood splattered from his abdomen and scattered on the ground. With just one arrow, the insufferably arrogant Ciceron was seriously injured by Esramia. "Your Majesty Esramia, you really deserve your reputation. I'll go find your daughter and properly repay this debt." Ciceron smiled malevolently, then blurred into motion and shot towards the outside. At the same time, he took out vials of potions and poured them into his mouth. Esramia sighed slightly, then suddenly ejected the elven sword in her hand and stabbed towards Dolores. While the fierce battle was going on in the Moonlight Square, pitch-black portals appeared all over the elven woods. Chapter 317. After the fiends came out of the teleportation portal, they quickly set up simple altars. Humans, elves, half-blood beastmen, demonic beasts, and other life forms were driven out of the teleportation portal like pigs and dogs. After all the life forms were driven out, the fiends pounced on them and tore them to shreds. The altar turned into hell, and a strong smell of blood wafted from the altar. Blood-colored rays of light rose from the ground and shot into the sky. In the center of the blood-colored rays of light, the Saint Moonlight City no longer shone. Instead, a pitch-black ray of light shot into the sky. Above the elven woods, the weather changed, the sky was overcast, and the sunlight was nearly covered in black clouds, forming a huge whirlpool that stirred the vigor of heaven and earth of the Fesua plain. The many stars hanging above the Fesua plain seemed to have dimmed a bit. What happened? Yang Feng opened his eyes at once. His keen level 3 warlock rank intuition made him feel a little uneasy. He got up, blurred into motion, and rushed outside. As soon as he left the room, Yang Feng felt that the Moonlight Tree was dim, without a trace of moonlight. His complexion changed slightly, and he raised his speed to the limit. After a few ups and downs, he arrived outside the Moonlight Tree. "What's going on?" Yang Feng watched as a black beam of light soared into the sky and formed a huge whirlpool in the sky. He was suddenly alarmed and had an ominous premonition. All of a sudden, a vast and boundless divine might descended from the sky, giving rise to an irresistible feeling of terror. Under the frightening divine might, Yang Feng trembled all over. This was the instinctive fear of a low-level intelligent life form towards a higher-level intelligent life form. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. God, this is God-rank pressure. Didn't the gods of the Fesua plain sign a treaty of the gods not to interfere in the secular world? How come there are gods taking action? A golden divine light fell from the sky and broke through the layers of black clouds with great difficulty. A series of golden arrows descended from the sky, containing divine might that could destroy everything, and shot towards the altars below. How shameless! Didn't you sign the treaty of the gods that you wouldn't interfere with anything that happened in the mortal world? Why can't you hold back from making a move now? Accompanied by a sinister laugh, a terrifying claw covered in black scales that seemed to be able to cover the sky slowly emerged from a crack. Endless dark demonic aura enveloped the terrifying claw. Yang Feng looked at the terrifying giant claw from afar. Massacre, bloodthirst, tyranny, and other kinds of evil desires welled up inside him. His eyes gradually turned bloodshot and he issued beast-like roars. The host has been eroded by an evil force. The stimulation therapy will now begin. A message sounded in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, and an intense pain pervaded his sea of knowledge. He immediately came back to his senses. What a terrifying evil existence! Slightly alarmed, Yang Feng cast a secret method to guard his mind, and barely managed to resist the evil power emanating from the terrifying claw. In the endless plains, there were many terrifying existences, many of which could kill a level 3 warlock with a glance. The power that those terrifying existences unconsciously emitted could kill countless low-level life forms. The terrifying claw grabbed at the countless golden arrows in the sky. The golden arrows shot at the terrifying claw, erupted with fearsome divine might in a flash, and ran through the claw. Drops of black blood dripped from the terrifying claw to the ground. When the drop of black blood fell to the ground, the area was shrouded by terrifying demonic aura, and the environment changed completely. The Elven Secret Method Moon God's arrow is really powerful. Mofasareja, you can actually hurt me from so far away. Unfortunately, even if you act now, it's already too late. The planar tide has already begun, and once it starts, it can't be stopped. Dusk of the Gods is coming. I'm looking forward to you becoming a member of my harem collection in the future. The terrifying giant claw let out an evil and licentious laugh and directly grabbed towards the sky. Along with the sound of cloth tearing, as if a big hole was torn in the sky, meteors flew out of the big hole and flew towards the Feisua plain like raindrop. A tyrannical radiant spear descended from the sky and pierced through the giant claw, and endless radiant divine force erupted in a flash and purified the giant claw. Prados, you dare to destroy my right hand. From the abyss, I'll watch your divine country fall, and all your believers will become food for my subordinates. A heart-wrenching roar of pain and curses came from the huge crack that extended from the claw. Fiend Duke Droyardo, after the planar tide, I'll go to the abyss, cut off your head, and hang it in front of my divine country. A dignified, domineering, and sacred voice came from the sky and reverberated in the world. After hearing this voice, except for intelligent life forms with official warlock rank cultivation base, the rest of the life forms prostrated themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with trepidation. Fiend Duke Droyardo smiled wickedly. After the planar tide, you may not still exist in this world. I'll be waiting for you on the 93rd floor of the abyss. The huge crack disappeared at once. That boundless divine might also receded like a receding tide. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching radiance and his heart brimmed with excitement. Planar tide, this is my chance. The planar tide was a unique phenomenon in the world where the gods existed. Every tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years, planes with gods would experience a planar tide. During the planar tide, god rank experts and above would be greatly suppressed, and their power would be reduced to the legend rank or demigod rank. According to the speculations of the Tsangji Plains warlocks, the planar tide might be a self-protection mechanism of the plane. In the view of the Tsangji Plains warlocks, gods were like parasites of the plane. They possessed strength far exceeding that of experts of the same rank and a lifespan of millions or tens of millions of years. As long as they were in their divine country, it was very difficult to kill them. If a feeble divine force rank god stayed in their divine country, then even an intermediate divine force rank god might be killed by the feeble divine force rank god after entering their divine country. If it was outside their divine country, then a feeble divine force rank god was not the opponent of an intermediate divine force rank god. In theory, a moonlight warlock was in the same realm as a feeble divine force rank god. However, most moonlight warlocks would only be defeated by a feeble divine force rank god. If a feeble divine force rank god was proficient in combat, they could even contend against 3 moonlight warlocks. Long lifespans and formidable fighting strength. This was the reason why many human warlocks rushed to set foot on the god path. Of course, because the resources that gods consumed were too great, the number of gods that each plane could accommodate was limited. This was the reason why the elves were resisted by the gods of the Fesua plane when they came to the Fesua plane. The more gods there were on a plane, the more frequent the planar tide would be. One of the provisions of the Treaty of the Gods signed by the gods of the Fesua plane was to prevent foreign experts from ascending to godhood on the Fesua plane. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to ascend to godhood on the Fesua plane. Only those who were extremely lucky and talented could ascend to godhood. The planar tide was also known as the dusk of the gods on many planes. The planar tide was the time when the control of the gods over the secular world was at its lowest. When the planar tide was at its peak, the starry sky gods could not interfere with the secular world. They could only make arrangements before the planar tide fully began. Either they would descend to the secular world with their true bodies, or they would send powerful angels or braves to directly interfere with the secular world. During the planar tide, gods were suppressed to the extreme. If gods descended to the secular world with their true bodies, they would be killed by heroes among the mortals. Many of the divine weapons in the mortal world were also treasures left behind by the gods who were killed during the planar tide. Ambitious gods would descend to the secular world with their true bodies in an attempt to integrate the power of the secular world and upgrade their godhead rank. The strength of gods' true bodies was far greater than that of their avatars. Gods who sought stability would descend to the secular world with their avatars, while gods who wanted to advance further would go all out and descend to the secular world with their true bodies. Once the planar tide arrived, the Fesua plane would fall into a terrifying chaos. The meteors falling from the sky were legend rank or demigod rank powerhouses from other planes that entered the Fesua plane. There were even god rank powerhouses who braved the danger of being suppressed to break into the Fesua plane. The Fesua plane was one of the 36 primary material planes, and only this plane could accommodate a large number of gods. Apart from the prime material plane, there were very few planes that could accommodate 100 deities. Many planes couldn't even accommodate a single god. The Tsangji plane's warlocks divided planes into 9 grades. The first grade was the Tsangji plane, which could accommodate 1 million gods. The second tier was the 36 prime material planes, which could accommodate the birth of more than 10,000 gods. The third grade planes could accommodate no more than 1,000 gods. The fourth grade planes could accommodate no more than 100 gods. The fifth grade planes could accommodate no more than 36 gods. A sixth grade plane could accommodate no more than 10 gods and below. The seventh grade planes could accommodate no more than 1 god. The eighth grade planes could only give birth to demigod rank powerhouses. The ninth grade planes couldn't give birth to gods, and their strongest powerhouses were merely legend rank powerhouses. Chapter 3:18. Obviously, many powerhouses of other planes who aspired to become gods colluded with the abyssal fiend Duke Droyard, which was why they were able to rush into the Fesua plane the moment the planar barrier collapsed. The Fesua plane was originally protected by a formidable barrier set up by the gods. Once experts with cultivation base surpassing the legend rank entered the barrier, they would be discovered by the gods, who would dispatch their subordinates to kill the invaders. The Tsangji plane's demonic fighting sect had a planar passageway hidden in the Fesua plane, which allowed them to freely travel between the two planes. Even so, the demonic fighting sect's experts didn't dare to openly use the planar passageway to conduct planar trade, for fear of alarming the gods of the Fesua plane. On the Fesua plane, Even human warlocks of the Tsangji plane didn't dare to rashly expose their identities, or else only death would await them. The planar barrier was shattered by the fiend Duke Droyardo taking advantage of the planar tide to launch a planar tide, giving the covetously eyeing powerhouses from the outside an opportunity to descend on the Feisua plane. Who knew how many experts from other planes descended on the Feisua plane, taking advantage of the planar tide to look for opportunities to become gods. When the planar tide came, the divine countries of the gods in the starry sky would be at their weakest. Who knew how many powerful existences would choose to attack the gods of the Feisua plane, hunt them, and replace them as gods? Gods were the most powerful existences in their divine countries. Once a strong divine force ranked god entered the divine country of an intermediate divine force ranked god, they might even be defeated by the other party. The importance of a divine country to a god could be well imagined. A divine country was a residence built by the gods with the semiplane as the base, the laws of the Feisua plane as the core, and the faith force of living beings as the energy source. In their divine countries, the laws grasped by the gods would be promoted to a terrifying realm. Before the planar tide arrived, the gods of the Feisua plane were as stable as Mount Tai. Anyone who tried to enter their divine countries to kill gods would just be throwing away their lives in vain. Only powerhouses with heaven-defying strength like the warlock emperors of the Tsangji Plane's 8 warlock dynasties could ignore all laws and lead countless powerhouses into their divine countries to kill gods. Now that the planar tide arrived, the core of the divine countries built by the gods was greatly weakened, and the power of the divine countries weakened to the extreme. This was the opportunity that powerful existences of other planes were waiting for. The planar tide was also known as the twilight of the gods because many powerful existences of other planes would take advantage of this opportunity to hunt the gods who had lost the protection of their divine countries. Whenever the planar tide arrived, the experts hidden everywhere would take action, and gods would perish like clouds. After the planar tide passed, many gods would fall. This was the meaning of Ragnarok. Even a great divine power-ranked deity might not be able to withstand the siege of the most terrifying powerhouses from other planes. The roar of spells came from the moonlight tree. From within a moonlight tree, with a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng took out the demigod armament black dragon armor and donned it in an instant. His figure fluttered, and he shot towards the depths of the moonlight tree. Within a dozen breaths of time, Yang Feng arrived at a treehouse. Inside the treehouse, 6 advanced abyssal fiends were besieging Faldina. Abyssal fiends were divided into junior abyssal fiends, level 1 warlocks, intermediate abyssal fiends, level 2 warlocks, and advanced abyssal fiends, level 3 warlocks. Advanced abyssal fiends were terrifying existences comparable to level 3 extraordinary life forms, and were proficient in darkness-attributed spells. The 6 advanced abyssal fiends cast darkness-attributed spells barreling towards Faldina. At that critical juncture, Faldina's hidden strength was finally fully displayed. Magic crystals revolved around her body, and the magic crystals flickered with radiance. Shields kept flashing and resisting the attacks of the 6 advanced abyssal fiends. At the same time, her petite body fluttered in the wind as she shuttled back and forth among the 6 advanced abyssal fiends. When Yang Feng rushed into the treehouse, his figure blurred, and he appeared in front of an advanced abyssal fiend and slammed a fist containing frightening dragon force into the head of the advanced abyssal fiend. The advanced abyssal fiend's head burst open, blood splattered everywhere, and a corpse collapsed on the ground. After killing the advanced abyssal fiend with one blow, Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared in front of another advanced abyssal fiend. He stabbed his hand into the advanced abyssal fiend's heart and dug it out. The complexion of an advanced abyssal fiend changed greatly. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, pointed at Yang Feng, and suddenly unleashed the level 3 spell fiend gaze. A huge eye exuding frightening fluctuations of dark power suddenly appeared in the void and locked onto Yang Feng. Once the level 3 spell fiend gaze was successfully unleashed, even a legend rank expert would be frozen for a moment. Their mind would be invaded by evil, and if their willpower was slightly unstable, they would fall, be eroded by desire, and demonize into a demi-devil. Dispel. Faldina raised her lily-white hand, and a magic radiance landed on the huge eye midair. The huge eye collapsed and dissipated. Yang Feng flipped his hands, grabbed backward, and stabbed the hearts of 2 advanced fiends. He casually dug out the hearts of the 2 advanced fiends. The complexions of the remaining 2 advanced abyssal fiends changed greatly. They silently recited an incantation and conjured the level 3 spell dark mist transformation. They turned into 2 clouds of black mist and fled towards the rear. Dark mist transformation was a life-saving spell of fiends. This spell was the most troublesome spell for many human sacred swordsmen. Once fiends conjured dark mist transformation, many sacred swordsmen would be unable to stop them from escaping. Fire snake. Faldina pointed with her lily-white hand, and a long fire snake suddenly appeared, opened its maw, and swallowed the clouds of black mist. The 2 clouds of black mist issued miserable screams, and then condensed into the form of advanced abyssal fiends before being burned to ashes by the flames. The magical mechanical cloak on Yang Feng's back trembled slightly, and transparent filaments extended into the corpses of the advanced abyssal fiends and quietly sucked them dry. Faldina's innocent big eyes revealed traces of resentment and a heart-stirring delicacy, and she said pitifully, "You're late. If you were any later, I would have been torn to shreds by those big ugly fellows. Is this how you treat your woman?" Yang Feng looked at Faldina's enchanting appearance and said with a faint smile, "When did you become my woman? Why didn't I know?" Faldina said with a resentful expression, "You're too shameless. You clearly have me, yet you still don't acknowledge it. Okay, stop playing around. Things don't look good. We seem to have gotten involved in a storm. Do you have any clues?" Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and strode towards the treehouse where Cassius' group of 3 were located. Faldina put away her seductive demeanor and analyzed in a very capable manner, "There's not enough information. I can only be sure that the elves are in big trouble. Since abyssal fiends have appeared so openly, then the Democalypse shouldn't be far away." The Democalypse was a disaster formed when the abyss invaded the Feisua Plain and covered almost all the continents of the Feisua Plain. The abyssal fiends that poured out of the abyss would kill all living beings they could see. Their mission seemed to be to kill, kill, and kill. There was no room for communication, and they wouldn't leave any captives. The entire Feisua Plain would turn pale at the mention of Democalypse. Yang Feng's thoughts were stirred and he said lightly, "Democalypse? The prices of food and weapons on the continent should rise quickly." Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she said with a light smile, "That's right. Once this news spreads, the prices of food and weapons on the continent will skyrocket. We can use this news to make a lot of money." Yang Feng smiled faintly, declining to comment. When they arrived in front of the treehouse where Cassius' group of 3 lived, there were dozens of corpses ranging from junior fiends to advanced fiends scattered around the treehouse. The dozens of fiends were no match for Cassius' group of 3 sacred swordsmen. When Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen saw Yang Feng, they saluted and said, "Greetings, Lord. Ian, it's me, it's Karina." At this moment Karina, who was bouncing like a fawn, jumped down from a treehouse, landed in front of Yang Feng, and said with a flustered expression, "It's bad, Ian, the moonlight square of our elves has been occupied by abyssal fiends. I beg you, please help us elves." Yang Feng frowned slightly when he heard that. He was silent for a while, and then asked doubtfully, "Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Azramia and many powerhouses of your elven divine system are in the Moonlight Tree. Why do you need my help? As if a helpless puppy, Karina looked pitifully at Yang Feng and pleaded softly. Her beautiful big eyes were already shrouded in a hazy mist. My mother has already gone to the Moonlight Square to fight those fiends. The rest of the aunties have been sealed in their residences. The only person I can think of now is you. Please, help me, Ian, okay? Yang Feng pondered for a while. His thoughts revolved lightning fast. Finally, he looked at Karina's helpless expression and said solemnly, Okay, I'll help you. Karina suddenly smiled brightly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Under Karina's lead, Yang Feng and his party moved towards the Moonlight Square. Along the way, the abyssal fiends that appeared were insta-killed by Faldina and the 3 sacred swordsmen. In a wide hall, Cicerone walked over. When he saw Yang Feng and his party, his eyes lit up and he burst into laughter. Ian, interesting, we meet again. It seems that this is fate. Fate has brought us together again. Last time, for the sake of the overall situation, I could only lose to you. Now I finally have a chance to take revenge. Besides, you actually brought 2 little beauties with you. Thank you very much. After I break your limbs, I'll let you enjoy the sight of me toying with them. Ha ha! Chapter 319. Cicerone spread the fingers of a hand, and freezing air shrouded in endless black snow turned into a black ray of light and gushed towards Yang Feng's group of 4. Faldina's cherry lips parted slightly, and she uttered a magic sentence. She pointed at Cicerone, and a fire snake burning with endless flames suddenly appeared and pounced at Cicerone. The black ray of light brushed past, and the fire snake collapsed and disappeared. Unabated, the black ray of light pounced at Yang Feng. The black dragon bloodline inside Yang Feng boiled. He opened his mouth and spat out the level, 4 innate spell dragon breath. A dragon breath, burning with black flames, suddenly sprayed out and blasted into the black ray of light. Just as Yang Feng spat out the dragon breath, 4 button-sized black objects quietly flew out from behind him and quietly flew towards the 4 corners of the hall. When the black dragon breath, which could even burn great warlocks to ashes, collided with the black ray of light, the black dragon breath immediately extinguished. Seeing this scene, the complexions of Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen changed greatly, and they roused their sacred swordsman rank chi to frantically strengthen their physique. Faldina's body also lit up with magic shields. Karina's delicate body was covered with a green shield. The black ray of light brushed past, and Yang Feng was frozen by a huge chunk of black ice. Without exception, Faldina, Karina, and the 3 sacred swordsmen were all frozen by the huge chunk of black ice. So weak. Ian, I thought of you as an opponent before in vain. Now it seems that you're just relying on the power of your equipment. You can go to hell. Cicerone smiled coldly and pointed with his hand. A black ray of light shot out of his hand, pierced into the chunk of black ice, and stabbed Yang Feng's right leg. Crack! Following brittle sounds, Yang Feng's right leg turned into ice fragments that splashed about. Boom! Suddenly, the black ice block sealing Yang Feng exploded into pieces. With a flick of his wrist, the super-gravity gun appeared in Yang Feng's hand. Magic light gushed out of Cicerone's eyes, flashing with madness, and he said with a sinister smile, Ian, I've long guessed that you pretended to be frozen by me in order to lure me over. Losing a leg must feel terrible, right? I will slowly break your limbs one by one. It will be very interesting. Apart from those powerhouses with the strongest willpower or those who had secret techniques or treasures to protect themselves, most people would be corroded by demonic energy once they fell and became demons. They would become crazy, cruel, bloodthirsty. This was one of the main reasons why the Abyss demons were hated by everyone no matter where they went. You fool who has already been corroded by devil chi. Today this will be your burial ground. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He raised the supergravity gun and pulled the trigger, and a black supergravity ball suddenly erupted and shot towards Cicerone. You are so stupid! Ian, although this secret treasure is powerful, but no matter how powerful it is, it's just a waste of energy if it can't hit its target. Flash is a spell that even legend wizards know, so how can I, an expert who has awakened the sea god's bloodline and possesses pure fiend blood, not know about it? Cicerone's eyes flashed with ridicule. A powerful spatial force shrouded him, making him blurry, as if he was about to disappear in an instant. In that instant, black beams suddenly shot out from the four corners of the hall and converged at the top of the hall, forming a very strange closed space. Cicerone's distorted body became clear once again, and terrifying spatial backlash force erupted inside him. Countless wounds appeared in a flash, and large amounts of blood sputtered out of his body. Just as Cicerone was horrified, the supergravity beam slammed into him. His body suddenly sank, as if pressed by a mountain, and he fell to the ground with a bang. He spat out a big mouthful of blood and shattered the ground. Yang Feng's figure shook, and he strangely appeared in front of Cicerone and fired another shot at him. Following a loud bang, as if pressed down by a mountain, Cicerone's body sank again, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. With a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel in hand, Yang Feng launched the level 4 spell Dragon Force. Brimming with power, as if the embodiment of a humanoid dragon, he mercilessly slashed at Cicerone's head. Ding! Amidst the sound of metal striking metal, Yang Feng seemed to have slashed at a substance many times harder than diamond. The divine blood steel secret treasure sword in his hand that could cut through gold and jade could only split Cicerone's head, unable to cut him in two. At the same time, the sword was embedded in Cicerone's skull, unable to be pulled out. Abyssal fiends were terrifying extraordinary creatures comparable to dragons. As a terrifying existence at the demon baron level, Cicerone's skull was even many times harder than diamonds. Without a sufficiently powerful weapon, it was impossible to injure them. Many powerful beings were basically unarmed and didn't use secret treasures. That was because those powerful beings themselves were the most powerful weapons. Unless there was a secret treasure of the same rank, a low-grade secret treasure would have no effect on them. Cicerone issued a heart-wrenching roar. Ian, you can't kill me! With this kind of lousy weapon, you can't kill me! Shut up! Yang Feng fired at Cicerone. A supergravity beam slammed into Cicerone. Cicerone's body sank, the ground cracked again, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured once more. If one sword can't kill you, then I'll use more swords until I kill you. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he drew a sword forged from divine blood steel, and stabbed at Cicerone's eye. Cicerone's complexion changed greatly. He tried to resist the sword forged from divine blood steel, but as if a mountain was pressing down on him, he couldn't budge. He could only watch as the sword pierced his right eye. Ah! Cicerone issued a heart-wrenching and lung-splitting scream. The terrifying scream reverberated in the hall, causing Yang Feng's ears to ache. Without demur, Yang Feng fired another shot at Cicerone. Cicerone's body sank, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. Yang Feng took the opportunity to stab Cicerone's left eye with another sword forged from divine blood steel. Once again, Cicerone let out an incomparably mournful scream. Yang Feng maintained a fixed rhythm. Every time he stabbed Cicerone with a sword, he would immediately follow up with a supergravity beam. The demigod rank expert Cicerone was powerless to resist. His body was full of swords forged from divine blood steel. If an ordinary person was pierced by a dozen swords, they would have died long ago. However, Cicerone had awakened the sea god's bloodline and had fiend blood flowing in his body. His vitality was extremely tenacious, yet he still held on and didn't die. If I can subdue this guy and make him my subordinate, it'll be of great benefit to me in the future. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred. He took out a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir and stabbed it into Cicerone. Two terrifying forces erupted inside Cicerone, and 99% of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir was killed by Cicerone's immune system. Less than 99% of the liquid metal nano-robot elixir has been eliminated. Please continue injecting the elixir. Otherwise, the remaining elixir will be eliminated by the target after 30 seconds. The injection was actually successful? What's going on? Yang Feng was somewhat curious. He immediately contacted the super-optical computer of the Feisua Plains portable fortified fortress to inquire. At the same time, he injected vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir into Cicerone. After a careful examination, Yang Feng understood the whole story. Originally, an expert like Cicerone, who had awakened the sea god's bloodline and had fiend blood flowing in his body, couldn't be eroded and dominated by the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. However, after the super-optical computer analyzed the demon Emperor Cartman's bloodline, its database was greatly enriched, and its technology advanced by a level. Coupled with Cicerone's weak body, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir successfully eroded and dominated him. Warning! Warning! The target has a formidable contract force. According to the analysis, the target has sold his soul to a powerful god rank existence or above. The existence can seize the target's soul at any time through secret method. The value of the target has decreased. Do you want to continue to dominate the target? Warnings suddenly flashed in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and asked, "Can I deceive that powerful existence through the robots of blasphemy? I can deceive the other party's soul perception." Yang Feng ordered very decisively, then continue to dominate. Cicerone, a powerful existence with a distinguished identity, would be a very good chess piece. The Feisua plane would soon fall into chaos. Such a demigod-rank chess piece would be a very formidable fighting force. Yes, understood. Continue to erode and dominate. Yang Feng injected 100 vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir in a row before he could completely dominate and erode Cicerone. Yang Feng beckoned with his hand, and the 4 spatial lockers flew into his hand. Cicerone exerted his strength, and the swords forged from divine blood steel inserted in his body flew out and landed in front of Yang Feng. Cicerone got up and immediately stared at Yang Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. But in the next moment, an intense pain spread throughout Cicerone's body, making him wish he was dead. He miserably rolled on the ground, snot and tears flowing down his face. Chapter 320. Cicerone trembled, his eyes flashed with fear, and he screamed, "What did you do to me?" Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Shut up, release them all, and then follow behind us stealthily. You can only attack when I tell you to." Cicerone was alarmed to find that he couldn't control his body and mind at all. He pointed with his finger, and black light shrouded Faldina and the others. The black ice covering Faldina and the others cracked and crumbled inch by inch. Cicerone's body twisted, and under the effect of advanced stealth, he hid in the darkness. When the black ice covering Faldina and Karina shattered, they collapsed to the ground, their pretty faces blue from the cold, and a white mist formed in front of them with every breath they took. Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen also turned purple from the cold. They coughed, and every time they coughed, they would spit out a piece of ice. Cicerone was a terrifying being who awakened the sea god's bloodline and had fiend blood flowing inside him. He was extremely strong, and human sacred swordsmen like Cassius couldn't contend against him. Human sacred swordsmen of the Feisua plane had strong offense but weak defense. If they had a powerful enough weapon, they could even cut Serene in two. However, a few level 3 spells could kill them, let alone the attacks of a demigod-rank powerhouse like Serene. Yang Feng waved his hand, and vials of potions flew towards Faldina and the others. Faldina and the others took the vials of potions and downed them. After drinking the potion, Faldina and Karina's faces looked a little better. After Cassius and the other 2 sacred swordsmen drank the potions, they still coughed and coughed up pieces of frozen blood. Cassius gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, we can't follow you to continue fighting. Now that our meridians have been frostbitten, we'll only be a burden to you if we continue. Please allow us to retreat." Serene's strike contained fiend power and the sea god's freezing power, and its might was terrifying. Although Cassius and the other 2 barely survived, but their meridians had been frostbitten, and their fighting strength had been greatly weakened. Even if Yang Feng's potions were better, they still wouldn't be able to heal their injuries within a short period of time. In terms of physical constitution alone, human sacred swordsmen were the worst among the many races on the Feisua plain. This was due to their congenital deficiencies. Only after evolving to become a demigod or a deity, after going through 2 life metamorphoses and evolution, the physical fitness of a human deity would be able to compete with the deities of other races of the same level. Faldina and Karina only escaped because Serene wanted to capture them alive. Otherwise, they would have frozen to death long ago. Yang Feng promptly made a decision. "All right. After you leave this place, hide immediately. Recover well." "Yes, my lord." Cassius and the other 2 saluted Yang Feng and quickly returned the way they came. The figures of Yang Feng and company flickered, and they continued to move towards the Moonlight Square. After passing through several winding corridors, a spacious and empty elven residential area full of tree houses appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. In the residential area of the elves, a large number of abyssal demons were crazily slaughtering the elves. On the Feisua plain, elves were natural archers, and their archery in the forest was unmatched. However, although they weren't weak in close combat, but compared to the abyssal demons who excelled in physical strength, they were far inferior. Under the frenzied attacks of the abyssal demons, the elves in the residential area suffered heavy casualties. Rivers of blood flowed in the residential area, and mournful screams and wails lingered. The corpses of 2 abyssal great fiends collapsed on the ground. 2/3 of their heads were blown off. Apart from that, there wasn't a trace of injury on their bodies. Clearly, they were killed by a single shot. 4 abyssal great fiends were besieging Kafalina. Although Kafalina was an elven genius, but under the siege of 4 abyssal great fiends, she was already injured all over. There were also 3 abyssal great demons fighting with 5 elven legendary powerhouses. By relying on their endless stream of dark spells as well as their frightening physical constitution, the 3 abyssal great fiends completely suppressed the 5 legend-rank elves. From the entrance of the passageway leading to the Moonlight Square, there was still a steady stream of abyssal fiends pouring out. When Yang Feng entered the area, he swept the area with his gaze, silently recited an incantation, and waved his hand. Suddenly, thick vampiric rattans flew out, expanded in the wind, and turned into thick tendrils that swept in all directions. When the junior and intermediate abyssal fiends were swept by the vampiric rattans, their blood poured out like floodgates opened, and they were completely devoured by the vampiric rattans, turning into dried corpses. Caught off guard, 2 advanced abyssal fiends were also swept up by the vampiric rattans and had their blood sucked dry. The abyssal fiend crowd fell into a small chaos. Yang Feng suddenly erupted. Transforming into a humanoid black dragon, he rushed towards the abyssal great fiends entangled with 5 legend-rank elves, and mercilessly clawed at the heart of an abyssal great fiend. The abyssal great fiend contended with 2 legend-rank elves. Caught off guard, the abyssal great fiend's heart was pierced by Yang Feng's sneak attack, and then its head was beheaded by another sacred swordsman. Damn you! The eyes of an abyssal great fiend shimmered with madness. With a furious roar, it suddenly burst out and flapped its fiend wings. Shrouded in dense demonic chi, it clawed at Yang Feng's heart at a terrifying speed surpassing the speed of sound. Virtually at the same time, the other abyssal great fiend unleashed Blink, silently appeared behind Yang Feng, and stabbed at Yang Feng's abdomen. The Blink spell was a terrifying spell mastered by level 4 legendary mages. Legendary mages who mastered the Blink spell had terrifying mobility. Blink was an inherent innate spell of abyssal great fiends. When used, they were much more fearsome than many legend wizard. Faced with the siege of 2 abyssal great fiends, Yang Feng roared furiously and unleashed the level 4 spell Dragon Breath. He opened his mouth and belched a black dragon breath that slammed into the abyssal great fiend in front of him. In a flash, the terrifying dragon breath enveloped the abyssal great fiend and set it ablaze. The abyssal great fiend screamed in pain and collapsed on the ground, rolling and struggling. The other abyssal great fiend took the opportunity to slam its claw into Yang Feng's back, producing ear-piercing sounds, but was forcibly blocked by the demigod armament black dragon armor. Yang Feng's body shook. With his dragon-like physique, he blocked the backlash of the abyssal great fiend's all-out attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he stabbed the abyssal great fiend in the heart with his claw, dug out the abyssal great fiend's heart, and threw it into his magical mechanical cloak. Inside Yang Feng's magical mechanical cloak, the abyssal fiend Baron Heart continuously devoured the blood essence and hearts of the abyssal fiends, becoming more and more powerful. The more powerful the abyssal fiend Baron Heart became, the more powerful and frightening Yang Feng would become when he transformed into a fiend baron in the future. Seeing Yang Feng kill the 3 abyssal great fiends effortlessly, the 5 Elven Legend rank experts took a few steps back and looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. If Yang Feng was their friend, then it wouldn't matter. But if he was their enemy, then as long as they were the slightest bit careless, they would be killed by him. Karina's sweet voice came from behind. "Elder Kelly, he's Ian, my friend. He came to help us. Elder Kelly, let's eliminate these fiends together." Yang Feng smiled faintly, then his figure shook and he rushed towards the 4 abyssal great fiends besieging Kafalina. The 4 great fiends besieging Kafalina quickly responded and issued shrill howls. More than 30 advanced fiends suddenly rushed towards Kafalina and released formidable dark spells barreling towards her. The figures of the 4 great fiends shook and they split into 2. One of them rushed towards Yang Feng, while the other 3 rushed towards the 5 legend rank elven experts. The archery of elves was too frightening. The great fiends weren't willing to give the elves a chance to display their fearsome archery. Dark rays. Dark erosion. Dominate humans. Mind corruption. Desire eruption. Weakness. The advanced abyssal fiends, intermediate abyssal fiends, and junior abyssal fiends also cast dark spells and shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng gave a furious roar, and the black dragon armor erupted with a terrifying dragon-like life force. When the low-level spells hit him, they collapsed and disappeared. Adult dragons had an innate immunity to low-level spells. Unless it was a level 4 offensive spell, low-level spells couldn't cause any harm to adult dragons. After Yang Feng put on the black dragon armor, he was immune to most low-level spells. Unless it was a level 4 spell, low-level spells were ineffective against him. The abyssal great fiend used Blink and appeared in front of Yang Feng, then craftily grabbed at Yang Feng's crotch. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. Without dodging, he grabbed at the head of the abyssal great fiend. With a flash of Blink, the abyssal great fiend appeared beside Karina, smiled malevolently, and grabbed at Karina. Blink endowed abyssal great fiends with super mobility. unless a large-scale space-sealing spell was used. Otherwise, any legend rank powerhouse would have a headache when dealing with abyssal great fiends. Abyssal great fiends were very cunning and good at using their innate spells. Chapter 321. Karina had been pampered since childhood, and was the little princess of elves. Although she relied on her extraordinary talent to cultivate to become a powerful level 2 warlock rank existence, but her actual combat experience was extremely low, and she was powerless to resist. She could only watch as the abyssal great fiend's giant claw grabbed at her. "Go, kill him!" Yang Feng creased his eyebrows and ordered coldly. A claw suddenly twisted out of the space, pierced into the abyssal great fiend's heart with lightning speed, and dug out the abyssal great fiend's heart. The abyssal great fiend's eyes flickered with endless horror, then it trembled and fell to the ground. Yang Feng's figure shook, and like a humanoid dragon, he pounced at the advanced abyssal fiends besieging Kafalina. Strengthened by the frightening dragon force, Yang Feng's punches and kicks possessed dragon force. Every time he punched an advanced abyssal fiend, the tendons and bones of the advanced abyssal fiends would be broken, and they would be sent flying like broken ragdolls. Within a dozen breaths of time, the advanced abyssal fiends in front of Kafalina were killed by Yang Feng. "Thank you." Kafalina gave Yang Feng a deep look, and a glint of gratitude streaked past the abyss of her beautiful eyes. She uttered in a mosquito-like voice, then reached out and grasped the moonlight divine bow in her hand. Great warlock rank power erupted, and a bright moonlight suddenly shot out of the moonlight divine bow. The elven secret method moon god's arrow was unleashed in a flash. The bright moonlight drew a mysterious arc, easily pierced through the heads of 2 abyssal great fiends, and then shot towards the 3rd abyssal great fiend. The 3rd abyssal great fiend only had time to move a little before the moonlight brushed past its cheek, directly cutting off a quarter of its cheek, and one of its ears was shattered into pieces. The abyssal great fiend screamed and immediately launched Blink in an attempt to escape. Spatial disruption. An elven legend wizard silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and chaotic spatial fluctuations enveloped the abyssal great fiend. The spatial fluctuations around the abyssal great fiend disappeared, and it stood there with a look of horror on its face. Taking advantage of this, Yang Feng blurred into motion, appeared in front of the abyssal great fiend, stabbed the abyssal great fiend in the chest with his hand, and dug out its heart. After the 7 abyssal great demons were killed, a steady stream of abyssal demons poured out of the passage and rushed towards the elven powerhouses. The 5 elven legend rank powerhouses went all out and led the elven warriors to barely maintain the front line. Elder Kelly said decisively, "Ian, please go to the Moonlight Square with Kafalina, Growlus, and Arachne to support Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Ezramia." Kafalina, Growlus, and Arachne were all legendary powerhouses of the elves. Only legendary powerhouses were qualified to join the battlefield below the Moonlight Square. It was very difficult for ordinary elves to pass through that passage quickly. Karina also had an anxious look on her face as she said, "Elder Kelly, I also want to save my mother." Kelly frowned and said sternly, "No. Karina, you're too weak. Whether it's magic or martial arts, your cultivation base is too weak. In such a battle, you'll only be a burden to Ian. You have to stay here." Karina's pretty complexion changed. After a while, she turned around, stared at Yang Feng, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Ian, I'm counting on you. If you save my mother, I'll treat you as a real suitor." Yang Feng teased, saying, "Just a suitor? I thought you were going to devote your life to me." Karina gave Yang Feng a blank look. "It's not that simple. We elves are very strict when it comes to choosing a partner. Once we've decided on one, it's for life." Elves were very strict when it came to choosing a partner. Once they chose a partner, they would be faithful and would never betray him. Of course, Yang Feng, who got information on the Feisua Plains races from the demonic fighting sect, knew that only when elves were willing partners would there be such a good thing. Some elves who were married to the leaders of many major forces of the Feisua Plain as spies, God knows how many times they had stabbed their partners in the back. Kelly took a step forward and said solemnly, Duke Ian, as long as you save Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Azramia, then henceforth, you'll be the benefactor of us elves. As long as you say the word, we elves won't refuse. Yang Feng pointed to Faldina and said, All right. However, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my friend. Although Faldina could contend against a human sacred swordsman, but on the battlefield of abyssal great fiends, she could die if she wasn't careful. Faldina smiled faintly and stood quietly next to Karina. She clearly had no objection to Yang Feng's arrangement. Kelly nodded and said, Okay. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I won't let anything happen to her. Let's go. Yang Feng took the lead. His figure shook, and with a flick of his wrist, the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel turned into sword rays that swept towards the fiends. In the wake of the sword rays, the fiends were turned into countless fragments, and their blood scattered on the ground. Although it was somewhat difficult for the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel to kill a demigod rank expert like Ciceron, but it was as easy as chopping tofu for abyssal fiends. Kelly's heart shook, and she exclaimed in admiration, So strong! With an elven shield in hand, Growlus guarded in front of Kafalina and Arachne. Arachne was a legend wizard. With an emerald green magic staff in hand, she silently recited an incantation, pointed forward, and unleashed the level 4 spell demonic vine strangulation. Countless thick demonic vines extended from the walls of the moonlight tree and shot towards the abyssal fiends like flood dragons. Crackle, crackle! As if insects, the abyssal fiends were crushed by the thick demonic vines, and copious amounts of blood and internal organs scattered on the ground. A large number of abyssal fiends were killed by the demonic vines, and a path to the Moonlight Square was cleared. Yang Feng's group of 4 rushed into the passage and advanced towards the Moonlight Square. Along the way, a steady stream of abyssal fiends poured out of the Moonlight Square. With the secret treasure sword in hand, Yang Feng unleashed the demonic fighting sect's secret demonic fighting sword art. Sword rays dazzled, and the abyssal fiends were quickly killed as soon as they appeared. As soon as an abyssal great fiend appeared, it was shot in the head by Kafalina's moon god's arrow. Every time she shot a moon god's arrow, Kafalina would take a vial of cyan elixir to restore her consumed physical strength and spirit force. The elven secret method moon god's arrow was extremely powerful, but at the same time, it consumed an astonishing amount of physical strength and spirit force. If Kafalina hadn't taken a lot of recovery elixirs, she would have exhausted all of her strength by now. Seeing Yang Feng's exuberant energy and seemingly inexhaustible power, Kafalina and the other 2 elven legend rank experts were secretly apprehensive. Kafalina, who originally looked down on Yang Feng, finally changed her mind. Amidst the constant slaughter, Yang Feng's grasp of the demonic fighting sect's sword art became more and more proficient, and his understanding of fighting continued to improve. Along the way, countless abyssal fiends fell to Yang Feng's sword, and the party finally reached the Moonlight Square. At this time, the Moonlight Square was densely packed with abyssal fiends. Together with the 2 demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Gleistar, nearly 100 abyssal great fiends besieged Great Elven Monarch Azramia. Great Elven Monarch Azramia shone with golden light, looking like a dazzling sun. Her every movement contained the divine energy of the sun. Wherever the sword rays of the elven sword in her hand passed, the abyssal great fiends would be seriously injured. The abyssal great fiends recited incantations and pointed at Great Elven Monarch Azramia, an extremely vicious level 4 darkness spells blasted into Great Elven Monarch Ezramia. Even as strong as Great Elven Monarch Ezramia was, she couldn't be completely immune to level 4 darkness spells, and her body became heavier and heavier. Originally, the 2 demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Glystar weren't a match for Great Elven Monarch Ezramia even if they joined forces. But now, with the help of the Abyssal Great Fiends, they began to suppress Great Elven Monarch Ezramia step by step. Every time Great Elven Monarch Ezramia killed an Abyssal Great Fiend, she would receive 1 or 2 wounds blasted by the 2 demigod rank powerhouses Dolores and Glystar, and drops of blood containing traces of black gas dripped onto the ground from her wounds. Besieged by countless abyssal fiends, Great Elven Monarch Ezramia eventually exhausted her strength and fell. When Yang Feng's group of 4 appeared, gazes focused on them. Ezramia, you're really popular to have so many children come to save you. I'll tear them to shreds right in front of you, just like those few stubborn lesser elves just now. Dolores issued enchanting laughter, then retreated briskly, disappeared with blink, and appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Shrouded in endless dark force, the demigod-rank dark elven blade slashed at Yang Feng with the pressure of a mountain. In an instant, as if endless darkness enveloped the land, a premonition of death welled up in Yang Feng's mind. It seemed like no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape the fate of death, and would eventually die under this blade. Chapter 322. Dying at her hands doesn't seem too bad. Yang Feng's eyes were filled with Dolores's sexy figure. Affected by the power of the dark elven edge, his will to fight dissipated, and he only wanted to die under Dolores's blade. The demigod armament dark elven edge was not only extremely sharp, but it also had the innate ability to charm, seduce, shake the mind, and many other permanent spells that could corrode the mind and will of people. When ordinary humans, even knight-rank experts, saw the demigod armament dark elven edge, they would fall into a daze, pick up the dark elven edge, and cut off their heads. Dolores was an advanced demigod-rank expert. Not only was she a peerlessly beautiful woman, but she also cultivated a special secret method. Her every move was filled with a seductive and depraved charm. Together with the dark elven edge, even a demigod-rank expert like Serene would fall for it. The cultivation base of Yang Feng's true body was only that of a level 3 warlock. The disparity in strength between him and Dolores was too great, and he couldn't resist. The host is eroded by a charm spell. Activating stimulation therapy. A string of information sounded in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge. Shortly after, an intense pain welled up in Yang Feng's sea of knowledge, pulling him out of Dolores's charm spell. Kill her! When Yang Feng regained his clarity of mind, he immediately issued a fierce roar. Serene, who was hiding in the darkness and silently following behind Yang Feng, suddenly appeared. In his fiend form, he suddenly burst out and sent a claw at Dolores's heart. At the same time, the magical mechanical cloak on Yang Feng's back fluttered in the wind and surged with energy. 2 mechanical syringes were stabbed into his neck, and tremendous fiend power was ready to enter his body at any time. Fiend Baron transformation was Yang Feng's last hidden card. He originally didn't want to transform into a Fiend Baron in public. On the Feisua plane, abyssal fiends were existences that everyone wanted to kill. The number of experts that could utilize abyssal fiend power could be counted on one's fingers. Once people associated Yang Feng with the Zhangji plane, then the foundation he laid on the Feisua plane would be destroyed. However, being forced into a desperate situation, Yang Feng couldn't care less. If Dolores insisted on killing Yang Feng, then at the same time, her heart would be dug out by Serene. Serene, what do you want? Dolores' pretty face changed. At that critical moment, the dark elven blade turned into a mysterious arc and fiercely slashed at Cicerone's claw. Dang! When Dolores's dark elven blade slashed at Cicerone's claw, it was blocked by a block of black ice. The dark elven blade was only blocked for a moment before black mana gushed out and cut the black ice block that was harder than diamond in two. Cicerone took the opportunity to use blink and retreat 100 meters away. The moment before the dark elven edge turned around, a black blade ray shot out from the dark elven edge and slashed at Yang Feng. It cut open a long hole on the demigod armament black dragon armor with astonishing defensive strength, and nearly chopped off Yang Feng's right arm, revealing eerie white bones. The demigod armament black dragon armor had very frightening defensive strength. Unfortunately, Yang Feng was too weak and couldn't display the full might of the demigod armament, which was why he was injured by Dolores's blade. If a demigod rank expert had stimulated the black dragon armor's defensive strength, then unless the dark elven edge personally slashed at it, a trifling blade ray wouldn't be able to injure the black dragon armor in the slightest. Everyone, listen to my command. Immediately besiege Dolores and Glistar. They betrayed us, betrayed the great Earl Bavlicana. These two bitches colluded with the elves to catch us in one fell swoop. Kill them. In the name of the great Earl Bavlicana, I order you to kill them. Under the control of Yang Feng's will, Cicerone involuntarily pointed at the two dark elven demigod rank experts Dolores and Glistar and roared wildly. Cicerone had a starry sky warlock rank cultivation base. Among abyssal fiends, he was an abyssal fiend baron among abyssal fiend lords. His rank was above all abyssal fiends, and he was also the commander of this abyssal fiend army. Under Cicerone's command, the abyssal great fiends paused slightly. Eventually, the fear of the abyssal fiend Earl Bavlicana engraved in their souls made them frantically attack Dolores and Glistar. Like raindrops, a dense rain of level 4 darkness spells barreled towards Dolores and Glistar. Glistar's pretty face fell. Holding the scepter in her hand, she cast the level 4 divine spell darkness defense, and a black shield enveloped her and Dolores. When the darkness spells slammed into the black shield, they were neutralized. One abyssal great fiend after another rushed at Dolores. Dolores brandished the dark elven edge in her hand. In the wake of blade rays, one abyssal great fiend after another was chopped in two, and their blood was completely absorbed by the dark elven edge. Great elven monarch Azramia's figure blurred, and she withdrew from the battlefield. She reached out with her lily-white hand, and the demigod rank sun bow, a secret technique of the sun elves, appeared in her lily-white hand. As soon as the demigod rank sun bow fell into Azramia's hand, she radiated dazzling divine light of the sun, and a resplendent arrow that seemed to contain endless light and heat quickly formed on the sun bow, and a vast might reverberated in the moonlight square. Retreat! Dolores's pretty face flickered and she barked. Her figure blurred, and she turned into a black ray of light that shot towards the pitch-black portal, completely ignoring Glistar, who was still bitterly resisting various attacks. Dark elves were selfish. As long as they could escape, they wouldn't care about the life or death of their allies. Even powerhouses of the same race didn't have much affection for each other. As soon as Dolores fled, Glistar felt that great elven monarch Azramia's spirit had locked onto her. A premonition of death welled up in her mind. Glistar clenched her teeth and silently recited an incantation. The demigod rank Spider Queen staff in her hand radiated black divine light, and she cast the level 5 divine protection spell goddess Loltha's protection. A beautiful woman with the head of a human and the body of a spider, with the upper body of a seductive, amorous, and peerlessly enchanting aura, and the lower body of a huge, sinister spider, suddenly appeared in front of Glistar, the phantom image of goddess Lolth holding a huge, pitch-black shield engraved with a huge spider suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Glistar. Traces of boundless divine might spread out from goddess Loltha's illusory figure. When the abyssal great fiends sensed goddess Loltha's divine might, their complexions changed dramatically, their bodies stiffened, and fear shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. The abyss ran through the 36 primary material planes, and the abyssal fiends of the abyss had fought with the powerful existences of the 36 primary material planes for countless years. Among them, the most powerful existences of the primary material planes were gods. In the same rank, whether it was dragons, high elves, ancient fiends, or ancient devils, their fighting strength was far inferior to that of gods. Even human warlocks of the Tsangji plane needed several people of the same rank to besiege them to defeat or kill the true body of a god. Whenever gods descended to the abyss, countless abyssal fiends would die tragically at the hands of gods. Over the countless years, the fear of gods had been engraved in the bones of abyssal fiends. Only fiend lords above fiend baron rank could ignore the divine might of gods. Sun God Arrow. As Ramia unleashed a secret archery skill of the Sun Elves. Like a shooting star, an arrow containing frightening sun god light that could purify everything shot towards Gleistar. Filled with endless light and heat, the ray of sunlight was extremely dazzling. Yang Feng just glanced at the ray of sunlight, when his eyes stung slightly, and he unconsciously shed tears. The projection of Goddess Lolth raised the large shield in her hand and blocked the ray of sunlight. Boom! The entire moonlight square shook. The ray of sunlight pierced through the large shield, turned into endless rays of sunlight, and burned and purified the projection of Goddess Lolth. Before Gleistar could catch her breath, a ray slightly inferior to the previous ray of sunlight suddenly shot out and easily pierced through her abdomen. Frightening sun god light enveloped her and frantically purified the darkness force and darkness divine power inside her. Gleistar issued a miserable scream, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Her whole body burned with sun god light, looking extremely miserable. When Yang Feng saw this scene, he inhaled a breath of cold air, and his eyes flashed with shock. Sun God Arrow 2 consecutive shots. The Sun God Arrow 2 consecutive shots was a legendary archery skill recorded in Sun God Arrow. Among the Sun Elves, there were less than 3 people who had mastered this archery skill. One of them was the ancestor of the Sun Elves, the first-generation elven sun god Thamridius. The second was one of the current elven gods, the intermediate divine power rank sun god Alexia. The third one was Azramia. The sun god's arrow was able to pierce through a level 5 divine spell with one arrow. That kind of power was already extremely terrifying. With the addition of the silent second arrow, it was simply impossible to defend against it. There were not many demigods who could block the sun god's arrow twice in a row. After Azramia shot the 2 consecutive sun god arrows, her face was pale, and drops of blood dripped from her hands. The skin on her lily-white hands was lacerated. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Chapter 323. Seeing this scene, the eyes of an abyssal great fiend shimmered with suspicion, and he asked Cicerin, "Sir Cicerin, what's going on? Didn't you say that Gleistar and the others are colluding with the elves? What's going on? Please explain." Abyssal fiends were very ferocious and cunning extraordinary life forms. After receiving Cicerin's order, the abyssal great fiends had many questions in their minds. However, the hierarchy among abyssal fiends was extremely strict. As the great commander of this operation, Cicerin had great authority. Besides, he was a fiend baron with a distinguished status. Thus, the abyssal great fiends couldn't disobey his orders. Now that Azramia shot Gleistar dead with an arrow, the abyssal great fiends could no longer suppress their doubts. They stopped and stared at Cicerin with puzzled looks on their faces. "How dare you? You lowly thing, you dare question me, a noble fiend baron? Go to hell!" Cicerin turned hostile and roared angrily. His figure blurred, and he shot 2 in front of the abyssal great fiend. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust his claw into the abyssal great fiend's heart with the force of a thunderbolt and dug it out. Seeing Cicerin suddenly turn hostile, the abyssal great fiends were shocked and didn't know what to do. Abyssal great fiends were legend-rank existences. On a grade 9 plane, they were already pinnacle existences. But in the abyss, where powerhouses were as common as clouds, abyssal great fiends were nothing. An aristocratic lord like Cicerin could execute abyssal great fiends at will. In this abyssal fiend operation, the great commander was Cicerin, a fiend baron who awakened the sea god's bloodline. Now that he attacked and killed the abyssal great fiends couldn't react for a while. Confalina took out her moonlight divine bow, raised her lily-white hand, and unleashed the moon elven's secret method moon god's arrow. A bright moonlight ray flickered in midair, turned into an arc, and ran through the heads of 4 abyssal great fiends. Great elven monarch Asramia shot sun god bow, and an arrow ray suddenly turned into an arc and ran through the heads of 6 abyssal great fiends. Yang Feng opened his mouth and released the level 4 spell dragon breath in a flash, and a fearsome dragon breath suddenly sprayed out. In the wake of the dragon breath, the abyssal great fiends were burned to ashes. Arachne silently recited an incantation and cast healing spells to treat Asramia's injuries. Great elven monarch Asramia had been resisting the siege of the 2 dark elven tycoons in the Moonlight Square and had sustained heavy injuries. Growlus held a large shield and silently chanted an incantation, condensing various magic shields one after another, firmly guarding in front of Arachne and Confalina. Growlus was a powerhouse who cultivated both magic and martial art. Her martial arts and magic cultivation methods were inclined towards defense. She was a powerhouse who specialized in guarding magic, water, and archers. Cicerin, on the other hand, took the opportunity to rush into the midst of the abyssal great fiends and wantonly slaughtered them. Since Cicerin was the commander of the abyssal fiend army, the abyssal great fiends didn't dare to resist him, and could only flee in a sorry state. The dense crowd of abyssal fiends didn't dare to attack Cicerin. Instead, like a tide, they surged towards Yang Feng in an attempt to tear him and his party to pieces. Yang Feng was like a reef. When the countless abyssal fiends hit the reef, they were immediately torn apart and turned into countless fragments. Blood dyed the surrounding land red. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, and vampiric rattan seeds suddenly flew out and turned into frightening vampiric rattans that danced wildly, rolled up the abyssal fiends, and sucked them dry. The abyssal fiends weren't weaklings. They cast spells, and abyssal demonic fire bombarded the vampiric rattans like raindrops, easily burning the very troublesome vampiric rattans into ashes. The dense crowd of abyssal fiends recited incantations and fired abyssal demonic fire at Yang Feng's black dragon armor, as well as the various magic shields conjured by Growlus, continuously consuming their strength. Even with the support of the demigod armament black dragon armor, Yang Feng still felt traces of exhaustion welling up inside him. So this is how it feels to be stacked to death by my battle robots. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would be stacked to this extent with human wave tactics. Eyes bloodshot, Yang Feng drank vial after vial of elixirs. His humanoid dragon-like body emitted sounds of exhaustion from various parts of his body. However, the dense crowd of abyssal fiends was still endless, making people feel exhausted and desperate. However, Yang Feng couldn't retreat by even half a step. Once he retreated, the archers Confalina and Arachne and the wizard behind him would be exposed to the abyssal fiends' attacks. Arachne cast spatial disruption spells, preventing the abyssal great fiends from casting blink. Otherwise, if the dozens of abyssal great fiends cast blink and besieged Yang Feng at the same time, even someone as strong as Yang Feng wouldn't be able to resist. Great elven monarch Asramia was a pinnacle demigod rank super expert. but under the siege of countless abyssal fiends as well as the two demigod-rank powerhouses Glystar and Dolores, she was already seriously injured. Coupled with the divine skill Sun God's 2 consecutive arrows, her injuries worsened. Her battle prowess was only at the junior demigod rank. She was constantly shooting abyssal great fiends, and had no time to pay attention to the ordinary abyssal fiends. "Your Majesty, we're here." Before the front line was about to collapse, Kelly's voice came from the entrance of the passageway. Elven powerhouses poured out of the passageway and shot a rain of arrows at the fiends in the Moonlight Square. The arrows formed a terrifying rain of arrows that completely covered the fiends in the Moonlight Square, and countless fiends died miserably. Elven wizards silently recited incantations and pointed at the surroundings. Magic radiance flickered, and a variety of demonic plants, extraordinary plants, suddenly appeared and swept towards the fiends. As soon as the elven army appeared, it immediately engaged the fiend army in close combat. Under the effect of countless nature spells, numerous demonic plants appeared in front of the elven army to act as meat shields. The fiend army continuously sprayed abyssal demonic fire and conjured various dark spells to destroy the demonic plants, before being able to attack the elven warriors behind the demonic plant. The abyssal great fiends of the fiend army were killed by great elven monarch Azramia and Serene one by one, and the situation quickly shifted in favor of the elven army. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, an abyssal great fiend quietly moved to the teleportation portal above the crystal mountain and plunged into it. As if an avalanche, the abyssal fiends rushed towards the teleportation portal above the crystal mountain. Hundreds of abyssal fiends fell to the arrows of the elven warriors, but by relying on their numerical advantage, more than half of them managed to escape. Great elven monarch Azramia gracefully walked up to Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with gratitude, and she said with a smile, "Ian, thank you very much. On behalf of the elves, I thank you. You don't need to take any more tests. From now on, you are qualified to be Karina's suitor. Moreover, you will be an honored guest of our elven clan. As long as your request is not excessive, our elven clan will help you with a favor. This is our elven clan's promise to you." If it wasn't for Yang Feng, great elven monarch Azramia could only escape from the Moonlight Square. The huge abyssal fiends would definitely take the opportunity to sweep through the entire Moonlight Tree, and the popes of elven gods sealed inside the Moonlight Tree would be divided and killed by the abyssal fiends. The elven royal family inside the Moonlight Tree would suffer a catastrophe, and the entire elven race would suffer a heavy blow. The elven powerhouses looked at Yang Feng with gratitude in the abyss of their eyes. No one objected to great elven monarch Azramia's words. Yang Feng pointed at Glystar, who was paralyzed on the ground and struggling in pain, and said, "Your Majesty, can you give this person to me?" Azramia creased her eyebrows slightly, then relaxed and revealed a smile, saying, "Okay." Callie couldn't help saying, "Your Majesty, this is Pope Glystar of the Dark Elven Church. If we offer her as a sacrifice to the mighty gods, we can obtain the favor of the god." Pope Glystar of the Dark Elven Church hid in the Fesua Plains underground world all year round in the temple of the Dark Elven Church, which was surrounded by countless barriers. Even someone as strong as Azramia wasn't willing to challenge Glystar in the temple of the Dark Elven Church. If Glystar hadn't left her nest, practically no one would have been able to capture the Pope of the Dark Elven Church. Once Azramia offered the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Glystar, through a special ceremony, as a sacrifice to the elven primary god Mophisareja, Glystar's soul wouldn't return to the divine country of the goddess Lolth. As such, Glystar's soul wouldn't return to goddess Loltha's divine country, but would instead enter goddess Mophisareja's divine country and become her plaything. In that case, Mophisareja would definitely bestow divine grace upon Azramia and the entire elven race. Demigod rank powerhouses weren't so easily born. Geniuses and powerhouses were as common as clouds in the elven race. In the secular world, there were no more than 5 demigod-rank powerhouses. In the secular world, dark elves only had 2 demigod-rank powerhouses, Dolores and Gleistar. For as Ramia to offer such a living prey to Yang Feng, the upper echelon of the elves were filled with reluctance. Chapter 324. Great elven monarch Asramia waved her hand and interrupted the elven upper echelon with a domineering tone, saying full of dignity, "Say no more. If it wasn't for Ian, I wouldn't have been able to injure Gleistar so easily. Besides, how can a trifling Gleistar compare to your lives? If it wasn't for Ian, who knows how many of our people would have died? We can't let people say that elves are stingy and don't know how to repay favors." Callie felt somewhat regretful, yet she still retreated willingly. "Yes, Your Majesty." The elven upper echelon thought about it, felt moved, and no longer spoke. Not bad, it seems that the risk was worth it. When Yang Feng saw great elven monarch Asramia being so forthright, his eyes glimmered with admiration. The dark elven demigod rank powerhouse Gleistar was of great importance to him. Even if he had to use up the promise of the elves, he had to get his hands on her. Now that great elven monarch Asramia so straightforwardly agreed to give Gleistar to him, he was filled with a favorable impression of her. Yang Feng quickly came to Gleistar's side and looked at her. At this moment there was a frightening big hole in Gleistar's abdomen, and golden divine energy of the sun was burning her delicate body, covering her sexy and graceful body with ugly scars. Her originally beautiful face was burned to the point that it looked like a ghost, hideous and terrifying. Yang Feng took out a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, inserted it into Gleistar's hand, and injected it into her body. Strong erosion. The target has divine power of the Queen of Spiders Lolth in her body. The elixir has been eliminated by 60%. Please continue injecting the elixir. A line of information flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he continued to take out 10 vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir and injected them into Gleistar. According to the analysis of soul studies, the target's soul has been locked on by another powerful existence. After the target's death, the other party will take away her soul. At present, it is impossible to lift the lock, nor to prevent the target's soul from being taken away. Continue the erosion? Along with Yang Feng continuously filling the portable fortified strongholds database with all kinds of knowledge, the portable fortified strongholds optical computer's analytical power also increased frantically. Yang Feng ordered, "After the death of the believers of the gods, they will be received into the divine country of the gods. I currently have no way of stopping this, but in the future, I will build a divine kingdom that belongs to me. When that time comes, I will naturally find a way to bring her soul over. Continue the corrosion." Yes. The liquid metal nanorobots rapidly eroded Gleistar, eventually completely eroding her. Heal. Following Yang Feng's order, the liquid metal nanorobots stimulated Gleistar's life force, causing her to erupt with a frightening power that dispelled the sun divine energy. Then, under the effect of the formidable life force, the injury on her abdomen quickly healed. An ordinary person with a large hole in her abdomen would have died long ago. However, Gleistar was a demigod-rank powerhouse. Her life force had undergone a transformation and sublimation, and she had become extremely powerful. As long as she was treated, the injury with a large hole in her abdomen wouldn't be fatal. Gleistar quickly healed. Yang Feng pretended to take out a pair of ineffective magic suppression shackles and handcuff them on Gleistar's hand. At the same time, he used the blasphemy hairband constructed from the blasphemy robots and put it on Gleistar's head. With a thought, a god could see what they wanted to see through the eyes of their believers and hear what they wanted to hear through the ears of their believers. As Gleistar was the pope of the dark elven church, the gaze of the goddess Lolth often fell on her. If Yang Feng didn't use the blasphemy robots to deceive the goddess Lolth, then everything would be exposed to the goddess Lolth. It's true, it actually failed. Those dark elves and abyssal fiends are a bunch of good-for-nothings. I gave them so much convenience in vain. In a treehouse of the moonlight tree, endless darkness enveloped the treehouse, concealing the true face of the owner inside. A faint sigh came from inside the treehouse. However, there may still be a chance. An inaudible voice quietly reverberated inside the treehouse, and then was absorbed by the soundproofing boundary around the treehouse. As Ramia walked up to the crystal mountain, looked up at the crystal mountain that had been completely eroded by darkness' divine power, and wrinkled her eyebrows deeply. The moonlight tree was a holy land that the elven gods had left in the secular world and granted to the elves in the secular world. If the crystal mountain hadn't been eroded by darkness' divine power, then once as Ramia mobilized the power of the moonlight tree, she could have easily suppressed Dolores, the Abyssal Fiend Legion, and Gleistar. Now that the control core of the moonlight tree had been eroded by darkness' divine power, if the darkness' divine power wasn't dispelled, then the holy land of the elves, the moonlight tree, would lose its function. As Ramia might even be forced to destroy it with her own hands, so as to not let the moonlight tree be used by the dark elves and other darkness life forms. As Ramia's eyebrows creased slightly, and she said solemnly, "Ian, come over and see if there's any way to purify the moonlight core. If you can find a way to purify the moonlight core, then I'll let you enter the treasury of the elves and choose a treasure." As Ramia was shrewd and experienced, so she naturally understood what humans liked the most. Since she couldn't bestow Yang Feng her people, she could only use treasures to tempt Yang Feng into working for her. Yang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. He quickly got up and took Gleistar towards the Crystal Mountain. As the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar was experienced and knowledgeable. Yang Feng decided that if he didn't know anything, then he would ask her. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the Crystal Mountain, he pressed with his hand, and a mechanical tentacle pierced into the Crystal Mountain and quickly analyzed everything inside. Soon, a variety of solutions appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. Yang Feng pondered for a moment and then said, "I have a demonized plant called God-absorbing demonic grass, which can absorb the darkness divine power inside the Crystal Mountain. In about 5 days, the darkness divine power inside the Crystal Mountain will be completely absorbed." As Ramia heaved a slight sigh of relief. Her eyes flashed with relief, and she said with a smile, "Then I'll leave it to you. As long as the darkness divine power inside the Crystal Mountain is removed, then we'll have a way to restore it." Suddenly, a strange and mysterious magic array appeared at the bottom of the Crystal Mountain. A hexagram containing boundless malice, mystery, and spatial power appeared in midair. A copious amount of darkness power surged inside the hexagram and frantically extracted the power of the Crystal Mountain. Black light scattered on the ground from the hexagram and formed a huge barrier of darkness that enveloped Ramia, Yang Feng, and Gleistar near the Crystal Mountain. Dimensional banishment. As Ramia looked at the dark hexagram midair, and her pretty face flickered at once. Dimensional banishment was a level 5 spell. Among level 5 spells, it was the most difficult to cast and master. It was even more difficult to master than some level 6 spells. Some formidable beings who had mastered level 6 spells hadn't mastered the level 5 spell dimensional banishment. Once hit by dimensional banishment, even a god-rank powerhouse would be banished to the astral boundary, unable to find their way back. The astral boundary was a mysterious plane in the universe. There were countless paths leading to other planes in the astral boundary. At the same time, There were abominations as well as all kinds of incredible powerful phenomena and terrifying beings. Even a great divine power-rank deity would die if they entered some of the most dangerous places in the astral boundary with their true bodies. Before entering the astral boundary, one must make numerous preparations, the most important of which was to manufacture a treasure that could locate one's coordinates. Otherwise, once one entered the astral boundary, one might get lost and never find their way back. Dimensional banishment. Yang Feng's complexion turned very unsightly. Once he was banished to the astral boundary, then even with his true body's coordinates, he would only be able to return to the Zhangji plane after expending a great deal of effort. It would be very difficult for him to return to the Feisua plane. Although the demonic fighting sect threw Yang Feng to the Feisua plane for a trial run, but they wouldn't necessarily spend a lot of resources to open a planar passageway and send him here a second time. Spatial interference. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, recited a series of incantations, pointed at the air, and cast the level 4 spell spatial interference. A spatial vortex appeared above the dark hexagram. In the next moment, the spatial vortex formed by spatial interference was swallowed by the dark hexagram and shattered. Black rays of light descended from the sky, and the dark hexagram barreled towards Yang Feng's group of 3. As Ramia gritted her teeth, took out a leaf shining with sunlight and shouted at Yang Feng, "Grab me!" Yang Feng pounced on Esramia and tightly hugged her slender waist. A captivating fragrance wafted from Esramia's lovely body. Gleistar also pounced on Yang Feng and tightly hugged his waist. The dark hexagram crushed down from the sky and swallowed Esramia's group of 3. At the moment when the dark hexagram swallowed the 3, a speck of sunlight suddenly lit up in the center of the dark hexagram, and then disappeared. When Karina saw the dark hexagram swallow Esramia and Yang Feng, she rushed over and shouted with tears streaming down her face, "Mom! In!" Chapter 325. In a space shrouded in darkness, a speck of light suddenly lit up. The space distorted, and 3 figures fell from the distorted space onto the ground. "It hurts!" Yang Feng's head hit the ground fiercely and he screamed in pain, yet he didn't loosen his grip on Esramia's hand. "Ian, let go. You're strangling me to death." Esramia's magnetic, elegant, and pleasant voice came from the side. However, there was a trace of pain in that voice. Yang Feng promptly loosened his grip. "Sorry?" After donning the black dragon armor, although Yang Feng didn't unleash dragon force, but the terrifying strength of a level 3 black dragon warlock was still very frightening. If it wasn't for the fact that Esramia was a pinnacle demigod rank powerhouse with a tyrannical physique, then Yang Feng might have broken quite a few of her bones. What a pity! Subconsciously, Yang Feng reluctantly loosened his grip. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He couldn't bear to part with Esramia's slender, soft, and flexible wasp waist. Gleistar also loosened her grip on Yang Feng's waist. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yang Feng's face, and a bewitching glint flashed in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Then, her gaze fell on Esramia, and a glint of hatred flashed in her eyes. As soon as Yang Feng loosened his grip, Esramia collapsed to the ground. Her wounds suddenly burst open, and copious amounts of blood spilled on the ground. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, and he asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you?" Clenching her pearly white teeth, Esramia endured the pain and said, "I'm fine." Suddenly, Gleistar's coquettish and enchanting voice came from the side. "Master, she used the Sun Leaf, a treasure of the Sun Elves, to disrupt dimensional banishment. Although the dimensional banishment was broken, but the spatial backlash force erupted on her body. Coupled with her previous injuries, she's now even more injured. How can she be fine?" As the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Gleistar was proficient in countless dark secret methods, and her every move contained a moving charm. She was only slightly inferior to the great matriarch of the Fesua Plains Dark Elves, Dolores. Gleistar looked at Azramia with a smile that wasn't a smile and said sweetly, "Master, she says she's fine, but in fact she wants to guard against you. After all, she's seriously injured and can't stop you." Azramia's pretty face twitched slightly, but she remained silent. In this dark area, ordinary people couldn't even see objects within 3 centimeters of them. But Gleistar was a dark elf and had the innate talent of night vision, so she easily saw Azramia's expression. "Master, the potion you used to control me is so powerful. I simply cannot resist the power of that potion. Why don't you use that potion on her as well?" In this way, great elven monarch Azramia, the noblest, most beautiful, and most powerful beauty in the Fesua Plains secular world, will become your woman. And so long as you control her, the entire elven race won't be able to escape your grasp. At that time, you can become the uncrowned king of the elves, and you can play with any elven beauty you want. The planar tide has already begun. The control of the gods in the starry sky over the secular world will continue to weaken, and then slowly drop to a freezing point. At that time, you can use the elves to ascend to godhood and become one of the great immortal gods in the starry sky. Gleistar spoke slowly in a voice brimming with temptation, as if the whisper of a devil. Gleistar's voice was full of a strange rhythm, which could make those who heard her more easily convinced. When she heard that, Azramia's tender body tensed up, and her heart filled with fear and nervousness. After Red Earth Duke Ian drowned the Notice province, the top forces on the continent began to focus their attention on him. As the great elven monarch, Azramia had also paid attention to Yang Feng's intelligence. She knew very well that the man in front of her wasn't a good person. Gleistar's proposal was full of temptation for any ambitious man. Yang Feng said resolutely, "Say no more. Although I, Ian, am not a good person, but I can be ruthless and use any means against my enemies. But I will never use such means against my friends. If it weren't for Azramia's help, we would have been banished to the astral boundary. I won't bite the hand that feeds me." Azramia heaved a slight sigh of relief. Gleistar's beautiful eyes flashed with disappointment. At the same time, an indescribable feeling welled up inside her. Yang Feng bent over slightly, grabbed Azramia's lily-white hand, operated a secret method, and poured life energy into her body. Then, he cast a secret method and used his spirit force to scan her body. Azramia suddenly felt her tender body itch, as if she was being caressed by countless small hands. She clenched her white teeth, clenched her fists, and blushed. However, she knew that Yang Feng was examining her injuries, and didn't do anything drastic. Yang Feng loosened his grip and said with a smile, "Spatial backlash force and darkness divine power, these are the main 2 forces. Azramia, with your physique and my potion, you should be able to withstand it. You'll be able to fully recover in about a month." Azramia possessed a terrifying pinnacle demigod physique, which made her virtually invulnerable to all diseases and poisons. If it weren't for the spatial backlash and darkness divine power being too terrifying, she would have recovered long ago. Azramia said with a grateful smile, "Thank you." Yang Feng looked around, creased his eyebrows slightly, and asked in a deep voice, "Where is this place? Still on the Fesua Plain?" The Black Dragon's blood meridians endowed Yang Feng with many formidable innate abilities, one of which was night vision. Even in this world shrouded in endless darkness, he could still clearly see his surroundings. At the very top was a rock wall covered by a layer of moss and rock. The height between the rock wall and the ground was about 80 meters. On the ground, there were moss and many mushrooms and shrubs that lived in the dark environment. There were many differences between the Fesua Plain and Earth. Many extraordinary plants didn't need sunlight to survive. As Ramia opened her eyes wide and looked around, her eyebrows creased slightly and she whispered, "This should be the Fesua plane. The dimensional banishment spell has been destroyed. We can't be banished to the astral boundary. As for the specifics, I don't know." As Ramia didn't have Yangfeng's and Gleistar's talent, if she didn't use the magic night vision, then by relying on her pinnacle demigod rank physique, she would only be able to see up to 500 meters away in such a dark environment. Suddenly, the demigod armament Queen of Spiders' staff in Gleistar's hand flew out and floated in midair. Dark divine light gushed out of the Queen of Spiders' staff. As if connected to an unknown space, a vast divine might descended from the sky and landed on the Queen of Spiders' staff. The Queen of Spiders' staff exuded vast divine might, which slowly condensed in midair, and formed a projection of the beautiful and malevolent goddess Lolth with a human head and spider body. When she saw the projection of the goddess Lolth, Gleistar unconsciously prostrated herself on the ground, her tender body trembling, and her beautiful eyes brimming with fear. The gods of the darkness pantheon used terror and slaughter to frighten their believers, filling their believers with fear and terror. Devout faith was a kind of power, and so was fear and terror. The gods of the darkness divine system had always been temperamental and powerful beings. The Queen of Spiders Lolth even took pleasure in provoking the dark elves to kill each other. In the hands of the Queen of Spiders Lolth, the dark elven experts felt a fate worse than death. When Gleistar saw the Queen of Spiders Lolth descend, her body filled with fear, and she instinctively prostrated herself on the ground. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then took out the supergravity gun and pulled the trigger at the projection of the goddess Lolth midair. One after another, supergravity beams shot towards the projection of the goddess Lolth midair. In midair, the projection of the goddess Lolth slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with indifference, dignity, and a trace of ridicule. "Mortal like an ant, do you think that you can hurt the great gods with your little tricks?" The goddess Lolth smiled indifferently and pointed with her lily-white hand, and the supergravity beams that could even seriously injure demigod-rank powerhouses collapsed and disappeared. "In front of a god, an ant like you who isn't even a legend rank must remain humble." The goddess Lolth shot Yang Feng an indifferent look, and a vast divine might fell from the sky and pressed down on Yang Feng. Crack! Yang Feng resisted the frightening divine might, and his body issued the sound of bones breaking inch by inch. Even though he operated secret methods desperately, he still couldn't resist the frightening divine might. With the help of the black dragon armor, Yang Feng still stood unyieldingly on the ground and stared loftily at the goddess Lolth midair, anger and unyieldingness burning in the abyss of his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in goddess Lolth's beautiful eyes. She revealed a beautiful and seductive smile that was filled with viciousness and cruelty. "Interesting. A man like you is really interesting. I can't help but want to capture you and break your bones inch by inch. Let's see if you can still show such an expression. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. Ant-like man, I'll do you a big favor and give you a big gift." All of a sudden, Goddess Lolth showed a very strange smile and pointed at Ramia's forehead. Chapter 326. Yang Feng was greatly alarmed. He clenched his teeth and wanted to release the battle robots hidden in the dimensional crest, only to find that apart from thinking, he couldn't budge. As an intermediate divine force rank god, Goddess Lolth was an expert of the same rank as the Tsangji Plains Bright World Warlock. Her divine might was boundless, and she wasn't a weakling even among the gods. This was just the divine might released by her projection, yet it was still extremely formidable. It wasn't something that Yang Feng could contend against. As Ramia said very calmly and frigidly, Great Goddess Lolth, according to the Treaty of the Gods, unless blasphemy is committed, gods can't personally attack mortals. Do you want to violate the Treaty of the Gods? Even you wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of that. The great goddess Mophisareja and Alexia are looking at you through my eyes. As long as the gods willed it, they could see everything through the eyes of their believers and hear everything through the ears of their believers. This was one of the terrifying abilities possessed by the gods. This ability could make gods appear omniscient and omnipotent. What a sharp-tongued little girl. Indeed, I can't violate the Treaty of the Gods. Otherwise, I could have easily killed the three of you. However, there's a spell I left behind sealed in the Queen of Spiders' scepter. This spell had only been activated at this moment. In fact, my true body didn't even take action. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured by the backlash. Goddess Lolth smiled sweetly and pointed at the space between Azramia's eyebrows with her lily-white finger. A pitch-black incantation containing a bewitching charm appeared on the space between Azramia's eyebrows like a sexy mole. Azramia only felt her heart skip a beat, as if something bad had happened to her, yet she was powerless to do anything about it. A scorching force gushed out of her and spread to her limbs and bones. Her whole body heated up, her pretty face flushed, and she revealed a weak, beautiful, sexy, and charming expression. Goddess Lolth glanced at Azramia and revealed a bewitching and sexy smile, then glanced at Yang Feng. You're lucky, human ant. But I think it will be very interesting to see the expressions of those two bitches Mophisareja and Alexia. Lolth turned to look at Glystar, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness and cruelty, and she revealed a tyrannical and coquettish smile. Finally, since you have been captured and controlled, you can die. Pitch-black flames suddenly ignited on Glystar's delicate body, causing her to issue miserable screams. As the Pope of the Dark Elven Church, Glystar had been eroded by darkness divine power for a long time and was brimming with it. The darkness divine power belonged to Goddess Lolth. With a thought from her, the frightening darkness divine power turned into demonic flames that could burn everything and devour Glystar's life. It's a pity that this bit of power is too little. Otherwise, I could have stayed here and enjoyed that interesting scene. Goddess Lolth sighed regretfully. Her body instantly collapsed and turned into dust, scattering in all directions. In the darkness, only the blushing Azramia and Glystar, who was covered in black demonic flames, remained. As soon as Goddess Lolth disappeared, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, conjured the spell Mage Hand, fished out a vial of elixir from his bosom, and poured it into his mouth. When the vial of elixir entered his body, Yang Feng's physical potential was stimulated in an instant. His broken bones began to heal rapidly, and he felt an unbearable itch and pain all over his body. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, stimulated his spirit force, pointed at Glystar, and suddenly launched healing water. An azure stream of water swept towards Glystar. Wherever the healing water passed, Glystar's delicate body was nourished and repaired. With a thought from Yang Feng, the liquid metal nano-robots inside Glystar quickly launched, stimulating her aperture points, causing her to erupt with a formidable life force that resisted the burning of the black demonic flames. Save me! Master, save me! As long as you save me, I'll listen to you henceforth. I'll do whatever you want me to do! Glystar didn't even cast charm spells. She screamed miserably, her coquettish voice full of fear. When ordinary priests betrayed the god they believed in, they would only lose their power and suffer heavy injuries. The more powerful a priest was, the more severe the backlash they would suffer once they betrayed the god they believed in. A demigod rank expert like Glystar was completely eroded by Goddess Loltha's darkness divine power. Once the divine power backlash began, the darkness divine power would burn her alive from the inside out. After her death, her soul would return to Goddess Loltha's divine country, where she would receive cruel torture. When Gleistar thought of Goddess Loltha's cruel methods, her heart filled with fear, and she frantically begged Yang Feng. "Don't worry. Since I'm your master, I won't let you die." Yang Feng clenched his teeth, blurred into motion, and arrived beside Gleistar. He took out vials of elixirs and poured them into her mouth. "It would be great if there was a man who would risk his life to save me." Paralyzed on the ground, Esramia watched Yang Feng do his best to save Gleistar, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy and bewilderment. Deep in her forehead, the black rune resembling a beauty mole exuded bewitching black light, shaking her firm mind. Originally, Esramia had an extremely firm will. When she saw this scene, she would only smile faintly and praise Yang Feng for being affectionate and righteous. She wouldn't envy him at all. As for the vicious curse cast by Goddess Lolth between her eyebrows, it was gradually dissolving, eroding her firm will. Gleistar was a junior demigod rank expert, and the might of the demonic fire inside her was extremely terrifying. Even though she had drunk a lot of demonic fire, she still couldn't completely dispel it. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, his mind filled with anxiety. "What do I do? I'm still too weak. Curses! I can only do this." Clenching his teeth, Yang Feng took out a small bottle with a pained expression on his face, opened it, and dripped drops of cyan liquid on Gleistar's face, heart, kidneys, and other vital points. The small bottle contained the super elixir level 5 cyan jade divine liquid, which Yang Feng collected from the Tyrannid subcontinent. It had a heaven-defying effect. As long as a person still had a breath left in them, they could be saved. This was Yang Feng's life-saving treasure. He only had this small bottle in his hands. Wherever the cyan jade divine liquid dripped, the demonic fire immediately extinguished or, as if they had a life of their own, swam towards Gleistar's limbs. Yang Feng promptly chopped off Gleistar's limbs with his sword, and blood spilled on the ground. When Gleistar's limbs fell to the ground, they were burned to ashes by the demonic fire. Yang Feng's eyes flashed apologetically, and he said, "I'm sorry, this is all I can do for now. Later, I'll find a way to heal your hands and feet." Gleistar heaved a sigh of relief and showed Yang Feng a charming smile. "It's fine, I know. Thank you, Master. If it weren't for Master, I would be dead by now." To an ordinary person, having all 4 limbs severed was definitely a terrifying injury. But for peak existences of the Feisua plane like Gleistar and Esramia, they could find the corresponding potions and treasures to regrow their limbs. Gleistar swept Esramia with a glance, a bewitching glint in her beautiful eyes, and said with a sweet smile, "Master, Esramia was hit by one of the most vicious spells, Kiss of Lolth. Once hit by this spell, she will be locked on by the dark elven treasure Lolth. No matter where she goes, she will be found by dark elven powerhouses. I've never been here before, but according to the environment, this should be the entrance to the dark forest, one of the most dangerous forbidden areas in the underworld. If we leave her behind, the 2 of us can escape from here." Esramia was startled and filled with fear when she heard that. After hesitating for a while, she said weakly with a trace of sobbing tone, "Ian, don't leave me behind." Esramia shuddered inside when she thought of the cruel treatment she would receive if she fell into the hands of the Dark Elves. Finally, she abandoned her pride and weakly begged Yang Feng. This was the first time in her life that Esramia begged a man. "Don't worry. I won't leave you behind." Yang Feng smiled, then took out a magic carpet and tossed it into the air. After carrying Gleistar onto the magic carpet, he walked towards Esramia. Yang Feng bent over slightly and reached out to hug Esramia. When Esramia smelled Yang Feng, the bewitching black incantation on her forehead shone brightly. She was bewildered, her hands wrapped around Yang Feng's back like water snakes, and she kissed him on the lips. Yang Feng was slightly startled, and then fell into Esramia's passion. When Yang Feng was about to succumb to Esramia's charm, A drop of ice-cold water dripped on his face, and then was bounced off by his life force cover, waking him up at once. He used his supreme willpower to pull away Azramia, whose eyes were blurred, her beauty was unparalleled, and she exuded a seductive charm from head to toe. Chapter 327. Azramia, sober up. Yang Feng raised his hand and uttered a magic sentence, and a stream of healing water hit Azramia's pretty face. Washed by the ice-cold healing water, Azramia regained her sobriety. When she thought of her behavior just now, her pretty face blushed, and she was almost ashamed to death. Karina was Azramia's descendant born from the elven mother tree. Although Azramia treated people gently, but she was very proud and arrogant from a young age, and looked down on all men in the world. However, her unrestrained behavior just now made her angry, ashamed, and furious. She groaned, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her beautiful eyes. Gleistar said with a bewitching and sexy smile, "Master, that was a great opportunity. Great elven monarch Azramia, the noblest, most beautiful, and most powerful woman in the secular world of the Feisua Plain, took the initiative to make love to you. You didn't force her, but she took the initiative. She has nothing to say if you want her." By relying on Yang Feng's potions and Gleistar's terrifying physique, Gleistar began to rapidly recover her vitality. Feeling ashamed, Azramia turned her head, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. After Yang Feng carried Azramia onto the magic carpet, he frowned and asked, "What's going on with Gleistar?" Kiss of Lolth is the most vicious spell of the Dark Elves. Once hit by this spell, not only will you be discovered by the Mirror of Lolth no matter where you go, but this spell is also a curse. Moreover, this spell was a kind of curse. No matter how strong-willed and unyielding a woman was, she would fall step by step into depravity and become a slut. The predecessor of the dark elven goddess Maiden of Joy was the goddess of chastity. She was caught by the big spider, hit by this spell, and then degenerated step by step. If this spell isn't dispelled in time, the noble great elven monarch Azramia will become a lowly bitch in heat at the sight of men. Gleistar said with a smile, taking pleasure in Azramia's misfortune. The reason why Gleistar was seriously injured and caught by Yang Feng was because of Azramia's terrifying arrow. Her hatred and anger towards Azramia were deeper than the sea. When she heard that, Azramia shuddered and was filled with fear. If she was going to become like that, she would rather die. Azramia looked up at Yang Feng with tears in her beautiful eyes, looking indescribably beautiful and lovely. She implored weakly, "Help me, Ian. When I return to the elves, I will definitely repay you. I can open the elven clan's treasury and let you choose 5 treasures." When he saw Azramia's delicate and beautiful appearance, Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he turned to Gleistar and asked, "How do you dispel this spell?" Loltha's kiss was one of Loltha's most vicious curses. In the Tsangji Plain, only the top sects have the spell model of Kiss of Lolth. Yang Feng's status in the demonic fighting sect wasn't high enough. As such, he couldn't come into contact with such terrifying and powerful spell models. Gleistar smiled bitterly. "I don't know. Reportedly, only Goddess Lolth herself can dispel this spell. Of course, if the radiant primary god of the Zalia divine system takes action, then with his radiant divine spell that can purify everything, he should be able to purify this curse. Apart from that, only some legendary treasures that can restrain curses can suppress this curse." Goddess Lolth was an intermediate divine force rank god, as well as a primary god of the dark elven divine system. She was extremely powerful. In the elven divine system, only the strong divine force rank elven primary god Mophisareja, the intermediate divine force rank sun god Alexia, and the intermediate divine force rank moon goddess Kristen could defeat her. In terms of fighting strength, none of the other elven gods were goddess Loltha's match. Even on the Fesua plane, there weren't many existences that could defeat goddess Lolth head-on. The might of the curse she set up could be well imagined. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, "Since the radiant primary god can purify this curse, then there should be someone among the elven divine system who can dispel this curse, right?" Gleistar replied, "I don't know about this. I think Ezramia should know more about the elven gods than I do." Yang Feng's gaze fell on Ezramia. Ezramia's beautiful eyes flashed with bitterness, and she sighed faintly. Among the mighty gods, the elven primary god, the sun goddess, and the moon goddess should have a way to dispel the curse on me. However, there is an agreement among the gods that they cannot directly interfere in the secular world. If it was a curse set up by goddess Lolth, then I think that even Pope Escudera of the Elven Church wouldn't be able to dispel it. Pope Escudera of the Elven Church was a pope who served the elven primary god Mophasareja. She was a demigod rank powerhouse second only to Ezramia. Even if she conjured a level 5 divine spell, she might not be able to dispel the curse set up by goddess Lolth. Ezramia was silent for a while, then finally sighed faintly. "Forget it, Ian, I only ask one thing of you. Please kill me the moment I turn into a woman in heat at the sight of a man. In this way, before my soul is tainted, I can still return to the divine country of the gods. I'm counting on you. In this way, I'll be grateful to you in the divine country of the gods." Gleistar's eyes swiveled, and she revealed an extremely wicked smile. "Heh, there's no need for that. Ezramia, I have a secret method that can dispel the curse. It's nothing more than using a curse to fight a curse." Ezramia's beautiful eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "What secret method?" Gleistar showed a bewitching smile, cast the secret method, and told Ezramia about it in a low voice. Ezramia's pretty face suddenly welled up with crimson. Staring at Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes flickered with flames of fury, and she gnashed her teeth, saying, "I won't use this secret method even if I have to die." Yang Feng was baffled, not knowing why Ezramia's attitude changed so much. He hesitated for a while before asking, "Gleistar, what secret method is it?" Ezramia said anxiously, "Gleistar, don't say it. If you do, I won't let you get away with it." Gleistar looked at Ezramia's somewhat flustered and exasperated expression, and then revealed a pleasant yet wicked smile. "Your Majesty Ezramia, do you still think that you're the noble and powerful elven great monarch? You're now just a burden to my master. If my master abandons you, you'll end up miserable. What qualifications do you have to threaten me?" Ezramia blushed at Gleistar's words, and she gritted her teeth, unable to speak. Gleistar smiled charmingly at Yang Feng, saying, "Master, we dark elves have a secret method. Once it's used, one's body and mind will fall, and everything will be dedicated to that person. So long as Ezramia uses this secret method, she'll only fall in love with you, Master. Wouldn't that be a happy ending?" Yang Feng smiled awkwardly, realizing why Ezramia was staring at him like that. He laughed as if nothing had happened. He picked up Gleistar, looked into the distance, and asked her about the Fesua Plains underground world. After Ezramia calmed down, she realized that it wasn't Yang Feng who instructed Gleistar, and the anger inside her subsided a little. The carpet had flown less than 500 meters when a series of buzzing noises suddenly rang out in the distance. Numerous scorpion-tailed wasps, each about the size of 2 fingers, with mouthparts that resembled locusts and tails that resembled scorpions, abruptly flew out and flew toward them as if they had turned into a swarm of wasps. Gleistar's beautiful eyes creased slightly, and she whispered, "Master, there are many extraordinary demonic insects in the underground world. Apart from dragons and some scaly legend-rank demonic creatures with pressure, it's best not to fly in the sky. Otherwise, you'll attract the attacks of many extraordinary demonic insects. Singly, those extraordinary demonic insects are very easy to kill. If there are many of them, then even demigod rank powerhouses will be stung. When we travel in the underground world, we generally smear a lot of insect-repelling potions. Yang Feng nodded. Looking at the dense insect swarm, his eyes shimmered with graveness. I was negligent about this. On the Tyrannid subcontinent, when Yang Feng's robot legion slaughtered its way into the underground world, it crushed everything in its path. When the extraordinary demonic insect scorpion-tailed bee swarm appeared, tens of thousands of flamethrower robots sprayed a few rounds of flames to burn the insect swarm. Now that Yang Feng was the only one left, he naturally couldn't resist the dense swarm of extraordinary demonic insects. The flying speed of the scorpion-tailed bees was terrifying. Before long, they arrived in front of Yang Feng and company. Yang Feng pressed the black dragon armor on his chest, and a frightening dragon might gushed out of the black dragon armor and spread in all directions. When the scorpion-tailed bees sensed the frightening dragon might, as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, they circled around Yang Feng and split into two, revealing a passage. Glystar uttered worriedly, "Master, if you use dragon might, you can indeed quickly avoid the insect swarm. However, in the underground world, there are some frightening life forms that hunt dragons for food. If you do this, you may attract existences more dangerous than the extraordinary demonic insects." The underground world was full of dangers and the living environment was extremely harsh. Therefore, the races that lived in the underground world were generally stronger than those of the surface world. However, because of the harsh living environment, their numbers were naturally far less than those of the surface world. Chapter 328. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment. Then, following Glystar's instructions, he descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Yang Feng took out a dragon skin belt and tied Glystar in front of him. At the same time, he tied Azramia on his back with a dragon skin belt. When Azramia was on Yang Feng's back, she immediately uttered a cry, blushed, and powerlessly collapsed on Yang Feng's back. The black curse rune between her eyebrows glowed with a gloomy light. Yang Feng took out a piece of black dragon skin paper and shook it slightly. The dragon skin paper flashed with demonic light and turned into a black unicorn with lifeless eyes. With a light leap, Yang Feng flew onto the black unicorn demonic horse and shook the reins, and the black unicorn demonic horse made from alchemy quickly galloped into the distance. On the Feisua plain, magic had all kinds of miraculous powers. The magic artifacts left behind by some alchemists were even more miraculous than the technological creations of Earth. Azramia and Glystar were bigwigs of elves and dark elves respectively, and they were extremely knowledgeable. Naturally, they wouldn't be surprised by a trifling black unicorn. While riding the black unicorn, Yang Feng took out vials of insect-repellent potions from a storage ring and sprinkled them on the three of them. The insect-repellent potions Yang Feng obtained from the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world. Although the strength of the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world was far inferior to that of the dark elves of the Feisua plain. However, they had also lived in the underground world for many years, and were very interested in making various insect-repellent potions. Glystar looked at Yang Feng in surprise, and her evaluation of him rose by a few notches. Along the way, under Glystar's guidance, Yang Feng avoided one dangerous area after another, and cautiously walked towards the surface world. Nourished by the liquid metal nano-robot elixir and various potions, Glystar's severed limbs finally began to slowly grow back. It would only take 10 days for her severed limbs to fully recover. Azramia was very surprised by Glystar's recovery speed. His limbs had been severed. Unless he used the best level 4 healing magic, only the best potions could heal him so quickly. Azramia's injuries, on the other hand, became even more difficult to recover from. Whenever the potion entered her body, the weird curse between her eyebrows would absorb more than half of its power, and the remaining power would begin to repair her body, making her recovery extremely slow. In a corner of the Fesua Plains underground world, the space distorted, and a blond, burly young man walked out of the space. He looked at the surroundings, showed a smile, looked into the distance, and muttered in a low voice. According to the calculations of the old guys, that thing should appear in the near future. If I can get that thing, I will be able to dominate a region when I return to the Tsangji Plain. After he finished speaking, the young man was shrouded in endless darkness, and he disappeared completely. In another corner of the Fesua Plain, a tall and burly young man dressed in oriental attire, with black hair tied into a single ponytail, a large blade on his back, and a lascivious aura walked slowly on the ground. Suddenly, the oriental man stopped and closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes, and his eyes radiated bright light. I sensed it. Sure enough, that thing has begun to appear. The figure of the oriental man blurred, and he rushed towards the dark forest, a forbidden area of the dark elves. In every corner of the Fesua Plain, powerhouses from other planes appeared one after another and moved towards the dark forest. In the underground world shrouded in endless darkness, an alchemical demonic eagle with solidified night vision flew in the sky. Its eyes flickered with mystical light, and it took in everything in its surroundings. A group of dark elves riding a large group of tamed extraordinary demonic beast dark demonic leopards walked in a huge mushroom forest. Surrounded by the large group of dark elf warriors, a dark elf powerhouse with blonde hair, plump buttocks, and a sexy and hot figure, with only some pitch-black leaf armor covering her vital parts, exposed large areas of her smooth skin, suddenly looked up. Her eyes locked onto the alchemy demonic eagle in the sky, and she very nimbly took out a magic bow and shot an arrow into the sky. With a flash of pitch-black light, the arrow pierced through the alchemical demonic eagle flying in the sky like a meteor. With a loud boom, the alchemical demonic eagle was blown to pieces by a terrifying force, and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. In a huge mushroom forest in the distance, Yang Feng frowned slightly, and his eyes flashed with worry, saying slowly, "The scout eagle was destroyed. The dark elves came so quickly." Through the scout eagle, Yang Feng saw countless dark elven experts coming from all directions to surround him. If it was just Yang Feng alone, he would have countless ways to easily escape the dark elven encirclement. But Azramia had been hit by the extremely vicious curse kiss of Lolth. Unless he abandoned her, Yang Feng would have no way of escaping. The dark elven experts pouring in from all directions had formed a huge encirclement. If Yang Feng broke through the encirclement, only death would await him. Who is this person? Yang Feng waved his hand, and magic radiances flickered and formed the figure of the beautiful dark elven woman who shot the alchemical demonic eagle midair. Under Yang Feng's control, the alchemical demonic eagle was very careful, yet it was still shot dead by an arrow from the beautiful dark elven woman. Yang Feng instinctively felt that the beautiful dark elven woman was very dangerous. Gleistar frowned slightly, her eyes flashed with graveness, and she said unhurriedly, "She is Charity, an expert of the new generation of dark elves, the commander of the Dark Leopard Cavalry Corps, and a pinnacle legend rank expert. She is one of the most cunning, cruel, and powerful dark elven experts. If she presides over the encirclement, then we'll be in danger." Yang Feng frowned slightly and suddenly asked, "Pinnacle legend rank? Why didn't Dolores come?" Dolores was a demigod rank expert. If she came in person, then Yang Feng's group of 3 disabled patients wouldn't be her match. Perhaps a level 3 warlock like Yang Feng wouldn't be taken seriously by a terrifying expert like Dolores, but the great elven monarch Azramia was definitely worth Dolores taking action. If Dolores captured Ezramia alive and sacrificed her soul to the goddess Lolth, then Dolores would reap great benefits. She might even gain the favor of the goddess Lolth and promote to one of the gods of the dark elven divine system. Gleistar's eyebrows arched slightly, her beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and she stared coldly at Ezramia. We entered the Moonlight Tree through a teleportation portal opened by an abyssal fiend in the surface world. With Dolores's speed, it would take at least 5 days to return here from that place. Master, in our current state, we won't be able to escape Dolores's pursuit with the burden of Ezramia. Please make up your mind to kill her. Whether it's for her or for us, this is the best choice. After she dies, the elven gods will naturally help her eliminate the curse of the goddess Lolth. Ezramia shrank back slightly, her pretty face changed several times, and finally, her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of unswerving determination. She sighed faintly. Ian, as Gleistar said, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of the dark elves with me. Kill me now. This is the best choice for both you and me. The curse of the kiss of Lolth turned Ezramia into a big light bulb. No matter where she fled, she wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the dark elven powerhouses. Once the advanced demigod rank expert Dolores returned, Yang Feng's group of 3 would have no leeway to fight back. Haha, we have to try to know. We still haven't reached the end of the line yet. Yang Feng smiled confidently, pulled the reins, turned the horse around, and galloped towards the dark forest. There were traces of dark elves in all directions. He could only move towards the dark forest to see if he could borrow the power of the forbidden area to block the dark elves and buy more time. They're escaping. They're escaping in the direction of the dark forest. Charity carefully looked at the mirror of Lolth in her hand for a while, then her eyes flashed with a decisive glint. She took out a communications crystal and ordered coldly, Hannah, Polly, you 2 immediately take people to cut off the path of retreat of the blasphemers to the dark forest. Yes. 2 delicate shouts brimming with heroic spirit came from the communications crystal. Charity whistled, and a 7-meter-tall legend-rank demonic beast flying scorpion lion with a lion's head, a scorpion's tail, and a pair of wings on its ribs flew over from the sky, exuding a fierce and ferocious aura. Charity leaped lightly and immediately jumped onto the legend-rank demonic beast flying scorpion lion. The flying scorpion lion flapped its wings and quickly flew towards Yang Feng's party along with a gust of wind. As a legend-rank demonic beast, the flying scorpion lion was extremely fast. In less than an hour, it caught up with Yang Feng's party. Chapter 329. Meteor-like black arrows dropped from the sky and shot towards Yang Feng. Superior warping force field. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a fearsome warping force field suddenly appeared and blocked midair. When the black arrows hit the warping force field, they were ricocheted, fell to the ground, and exploded like missiles, blasting open holes in the ground. A gust of wind blew, and the legend-rank demonic beast flying scorpion lion dropped from the sky and blocked Yang Feng and company's escape route to the dark forest. Charity glanced at Yang Feng's group of 3 and revealed a smile. A human arch-wizard, the great elven monarch Ezramia, and the former Pope Gleistar. Hello, I am Charity. Please stay here and wait for a while. Gleistar's beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said solemnly, Charity, for the sake of me taking care of you in the past, will you please step aside? Charity's eyes flashed fiercely and viciously, and she uttered with a seductive smile, Gleistar, you traitor. You betrayed the great goddess Lolth and were abandoned by her. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? After I catch you, I'll torture you. After you've suffered enough, I'll offer you as a living sacrifice to the great goddess Lolth. The goddess will definitely be very happy. The gods of the darkness divine system dominated their believers with terror, massacre, bloodshed, and fear, forcing believers to fear and worship them. At the same time, blood sacrifices, live sacrifices, and other sacrificial methods emerged endlessly in the darkness divine system. This was why they were rejected by the other gods of the Fesua plane. If it wasn't for the fact that the gods of the darkness divine system weren't weak, the gods of the darkness divine system would have already been wiped out by the gods of other divine systems. Even so, once the believers of the darkness divine system appeared in the surface world, they would be besieged by the believers of other gods. Charity stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips seductively. She said seductively, "As for you, Ian, as long as you hand over those 2 women, I'll let you have some fun. I have 30,000 dark elven beauties under my command. As long as you hand over those 2 women to me, you can play with those 30,000 beauties. I guarantee that you will taste the bliss of the world." Yang Feng pressed his chest. The dragon leather belt on his chest rolled up, and Glystar, who was in front of him, was turned behind him and pressed against Azramia. When Azramia smelled Glystar's enchanting fragrance that could kill both men and women, the black rune between her eyebrows blossomed with extremely wicked light, causing her tender body to tremble and her pretty face to flush. She could only resist the waves of heat inside her with her great willpower. Yang Feng willed, and the black dragon armor he wore released black light and promoted his cultivation base until it reached the great warlock realm. "Are you going to fight me, Ian? Why bother? My job is to stall you. This mission doesn't require a battle to complete." Charity smiled and pressed down on the flying scorpion lion beneath her. The flying scorpion lion flapped its wings and flew into the sky along with a gust of wind. "What a cunning fellow!" Yang Feng was startled. As long as Charity flew into the sky and fired continuously, he would be forced to use the black dragon armor to maintain his great warlock rank battle prowess to deal with her. With Yang Feng's current physique, even if he used the black dragon armor, he could only maintain his great warlock rank battle prowess for about an hour at most. After an hour, if Yang Feng didn't use the various battle robots inside the dimensional badge, only death would await him. His thoughts revolved lightning fast, and Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest. A 10-meter-long mechanical aurora lightning python covered in pure white scales, with a pair of wings on its ribs, a horn on its head, and a lightning rune engraved on its forehead suddenly appeared. Azramia was startled when she saw the mechanical aurora lightning python that suddenly appeared, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. "That's a legend-rank demonic beast. What kind of treasure is that? It can actually contain living beings?" Legend-rank demonic beasts were very rare on the Fesua plane. Only major races like elves and dark elves would rear a few in captivity. Yang Feng, who was just an archwizard, actually possessed an aurora lightning python, a legend-rank demonic beast that was practically extinct on the Fesua plane. This was simply terrifying. Moreover, treasures that could contain living beings were very rare on the Fesua plane. In the entire elven race, there were no more than 3 such treasures. As expected of Master, he's really unfathomable. He has so many trump cards. Glystar's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Dark elves respected the strong. Now that Glystar had become Yang Feng's subordinate, the stronger he was, the happier she was and the more she approved of him. Yang Feng jumped onto the back of the mechanical aurora lightning python, and the mechanical aurora lightning python was shrouded in arcs of lightning. With a burst of crackling electric arcs, the mechanical aurora lightning python was like a railgun. Amidst the countless electric arcs, it ferociously slammed into the back of the flying scorpion lion in an instant. It opened its jaws and ruthlessly bit down, directly crushing half of the flying scorpion lion's body. Charity's reaction speed was terrifying. At the moment of imminent peril, she jumped from the back of the flying scorpion lion, shot towards Yang Feng, and mercilessly kicked him in the face. Yang Feng unleashed the level 4 spell dragon force. As if he had incarnated into a humanoid dragon, endless power surged from all over his body, and he slammed his fist into Charity's slender leg. Boom! A fearsome explosion sounded from the place where their fists and legs collided, and Charity was sent flying into the distance like a broken rag doll. Yang Feng's body only shook slightly. Clearly, he had the upper hand in terms of strength. The mechanical lightning aurora python bit down on the flying scorpion lion's body, its huge body tightly wrapping around the flying scorpion lion. It frantically strangled the flying scorpion lion, causing the flying scorpion lion to let out a miserable cry. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, the level 2 spell wind control was unleashed. Surrounded by a strong wind, he flew to the head of the flying scorpion lion, took out a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel, and mercilessly stabbed. The secret treasure longsword forged from divine blood steel was incomparably sharp. Only a peerless demigod powerhouse like Serene, who possessed the sea god's bloodline and demon's bloodline, had terrifying bones that could withstand that secret treasure longsword. Although the flying scorpion lion was powerful, but it was only a legend-rank demigod-rank powerhouse. Its bones couldn't resist the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel. The secret treasure sword pierced through the flying scorpion lion's hard skull, entered its head, and twisted madly, crushing the flying scorpion lion's brain into pieces. When the flying scorpion lion's brain was crushed, its body only trembled a few times, and then it was twisted into a pile of minced meat by the mechanical aurora lightning python. Yang Feng raised his hand and put the flying scorpion lion's corpse into a storage ring. The flying scorpion lion was a legend-rank demigod. Its fleshly body could be made into a mechanical battle beast. Its blood meridian could also be extracted and used to produce the necessary blood meridian essence of the blood meridian warlock flying scorpion lion family. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, warlock knowledge could be found everywhere. However, it wasn't that simple to become an official warlock. The vast majority of people were still ordinary people. The flying scorpion lion's blood meridian could allow people to evolve to the great warlock rank at most. It was a precious blood meridian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Charity cast Imperial Wind, turned into a hurricane, landed on the ground, and then cast the level 4 spell blink one after another. Flickering, she disappeared into the mushroom forest. Yang Feng glanced at the mushroom forest and creased his eyebrows slightly. In that very short period of time, Charity's aura had completely disappeared. Unless Yang Feng used a special method to release countless mechanical insects to cover the mushroom forest, it would be impossible to find traces of Charity. Otherwise, with the spells he currently mastered, it would still be very difficult to quickly find Charity hiding in the mushroom forest. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved, and he made his choice. Riding the mechanical aurora lightning python, he rushed towards the dark forest. Along with a rumble, the mechanical aurora lightning python brushed past the mushroom forest and flew away, startling the countless extraordinary demonic insects and extraordinary life forms inhabiting the mushroom forest. After the mechanical aurora lightning python passed through the mushroom forest, a figure flashed through the mushroom forest. With a light leap, she landed on the top of a huge mushroom like a leaf. It was Charity. Charity looked at Yang Feng's back from afar, her beautiful eyes shimmered with a bewitching glint, and she revealed a smile. This Ian really isn't simple. It seems that he's far from an ordinary arch-wizard. However, this isn't bad. I can borrow his hand to eradicate the two little bitches Hannah and Polly. In this way, the position of commander will be as stable as a mountain. After Yang Feng piloted the mechanical aurora lightning python for several kilometers, he dropped from the sky and landed on the ground. After storing the mechanical Aurora lightning python into the dimensional badge, Yang Feng switched to the black wildebeest and continued to move towards the dark forest. The Aurora lightning python was surrounded by electricity. In this dark underground world, it was like a beacon. It attracted countless demonic insects and all kinds of powerful extraordinary life forms with phototaxis. It wasn't a means of transportation that could be moved for a long time in the underground world. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.